Chapter 271. This was a small silver world with a circumference of only 300 meters. It was a sealed divine sense space. Pangbo's upper body was bare, and his bronze-colored skin was full of power. He stood in the center of the field. This was formed from his divine sense, and was not much different from a real person. The Black Emperor was the same. The large dog formed from his divine sense was as strong as a bull, and even his bald tail was the same as his real body. Only Yi Fan was a ball of light that was like a golden sun. His use of divine sense was far inferior to these two old monsters. F***ck, brat, I've been screwed over by you. The large black dog bared his teeth and said, "This is clearly a vicious character." Before he lost his physical body, he was most likely a demon tribe overlord. Don't tell me that his current divine sense is comparable to that of the great sage. Yi Fan was also uncertain. He must have been a great elite in the past. Although his divine sense has fallen, it's almost impossible to deal with him. The large black dog regretted boarding the pirate ship. There's no point in complaining. Hurry up and think of a way to kill him. Otherwise, both of us will die here, Yi Fan said solemnly. The ones who will be killed will probably be the two of us. Although he is no longer as strong as before, he is still powerful enough to refine us. The Black Emperor was filled with regret. You want to kill me with just the two of you? You really don't know what's good for you. Pangbo smirked coldly. All the demon tribes are one family. Don't be so murderous. The large black dog took a few steps forward and said, "We are all demon tribes, so everything can be discussed." Then let's discuss. How do you want to die? Pangbo's eyes were intimidating, and he stood in the center of the field with his hands behind his back. Fighting to the death is something only barbarians would do. We don't have any irreconcilable enmity, so we can sit down and talk. The large black dog was very thick-skinned, and he had forgotten that he had wanted to kill Pangbo not long ago. Do you think you can still leave alive? A cold smile hung on Pangbo's lips. Actually, this is all a misunderstanding. I came to spar with you. I heard that you have an ancient sutra of the Demon Emperor, and I also happen to have a Black Emperor sutra. Why don't we spar? What Black Imperial sutra? I have never heard of it before. I will refine you, and everything will be mine. Pangbo's expression was cold. Damn it, do you really think this emperor is easy to bully? I'll beat you up today. The Black Emperor cursed. The silver small world is most suitable for burying your divine wills. I will properly refine the physical bodies you leave behind. Silver splendor shone everywhere. A divine moon appeared in Pangbo's hands, gentle and holy. The large black dog didn't back down, and he spat out a black trident from his mouth. Black light flashed, and killing intent radiated from the trident as it slashed forward. Clang! The divine moon in Pangbo's hand flew out, and then it stopped in midair, sucking the trident over. With a kacha sound, it snapped. Brat, don't just stand there, hurry up and attack. The Black Emperor roared, the black trident reformed and slashed down again. Why do all of you have weapons? Yi Fan clenched his teeth. He transformed into a golden sun and charged forward with a golden sword within it. Boom! He struck out with all of the power of his divine sense. It was incomparably ferocious, shattering that divine moon on the spot. The golden sword even more so slashed out, hacking towards Pangbo's head. Clang! Pangbo lightly flicked his finger, shattering the golden sword and withdrawing the power of the divine moon. Swish! The golden divine sense turned back, once again forming a small sun. Brat, you are too fierce, attacking without holding anything back. The large black dog pointed out. In this divine sense space, you can transform into anything you want. With the large black dog's guidance, Yi Fan quickly adapted to this change. He instantly transformed into a human, holding a great desolate halberd in his hand, pointing it towards the southern sky. "Release the real Pangbo," he shouted. This halberd was as black as ink, and it shone with a metallic luster. It was formed according to the little Peng King's great desolate halberd. "You are all struggling in vain." Pangbo's figure was tall and sturdy, and his black hair danced in the wind. With a flash of light, a demonic blade appeared in his hand, bright and dazzling. "Kill!" Yi Fan gripped the great desolate halberd with both hands and charged forward. There was already no path of retreat. If he wasn't killed, then he would kill his enemies. Clang! The great desolate halberd slashed out with a dazzling light, clashing with the snow-white demonic blade. Yi Fan's divine sense instantly dimmed. "This emperor is coming." The large black dog stood up, holding the trident and slashing down. At the same time, he opened his bloody mouth and bit forward. Pang! Pangbo's eyes shone with a cold light. The demonic blade in his hand shook, shattering the great desolate halberd on the spot. Then, he slashed the trident in half. "You guys are no good." Woo! The demonic blade slashed through the air, like the wails of ghosts and gods, killing intent heavy as it slashed towards Yi Fan and the Black Emperor. Dang! In that instant, Yi Fan's right arm and the shattered great desolate halberd transformed into a large seal. 9 dragons coiled around the seal, causing the divine sense space to tremble. Dang! The large seal fell, smashing into the demonic blade and shattering it. At the same time, the large black dog transformed into a true dragon. Like a great black iron wall, he charged forward, his powerful dragon body crushing down. Still no good. Pangbo transformed into a heavenly Peng, his entire body shining with golden light. A pair of sharp claws grabbed the true dragon, and with a fierce tug, the true dragon was shattered. The large black dog instantly screamed in pain. His divine sense collapsed, and he reformed into his dog body not far away. Clang! The heavenly Peng soared through the sky, its golden wings sweeping past, slicing Yi Fan in half and shattering his divine sense. Boom! The Black Emperor and Yi Fan fought with their lives on the line, transforming into monstrous flames that burned fiercely. Black flames and golden flames submerged the heavenly Peng. "You finally can't hold on any longer. Are you going to struggle on your deathbed? You guys can't hurt me." Pangbo transformed into a blazing golden lotus, bathing in the flames. He absorbed the divine sense of the two of them, wanting to strengthen himself. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor transformed into their true forms. They staggered backwards, their expressions extremely ugly. This old monster's divine sense was several times stronger than theirs. Even if they joined forces, it was impossible for them to kill him. Chi! Pangbo transformed into his true form, standing there. His eyes suddenly shot out 2 streaks of silver light, like dancing true dragons, and he pounced forward. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. These 6 words were like the heavenly voice of death, shaking the small silver world. The expressions of Yi Fan and the large black dog changed, and they quickly dodged. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. It had once extinguished the black flames in the leaf fire divine furnace, and its power was unimaginably great. Boom, boom, boom. The silver world with a radius of 300 meters was no longer stable, and it could be torn apart at any time. Yi Fan was in a dangerous situation, brushing past the silver light. This was because Pangbo was mainly staring at the Black Emperor, wanting to eliminate it first. Ah! The large black dog screamed in pain. He was struck by the silver streak, and his divine sense was instantly destroyed. He lost 1/10 of his body, and he became much dimmer. Die! Pangbo shouted. The silver streak in his eyes became even brighter, like a true dragon soaring into the sky, shooting toward the large black dog. If such a supreme divine streak really hit, the large black dog would most likely die. Yi Fan hurriedly attacked from the side, but Pang Bo was unmoved. With a turn of his eyes, he forced Yi Fan back. "I will fight you to the death." The large black dog roared angrily. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. Its power was unparalleled, and it was a supreme divine technique created by the demon god. If he was killed like this, he would definitely die. He resisted angrily, with the thought of dying together. Boom! The silver streak was like a dragon, piercing through the chest of the large black dog, enveloping him, causing his body to quickly dim, wanting to completely destroy him. Yi Fan's whole body went cold. The 9 slashes of the demon god was too terrifying, and even the powerful Black Emperor couldn't block it at all. His body and spirit were about to be destroyed. He roared loudly, and transformed into a golden sun, charging over. At the same time, he activated 2 mystic techniques from the 9 secrets. Now, with his divine sense as his body, he didn't know whether he could use the 9 secrets. Seeing that the other party had unleashed that kind of divine technique, he also gave it a try without any hesitation. The Battle Saint technique was successfully unleashed. This caused his heart to tremble, and he was greatly encouraged. The Saint technique was like a mountain, and Pang Bo staggered, almost collapsing. However, Pang Bo wasn't distracted because of this. The light in his eyes became even brighter, and he was determined to refine the Black Emperor. Ah! The Black Emperor screamed loudly, and his divine sense started to disintegrate. His body and spirit were about to be destroyed, and he would disappear from this world forever. Yi Fan was shocked and enraged. He unleashed his Battle Saint technique madly, and his divine sense surged like a volcano. Pang! Pang Bo's body was like a mountain, and the instant he was shattered, he immediately reformed. His eyes never disappeared, and endless silver light shot out, locking onto the Black Emperor. Boom! The large black dog howled loudly, and instantly collapsed. Black Emperor! Yi Fan shouted loudly. Dang! The sound of a bell rang out, and a large golden bell appeared, hanging in the middle of the silver small world. A material weapon. Pang Bo was shocked, and he quickly retreated. *CK, you had a good time beating me up, didn't you? The Black Emperor materialized. Its body was half its original size, and its glow was also very dim. It had suffered very heavy injuries, and its body and spirit had almost been destroyed. It would be difficult for its divine sense to recover without a few months' time. Could it be that you were also a great elite in the past? You sealed your weapon in your mind, so you must have also encountered an accident. Pang Bo stood nearby, his expression ice-cold. You almost turned me into dust, yet you also unsealed my treasure. I don't know whether I should thank you or kill you. The large black dog gritted its teeth. It had almost been turned into dust, and its heart was filled with fury. The large bell reverberated, releasing a series of golden ripples that hung above its head, trembling unceasingly. Do you think that only your mind has a weapon sealed in it? Pang Bo smirked coldly. Clang! An azure lotus appeared in Pang Bo's hand. It was as green as jade, and it was sparkling and translucent, exuding a terrifying fluctuation. Your original form is a lotus, the large black dog said coldly. That's right, I am the 19th generation grandson of the Demon Emperor. Pang Bo was extremely cold. The large black dog transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, and said, in a while, I will use the golden bell to tear open the divine sense space, and we will charge out together. He has the azure lotus, which cancels out the advantage of my golden divine bell. We are no match for him. The large golden bell hanging above its head was a bell, which surprised Yi Fan. He disagreed, and said, as long as you block his weapon, the azure lotus, I have a way to kill him. *CK, you're crazy. He has the demon tribe's ancient scriptures, and he has grasped the 9 slashes of the demon god. I don't know how many slashes he has cultivated, but just the form destruction slash alone is enough for us to block. Is it enough if my divine sense is 10 times stronger? Yi Fan shouted. Of course it's enough, but how is that possible? Nothing is impossible. I have the inheritance of 9 secrets. F***ck, you deserve to be struck by lightning, brat. You actually obtained this kind of secret technique, why didn't you use it earlier? The large black dog was extremely shocked, and then he began to curse. How would I know that the body of divine sense could also be used? Yi Fan activated the 9 secrets. The supreme secret technique that he obtained from the Taishian clumsy peak needed to be triggered, and he could only succeed once after several hundred tries. Now that he had learned the Battle Saint technique, his success rate was much higher. But even so, he could only succeed once after more than 100 tries. Once he succeeded, whether it was his speed or battle prowess, they would all increase by 10 times. It could be said that this was a peerless secret technique that even the land of the great sage would be envious of. Dang! After the golden bell was enlarged, it was no different from a divine bell. Even if it was called a type, the two were similar in shape. The long and deafening sound of the bell almost broke open the divine sense space. Even if you have this weapon, you will still die. Pang Bo held the azure lotus in his hand, and with a light sweep, the shaking large bell instantly quieted down. His weapon is so terrifying. Yi Fan was astonished. What did you think? He is the descendant of the Demon Emperor, and the blood of the Demon Emperor flows in his body. A weapon refined from an azure lotus is naturally incomparably powerful, the Black Emperor urged, telling him to act quickly in case something unexpected happened. Dang! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out, and the large black dog protected himself with the golden divine bell. The large bell shook, and bursts of golden ripples rushed out in all directions, trying to pierce through the silver world. What you are doing is futile. Pang Bo's expression was cold, and the azure lotus in his hand was glistening and glistening. With a powerful sweep, the space around him became calm, and all the golden ripples were extinguished. Rip! At the same time, his eyes shone with a brilliant silver light, and he used the Demon Emperor 9 slashes of annihilation again. A bone-chilling aura engulfed them. I don't believe that you can destroy my divine bell, the large black dog roared. The large golden bell hovered in the air, protecting both him and Yi Fan within it, ringing and turning continuously. Dang, 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 the silver light struck the golden divine bell, causing it to ring and tremble continuously, but it was not destroyed in the end. As expected, a weapon refined by a great elite is indestructible. If my divine sense did not fall, the Demon Emperor 9 slashes could actually destroy this bell. Pang Bo shouted coldly. What are you boasting about? There is no one in this world that can destroy my weapon. The large black dog said proudly. Pang Bo smirked coldly, and said, Do you think that you can stop me with a weapon that looks like a bell? He shouted softly, and walked forward with the azure lotus in his hand. With a powerful sweep, azure light flashed, and the divine lotus landed on the large bell. Dang! There was a violent tremor, and the large golden bell was almost sent flying. The divine lotus swayed. It looked weak, but it was indestructible, and there was nothing it could not destroy. Dang, dang, dang! After the divine lotus landed on the large bell, the force of the tremor became stronger and stronger, and the golden divine bell was about to be sent flying. Brat, can you do it? The Black Emperor was anxious. I'm done. Yi Fan activated it over 100 times, and finally activated the 9 secrets. The large black dog actively cooperated, and the large golden bell shook violently, wanting to pierce through the space and stick to the divine lotus. Boom! The power of Yi Fan's divine sense rushed out like a tsunami, and it was 10 times stronger than before. This was an unimaginable divine might. Pang Bo shouted loudly, and the divine lotus shook, but it could not break free from the large bell. Silver light shot out from his eyes, and he used the Demon Emperor 9 slashes, form destruction. However, even though this supreme divine technique was created by the Arch, and had a might that could shock heaven and earth, it could not block Yifan's attack at this moment. In front of absolute power, no matter how profound the divine technique was, it was useless. Wild power could break through the Tao and defeat the miraculous techniques of the great Tao. Yifan's divine sense had already reached the level of materialization in the first place, and after being strengthened 10 times, it was almost comparable to the divine sense of a great elite. The golden divine sense swept out like a vast ocean. Boom, boom, boom. The silver light was dispersed, and Pang Bo was sent flying, his body shattering. Ah! This is the all character of the 9 secrets. He shouted loudly in shock, and quickly materialized, resisting with all his might. Boom! Yifan used his Battle Saint technique, and in conjunction with this secret technique, he launched a double attack. At this moment, he held a greenish-gold battle spear in his hand, and a golden pagoda above his head pressed down like a god of war. Boom! He was like a god, with 10 times his battle prowess and 10 times his divine sense. This kind of attack was shocking. Pang Bo was shattered again, but he was still not destroyed. He materialized again, and the silver light in his eyes rushed out like a true dragon. This time, Yifan activated the 9 secrets to the extreme. He transformed into an ancient cauldron and crushed down from the sky. Boom! Wild power soared into the sky, and the cauldron that he had transformed into pressed down on Pang Bo. Chapter 272. In the small silver world, Yifan transformed into a cauldron and descended from the sky, shattering Pang Bo. The cauldron was misty, and the aura of the great Tao circulated within it. Dang! The Black Empress pounced over, and the divine bell hanging above her head emitted a melodious chime. Golden light descended like streaks of silk, crushing down on Pang Bo's divine sense fragments. Clang! No matter how powerful Pang Bo was, he couldn't withstand it. His divine sense clanged, and a portion of it turned into dust on the spot. Boom! The ancient cauldron was like an immortal mountain, sinking inch by inch, and the silver space was about to crack. Pang Bo's divine sense couldn't withstand it, and he couldn't escape either. He was suppressed beneath this cauldron, and his powerful divine sense was fixed in place. The 9 secrets was the most mysterious ancient technique in the Eastern Wasteland. No one knew who had created it, and each of them was incredibly powerful, representing the pinnacle of their respective domains. The all-secret of the 9 secrets was even more immeasurable. As long as it was successfully used, regardless of whether it was speed, battle prowess, or divine sense, they could all be enhanced by 3 to 10 times. This was an incredible divine technique, and its terrifying effects were daunting. Even elites who had cultivated ancient scriptures were extremely wary of it. Yifan used this secret technique to its pinnacle, amplifying it by 10 times. At this moment, his divine sense was almost comparable to that of a great elite. With his body as the cauldron, he suppressed Pang Bo until he couldn't retaliate at all. You had a good time beating me just now, didn't you? You destroyed a lot of my divine sense. Now, it's time for revenge. The large black dog gritted his teeth, and activated the golden divine bell in a frenzy. The long chime of the bell didn't stop, transforming into streaks of golden ripples. They seemed gentle, but they were even sharper and more terrifying than the heavenly saber. The golden streaks were like a tidal wave, like a tsunami, drowning Pang Bo. The large bell rang continuously, and even the silver space was trembling. Pang Bo's divine sense quickly dimmed. It was fixed in place by the cauldron, and then shaken by the large bell. Under the suppression of such power, it was continuously refined and turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, 10% of the silver divine sense had disappeared. If this continued, it would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, Yi Fan shouted, "Retreat!" The all-secret technique of the 9 secrets could not be used endlessly after being activated. Instead, it had a time limit, and it could only be used a few times before disappearing. Clang! The Black Emperor retreated like a bolt of black lightning. Yi Fan transformed into his human form and entered the bell, being protected inside. Pang Bo reassembled his true body and couldn't help but let out a long howl. His powerful divine sense was like the crashing waves of the sea, deafening and deafening. The area within a radius of 1,000 feet turned into a land of tides. The 9 esoteric secrets. You actually have the 9 esoteric secrets. Pang Bo gnashed his teeth. His face was filled with killing intent and shock. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the jade-like green lotus flew back to him. It looked soft and tender, but it was even tougher than dragon tendons. The most mysterious ancient skills in the eastern wilderness have been broken up and scattered all over the world. Some of them have been completely lost, and it's almost impossible for them to appear again. Pang Bo's eyes flashed with silver light. He held the divine lotus in his hand and gently brushed it. A green light rushed out and struck the large bell. He shouted, "Break for me!" Boom! The golden bell rumbled as if it had been struck by a mountain. Golden light surged out in all directions, continuously vibrating. A tender green lotus, yet its attack power is so powerful. The Black Emperor's expression changed. Pang Bo held the green lotus in his hand and continuously swept it over. Strands of green light were like raging waves beating against the shore, like rocks piercing through the sky. Even though they were protected by the golden bell, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were still affected and couldn't hold on for long. "Brat, hurry up!" The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Yi Fan didn't reply. He calmed his mind and focused. He could only activate the 10 times stacking divine art after more than 100 times, so it was useless to be anxious. Clang! Pang Bo held the divine lotus and swept it repeatedly at the golden divine bell. The force was getting stronger and stronger, as if it could send the divine bell flying at any time. Demon God 9 slashes, deprivation. Suddenly, Pang Bo shouted and used another slash of the Demon God 9 slashes. It was this secret technique that imprisoned Yi Fan and the Black Emperor's divine senses into this small silver world. At this moment, he used it again. A dazzling silver light appeared and surrounded the golden bell, wanting to take it away. Clang! The golden divine bell shook, and golden streams of light shot out one after another. However, they were still unable to block it. The bell was leaving inch by inch, and was about to be taken away. Whoosh! Pang Bo held the green lotus in his hand, and the two of them became one. Green splendor soared into the sky, sparkling and translucent. He was borrowing the divine power of his weapon. It was obvious that this slash of the Demon God 9 slashes was very strenuous for him. "Hurry, I can't hold on any longer." The Black Emperor anxiously sent a sound transmission. If the divine bell was taken away, he and Yi Fan would definitely be in danger. Without defense, they would not be able to block Pang Bo's attack at all. The Demon God 9 slashes could destroy both their body and soul. "All right!" Yi Fan shouted. Boom! Finally, he once again displayed the all character of the 9 secrets. Divine might rushed out, and his powerful divine will was incomparable. He stretched out a large hand. Bam! He grabbed the golden bell back and activated the Battle Saint technique, swinging the bell towards Pang Bo. Clang, like the morning bell of ancient heaven, the loud sound was like a tide, sweeping in all directions. Strand after strand of golden radiance continuously shot out, drowning out the small silver world. Pang Bo was immediately sent flying. He could not block such a violent force, and his entire body was shattered. Yifan followed up with 10 times more power. The time was short, and it was fleeting. He had to seize the opportunity. Clang! He swung the large bell and slammed it down with all his might. The sound of the bell shook the sky, and golden light shone in tens of thousands of rays. Clang! Pang Bo reformed his true body, holding the divine lotus to resist. He swept towards the large bell, but he could not move it at all. Against a divine will that was several times his, even with the demon god supreme technique, he could not withstand it. Boom! It was as if he had been hit by a great mountain. He flew backwards, and his body cracked. In an instant, it broke apart, and only a divine lotus remained in the air. Yifan returned the large bell to the Black Emperor and used the Battle Saint technique. Together with the Baal character of the 9 secrets, he was like a god of war descending into the world. His entire body was blazing as he suppressed down. Clang! The divine lotus swayed, wrapping around the shattered divine will. It struck towards the silver space, wanting to escape from this place. Hurry and stop it, or else it will escape, the Black Emperor shouted loudly. He first used the large bell to block the azure lotus. Clang! A 9-story ancient pagoda appeared above Yifan's head. It was majestic, and it immediately pressed down, pressing down on the azure lotus. Clang! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. The Black Emperor rushed over, using the large golden bell to stick to the divine lotus, locking it in place and making it difficult for it to move. Collect! Yifan shouted loudly. The 9-story ancient pagoda enlarged, sucking in all of Pang Bo's divine will. Brilliant light shone, and it began to be refined. He sat cross-legged in the air, facing the ancient pagoda without moving. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill the old demon in one go. Boom! The ancient pagoda trembled. Pang Bo fiercely attacked, wanting to escape. At this moment of life and death, he did not even hesitate to ignite his divine sense. Retreat! Yifan refined a portion of Pang Bo's divine will, and then flew back. The large black dog was very tacit, and used the large bell to protect him. Pang Bo transformed into his true body, his expression incredibly cold. By now, he had lost a total of 30% of the power of his divine will. If this continued, he would definitely die. Swoosh! With a sweep of the divine lotus in his hand, the silver small world was torn apart, and the divine will space quickly disintegrated. He did not want to be trapped here, so he decisively chose to retreat. In the forest, Pang Bo's physical body sat cross-legged, unmoving. The azure lotus wrapped around his divine will and quickly rushed downwards. Chase! Yifan shouted loudly, and his divine will rushed over like a golden river. The Black Emperor gritted his teeth, and also chased after him with the divine bell. Swish, 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 the 3 of them rushed into Pang Bo's forehead one after another, and then entered his body, their divine senses shining brightly. You guys have gone too far. Killing intent appeared on Pang Bo's face, and he turned to look at Yifan and the Black Emperor who had chased in. Old monster, it's you who has gone too far, seizing another's physical body. Yifan shouted loudly. Every physical body was like a small universe, and they were extremely mysterious. Perhaps a small space could contain the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. For example, the divine sense was boundless, and when the 3 of them stood here, it was as if they were facing a vast starry sky. Where did you seal the real Pang Bo? Yifan asked loudly. Kill him directly, and the seal will naturally be undone. The large black dog was seething with killing intent. He had suffered a great loss today, so he naturally would not be merciful. Pang Bo's expression was sinister, and he held the azure lotus in his hand without moving. However, a ripple that caused one's heart to palpitate vibrated out. The large black dog hurriedly activated his divine will, and used the large golden bell to protect his body. Yifan also hid inside. 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound. Pang Bo shouted loudly, and his divine will surged out like the tide. His divine sense body instantly dimmed, and it could be imagined just how astonishing the consumption of this slash was. Like true dragons, silver streaks shot out one after another, drowning out the small world within a circumference of 300 meters. At this moment, both Yifan and the Black Emperor felt their blood run cold. Time seemed to have stopped, and they sank into eternity. This was a supreme secret technique that specialized in attacking divine sense, and its name was Divine Wound. You can all die. Pang Bo held the azure lotus, but his voice suddenly stopped, and his body trembled. He had no strength left, and could not hold on any longer. Pang! He suddenly cracked, and the 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound, was suddenly interrupted. He slowly regained his physical form, and his expression was filled with unwillingness as he said, I cannot truly unleash this slash now. Otherwise, all of you will definitely be annihilated. Yifan's heart trembled. The ancient scripture created by the demon god emperor was indeed terrifying. Destruction, deprivation, divine wound. These secret techniques were unfathomable. No wonder the demon god could sweep through the world 10,000 years ago, and even snatch away the precious treasure of the middle state. The ancient scripture created by the demon god would definitely shock the heaven and earth. Putting aside everything else, just the 3 slashes alone was enough to frighten people. He injured himself. Let's see how he doesn't die now. The large black dog shook the large bell, and took the initiative to attack. Boom! At the same time, Yifan activated the 9 secrets for the 3rd time, and unleashed the all-secret technique. His divine sense surged like a golden ocean. He used the battle saint technique, and with a ping, shattered Pang Bo. On the other side, the Black Emperor also suppressed that divine lotus. This time, there was no more suspense. Just now, Pang Bo was forced to unleash the 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound, but it ended in failure, and he was severely injured. At this moment, he could not block Yifan's divine might at all, and was instantly crushed. Boom! Yifan transformed into a large cauldron, and sucked him in completely, beginning the final refinement. Don't turn him into ashes, or the demon god ancient scripture will also be annihilated, the Black Emperor shouted. Yifan, is that you? A divine sense transmitted from the depths of this body's consciousness. Pang Bo. Yifan's heart trembled. He knew that this was the real Pang Bo. Chapter 273. Don't be distracted, the old demon hasn't been killed yet. The Black Emperor reminded. The power of the word all of the 9 secrets caused Yifan's divine sense to be as vast as the ocean. He transformed into a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron, as if he had become one with heaven and earth, bearing the mark of the great Tao. You can't maintain this state forever. Seal him into my golden divine bell, and I guarantee that he will be sealed forever. The large black dog suggested. Yifan and the Black Emperor worked together, sealing the heavily injured old demon into the divine bell and suppressing it. Just a divine bell isn't enough. Perhaps only with the help of a weapon refined by a great being can we firmly seal him. Yifan returned to his true form, and grabbed the divine lotus in his hand. His divine sense rushed out like a golden river, repeatedly cleansing this seemingly weak weapon, completely erasing the mark of its original owner. This is a divine lotus refined by a great being, the true form of the descendant of the demon race emperor. This is a rare weapon. The Black Emperor's eyes flickered. Do you dare to use it? At that time, you will probably be hunted down by the demon race. Yifan warned it, in case the large black dog became greedy. Swoosh! Yifan held the azure lotus in his hand, and with a light sweep, he placed it on the golden bell. The divine bell shook, releasing a long trill. Only now did Yi Fan let out a long breath, and said, "All right, 2 weapons are enough to suppress him. After saving Pang Bo, we will decide how to deal with him." "Pang Bo, where are you?" "Over here." In the depths of his mind, Pang Bo's voice sounded. After searching for a while, a glowing cage appeared in front of him, completely forged from the power of divine sense. Pang Bo's origin divine sense was trapped by silver chains. "Yi Fan." Pang Bo laughed loudly, tears streaming down his face. Yi Fan also felt a sour feeling in his heart. In these past few years, Pang Bo had been imprisoned, living a life of darkness. "All of this is over, I'll save you." Yi Fan attacked, breaking the cage, and shattering the silver chains of divine sense. A few minutes later, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor rushed out of this body, and Pang Bo gained control of the body. There were ancient trees here, but they weren't very densely packed. There were a few pavilions, flowing water, and old vines hanging down. It was very natural and lively. These few years have been really dark and gloomy. Most of the time, I cultivated passively, and the only fun is to curse that old demon. Pang Bo was an optimistic person and rarely felt sad, so he quickly adjusted. Yi Fan found out from his conversation that the old monster was originally born together with Pang Bo, so it was difficult for him to do anything to him. However, after coming here and discovering Immortal Palace, everything changed. In particular, with the help of the Green Flood Dragon King and the Peacock King, the old demon's lifespan, which was about to be exhausted, was given a chance to be reborn. Half a year ago, the old monster had taken control of this body, and his spiritual sense and mind power had grown stronger and stronger. "We came from the other side of the starry sky." This secret was known by the old demon. Yi Fan was shocked and said, "What? God, I survived." Pang Emperor panted. The old monster attached great importance to the other side of the starry sky, and was especially interested in everything related to ancient China. For Pang Bo, the past few years had been a kind of torture, but also a kind of training. At first, he was born with the old demon and was suppressed by a supreme being. His cultivation speed was astonishing. Later on, the old demon took control of the body, and his cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying. After all, he was a supreme being of the demon race. After obtaining a powerful body, he once again stepped on the path of cultivation and advanced by leaps and bounds. Damn it, I don't even know if I'm a human or a demon now. That old thing tormented my body until it's unrecognizable. Ding-ling-ling. The big black dog ran over with its bald tail raised. It was as strong as a bull, and there was a small golden bell hanging from its neck. Yi Fan stared at the bell and wanted to laugh. He rubbed his chin and pondered. This big dog seemed to have a great background. "This dog is really big," Pang Bo exclaimed. Seeing the two of them staring at it, the big black dog bared its teeth and said, "What are you looking at? Are you jealous that this emperor is so valiant and strong? This big dog is many times bigger than the Tibetan Mastiff you raised before. *CK, I'm not raised by him. I was planning to take him as a human pet." The big black dog's face darkened. Black lines appeared on Yi Fan's forehead, and he said, "Go away. Brat, you're burning the bridge after crossing it." The big black dog was very displeased. The battle with the old demon had caused him to suffer a great loss. It would be difficult for him to recover without a few months of rest. "This isn't a good place to talk. Let's hurry and leave." Yi Fan stood up. "I can't go with you." Pang Bo shook his head. "Are you worried?" Yi Fan asked. "If I leave, the demon race will hunt you down all over the world. At that time, you'll be in a very bad situation," Pang Bo explained. Now, his life was not in danger, and he could leave on his own in the future. However, it was not suitable for him to leave now. I know everything about the old demon. They won't find any flaws. In the future, I will be a member of the demon race. Pang Bo insisted on staying. Yi Fan sent the big black dog away, and began a secret conversation with him. After a long time, the loud laughter of the two of them rang out from the forest. This is good too. One of us is in the human race, and the other is in the demon race. In the future, we can support each other. In a few months, I'll be able to walk around openly and help you get rid of 1 or 2 holy sons. Sooner or later, we'll find our way back. Nearby, the big black dog pursed his lips and said, F***ck, these 2 brats are not good people. In the future, they'll definitely be a pair of scourges. It was indeed not suitable for Pang Bo to leave. Otherwise, this place would definitely be in chaos. However, from now on, he was already a free man. With the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture in his hands, he could do whatever he wanted in the future. Are you 2 done with your calculations? If you still don't leave, you might alert others, the big black dog urged impatiently. Leave that green lotus behind. Yi Fan asked for this sect weapon, and handed it to Pang Bo. With a flash of green light, it entered his body. The big black dog was reluctant to leave, and said, a rare treasure. My heart aches. Yi Fan said, let's work together to dissolve the old demon, or we'll be in big trouble in the future. There's no need to turn into ashes, as long as we can suppress it. The big black dog stopped him. In the end, the 3 of them worked together to suppress the old demon in the golden divine bell. Actually, the old demon couldn't cause any trouble even without being sealed. The divine wound of the demon emperor 9 slashes had hit him, and he was severely injured. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor left the immortal palace, and successfully passed through the meteorite forest, erasing all traces and auras. The big black dog's origin was mysterious, and he could even break the Tao pattern set up by great experts, so he naturally wouldn't leave any flaws when he left. The star stones, divine blood soil, and the rest were almost all wasted, and that half of Fang Yuan's energy was also almost used up. This was a kind of extravagant squandering. In the dead of night, not a sound could be heard. At the peak of the mountain, the ancient pine trees were tall and beautiful, and spring water flowed in the forest. Yi Fan silently returned to his room. This night, he slept deeply. After resolving a big worry in his heart, his whole body was relaxed. In the morning, the fire bead rose, and the morning glow shone in through the window. After washing up, Yi Fan was full of energy, and he started to think about leaving. The big black dog walked in listlessly, his face tired, and he kept cursing. After struggling for a whole night, he didn't get the Demon Emperor ancient scripture. After eating breakfast, Yi Fan went to find Tu Fei, and discussed with him about leaving this place in a few days to go to the Jade Pool meeting. Little Yi, why are you in such a hurry? Tu Fei was too happy to leave, and he walked very close to a female demon. He didn't want to leave. Do you want to miss the Jade Pool meeting? The saints and saintesses of the great sage's land will all go, and the little golden winged Peng King and other demons will also show up. You can't miss it. Why are you in such a hurry? I will go with Princess Yen. We still have time. Because of some reasons, the Jade Pool postponed the meeting. Tu Fei didn't want to leave. Yi Fan was a little uncomfortable. The old monster that he had subdued last night was definitely from Yen Ryu's tribe. However, he didn't have a choice. To save Pang Bo, he had to do that. Black King, don't burn that old monster into ashes. When I'm strong enough, I will decide how to deal with him. Yi Fan sent him a message discreetly. Damn it, this emperor wants this damned old demoness to become one with this emperor's divine bell. The Black Emperor cursed. Little Yi, let's go to the monster city together. Asked Tu Fei. You're going to have a date with a monster. I'm just an eyesore. Yifan smiled, shaking his head. Seems like you've made up your mind. How about this? After 2 days, we will leave together. I want to find Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and Jiang Huiren. Alright, I'll wait for you for 2 more days. Yifan didn't want to leave abruptly to avoid the monster clan's suspicion. Before he left, he listened to Black King's suggestion. He decided to go to the monster city to collect some materials to carve his drawings. Perhaps they would be useful in the future. Monster City had many historical relics. It had been built for 800 years. Although it wasn't a big city, it had many old shops. Yifan had collected many precious materials. However, they weren't cheap. 2 Fae and a female monster walked in front of him. They acted intimately and didn't avoid Shiryen. Hey, you two, take it easy. Don't treat us like air, said Black King. That female monster chuckled. You're such a hot-tempered dog. You can talk now. Why haven't you transformed yet? Yifan sensed that some demons were looking at him strangely. He felt that he really had to leave. Not long afterward, Qin Yao appeared. Her body was soft like a willow swaying in the wind. Why did you come to the monster city again? So many eyes are watching you. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at Yifan. Her eyes twinkled, which made her look charming. Qin Yao Jie. A young female monster smiled sweetly. She had a charming appearance and was wearing a golden feathered dress. She walked towards them nimbly. Don't walk with big sister Qin Yao. When Yifan heard this warning, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This girl was secretly sending him a message. However, when she faced Qin Yao, she smiled sweetly. She didn't show any hostility. Yifan smiled and sent her a message discreetly. Why? Have you ever heard of a toad lusting after a swan's meat? The young girl replied disdainfully, her head held high. Yifan was bewildered. He didn't know how he had provoked this young girl. Little girl, you're meddling too much. The young girl said coldly, if you really want Qin Yao Jie, then stay away from her. Don't get too close to her. You are born with a useless body. You can only go in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. You will never become a true expert. You are not worthy of Qin Yao. Yifan was speechless. He rubbed his chin and said, why are you doing this? Brother Goldfeather, Brother Bitter Bamboo, and Brother White Phoenix are all geniuses at the 5th firmament of the Dao Palace. Only they are worthy of big sister Qin Yao. It might have been fine if you were in the southern region, but now that you're in the northern region, do you still think you're a toad trying to eat swan meat? Stop dreaming. So you are standing up for those 3 toads. But little girl, you are meddling too much. Yifan said in a low voice. They didn't say anything. They were all secretly sending messages, so no one else knew. You will be stuck in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm for the rest of your life. Even if you are invincible among your level, to geniuses of the 4 extreme secret realm and above, your useless body is useless. So, don't bother Qin Yao. For her sake, leave quickly. Don't drag her down. Chapter 274. This beautiful girl in golden feather garments was arrogant. She disdained Yifan a lot. It made Yifan speechless. It was just an undeserved calamity. He didn't provoke the other. Just because he walked with Qin Yao, he was treated with enmity. You're trash. You don't deserve Qin Yao Jie. You should leave now. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. This girl was called Jin Yen. Her golden feather garments were dazzling, accentuating the curves of her soft body. She looked mesmerizing, but her words were ruthless. Yifan shook his head indifferently. Little girl, I don't want to lower myself to your level. You're not comparable to the geniuses like Jin Yu Ge, Ku Zhu Ge, and Bai Feng Ge. Don't ask for trouble here, said the girl in golden clothes coldly. Little girl, you're so strange. You don't know right from wrong. I don't want to talk to you. Yi Fan started to ignore her. The few of them walked along the streets of the demon city and stopped from time to time. Many of the old shops that sold precious materials were places where they stopped. Jin Yan, the girl in golden feather garments, sent messages to mock Yi Fan. If you really want Qinyao Jiejie, you should disappear quickly. Don't ever come back. You will never understand the world of geniuses. You and I are from two different worlds. Yi Fan was treated with such hostility and was always ridiculed, so he was a little angry. He couldn't help but say, little girl, what did you eat today? A dragon or 10 elephants? Are you a little too full? Do you have nothing better to do? You. Monster girl Jin Yan glared at him maliciously. Eventually, she quieted down. However, her enmity was thicker now. This old shop has a grand aura. It looks ancient. I think it's been here for a long time, said Tu Fei. By the roadside, there was an ancient shop called Soaring Phoenix Pavilion. It wasn't small, but it was imposing. Many people came and went. The female monster walking with Tu Fei smiled and said, this is the Soaring Phoenix Pavilion. Ancestor Soaring Phoenix built it 800 years ago. It's really famous in Monster City. Jin Yan nodded and raised her chin proudly. Ancestor Fengxiang is an old subordinate of Green Serpent King, one of the first seniors to enter this small world. Demon City was built by them. Tu Fei was speechless. A warrior from 800 years ago. If he's still alive, his competence should be tremendous, right? The vixen beside him nodded and said, of course. Although he can't compare to the Almighty, he's still unfathomable. Qinyao nodded and said, there are only a few seniors left who follow the Azure Flood Dragon King. They are all nearing the end of their lifespans. Yi Fan immediately thought of the few old demons he saw outside the Green Serpent King's treasury. All of them were at the end of their lives, and their flames of life were about to extinguish. Patriarch Fengxiang should be one of them. Let's go in and see. Perhaps Brother Bai Feng is inside. The golden-clothed girl smiled, holding Qin Yao's hand and walking in the front. The Soaring Phoenix Pavilion had an ancient charm. All kinds of spiritual medicines were sealed in translucent jade boxes. The fragrance of medicine permeated the air. Some monster cultivators surrounded the pavilion. The monster race paid great attention to the cultivation of the physique. Thus, many spiritual medicines were related to bone forging and marrow cleansing. They were all made from rare treasures and were very expensive. On the other side were all kinds of weapons. They were all special weapons of the monster race. For example, there were demon fans made from the wings of big monsters, and precious clothes made from the scales of the legendary warriors when they transformed. Inside the Soaring Phoenix Pavilion, there was a white-clothed man with an ethereal aura. His black skin was like a waterfall, and his eyes were clear. He seemed to be the owner of the pavilion. The monster girl Jin Yan, wearing a golden feather dress, called out sweetly, Brother Bai Feng, you are really here. The white-clothed man stood up to welcome her. I just came back from the outside world today. I came to Monster City to see. Big sister Qin Yao is here to see you. Jin Yan pulled Qin Yao's arm and walked over. Qin Yao's figure was graceful like a willow in the wind. Her long dress dragged on the ground, revealing her curves. Her eyes sparkled. She tapped Jin Yan's forehead with her jade-like hand and said, Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Jin Yan smiled sweetly and didn't say anything else. However, she secretly transmitted her voice to Yi Fan, saying, See. This is Brother Bai Feng, a genius at the fifth heaven of the Dao Palace. He can enter the 4 levels mystery realm at any time. Don't you feel ashamed? Yi Fan was a little speechless. This girl named Jean Yen was really against him. Even ignoring her was useless. Yi Fan ignored her. He turned to the large black dog and said, "Black Emperor, see if there are any good materials we can collect." He and the Black Emperor walked to the side and began to choose. After all, this was an 800-year-old shop, so there were indeed many precious materials. After walking around, Yi Fan came to the place where rare stones were displayed. The Phoenix Soaring Pavilion also sold origin stones, similar to a stone gambling den. On the old red sandalwood shelves, there were stones of various sizes. There were only about 30 of them, ranging from the size of walnuts to the size of water basins. There were no stones that were too heavy. Yi Fan's heart suddenly moved. He felt that these stones were not simple. They actually had the aura of absolute beginning. At this moment, Tu Fei, Qin Yao, and the others were looking at a 5-colored feather fan. The colors were very beautiful, and there was a 5-colored divine light flowing around it. This treasured fan is the demonic feather that the Phoenix Soaring Ancestor shed. He then personally refined it into a phoenix feather fan. It is an extremely precious weapon, Bai Feng introduced. I've heard of this treasure long ago. It is said that it can fan a mountain into dust, Jean Yen said in surprise. I've also heard of the phoenix feather fan. It is a rare treasure. It is one of the weapons that the Phoenix Soaring Ancestor used in the past. The demon beside Tu Fei couldn't bear to part with it. She said, "How much is this treasured fan worth?" Bai Feng smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's not for sale. We keep it for our shop. Brother Bai Feng wants to give it to Qinyao Jiejia." "Don't count on it," teased Jean Yen. "Oh, so..." The young female demon looked regretful. "Little girl, you need a beating. Why do you always talk nonsense?" Qinyao rolled her eyes at her. "Brother Bai Feng, you have to hurry. A toad from the southern region wants Qinyao Jiejia." Jean Yan glanced at Yi Fan, who wasn't far from them. "Don't babble nonsense." Qinyao glanced at her. "He is." Bai Feng frowned. "His name is Yi Fan. He has become famous recently," said Jean Yan. Yi Fan had the source root of myriad energy. In this small world, many members of the monster clan knew about it. Hearing that, Bai Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. Then, she smiled and walked forward. "Little brother Yi, are you interested in these stones?" Bai Feng came to him and asked. "Indeed, I want to choose a few." Yi Fan nodded. "These stones are all valuable. They were obtained by Patriarch Feng Xiang many years ago. After so many years, there aren't many left," Bai Feng explained with a smile. Yi Fan understood that Patriarch Feng Xiang was a subordinate of the Blue Dragon King. He must have plundered the mines of the Holy Land before, so he must have obtained these stones. He chose a few, but he didn't plan to cut them open here. Looks like little brother Yi is quite knowledgeable about this. The source stones you choose should be able to produce source stones. Bai Feng nodded. Suddenly, the large black dog became very excited. He transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, saying, "There's something strange about that broken pot over there. Ask him where he got it from." Hearing this, Yi Fan turned and looked to the side. There were some damaged weapons there. Among them was a copper pot. It was missing a spout, and it was dim and lustreless. He walked over, holding it in his hand and carefully examining it. The copper pot was very heavy, but there was nothing special about it. There was only a mark carved on the lid of the pot. The mark was a little strange, and it looked like the face of a ghost. "This copper pot is damaged, but it hasn't been abandoned. What's its origin?" Yi Fan asked. "Little brother Yi, did you discover something?" Bai Feng asked. I'm just asking casually. Could it really be that it has an origin? Bai Feng took the pot and said, some friends and I brought this back from outside. If I'm not wrong, it should be an artifact from the primordial age. What? That's impossible, right? Beside them, Tu Fei, Qin Yao, and the others were all shocked. Bai Feng shook her head and said, this isn't an important artifact. The only thing that's valuable about it is the mysterious Tao pattern carved on it, and that's why it hasn't deteriorated yet. Could it be that you guys discovered a great treasure? Jean Yan's eyes lit up. It's just a small historical site, but we did discover something special. The Black Emperor instantly couldn't sit still, and he seemed very excited. He anxiously transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, saying, hurry up and get some information from him. We have to find out where he discovered it. Could it be that this broken pot has an origin? Yi Fan was surprised, and he transmitted his voice to the large black dog. This broken pot isn't that valuable. The important thing is that the place where it was buried is extremely important. The large black dog was so excited that he was almost trembling. Tell me more details so that I can make a better judgment and get some information from him, Yi Fan transmitted his voice. Do you still remember the Broken Cloud Mountain Range? I once passed by there, and I said that it was the place of a fierce person. The large black dog gritted his teeth and said, from the looks of it now, that place might not be the only one. There might be an even more important place. The true holy artifact might be buried somewhere else. What kind of fierce person is he? Does he have a powerful background? Yi Fan asked. Of course. If news of this gets out, the entire North region will go crazy, the large black dog said solemnly. We have to find out where they obtained this broken pot. Yi Fan held the broken pot in his hand, and pondered for a moment before saying, the devilish face insignia on it is slightly familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Oh, really? Bai Feng was shocked. The female demonic beast, Jin Yan, scoffed. You're pretending to be profound. How long have you been in the North region? What kind of history could you possibly know? Yi Fan was indeed bluffing. Everything he did was to obtain more information. Don't be rude. Bai Feng reprimanded. Then, she turned to smile at Yi Fan, and said, there will be a gathering of the elites of the demonic beast tribe at night. How about little brother Yi come and drink a few cups with us? That's not very appropriate. I don't know any of them, Yi Fan said in a tactful manner. That's nothing. You can come with brother Tu Fei. You're both honored guests, Bai Feng said with a smile. Big brother Bai Feng, why are you inviting him? The female demonic beast, Jin Yan, was extremely displeased. Then, she smiled charmingly at Yi Fan, and said, you can go and have a look. Perhaps these people will be the ones to control the demonic beast tribe of the North region in the future. Since that's the case, I'll thank you in advance. I'll definitely go and trouble them when the time comes. Yi Fan nodded with a smile. That night, many young elites of the demonic beast tribe gathered in a dazzling palace. Even Yan Ryu and Qing Yi had arrived. A group of beautiful demonic beasts danced gracefully in the palace. Their veils were translucent, and their bodies were graceful. Many jade tables were set up in the palace, and some young elites of the demonic beast tribe with lofty statuses were enjoying delicacies. The fragrance of fine wine wafted through the air, and the sound of melodious music filled the air. Many young elites were gathered here, and it was very lively. Everyone toasted and toasted. Chapter 275. Inside the palace, the lights were bright. Fairies danced and their white robes fluttered in the wind. It was as if they were in the moon palace. Everyone drank and chatted merrily. Young experts of the monster clan sat behind the white jade tables. They were toasting each other. Yifan and Tu Fei also clinked their glasses. They enjoyed this atmosphere a lot. The Jade Lake Grand Meeting is about to begin. I wonder who's going, someone asked. Her Highness and Qingyi are both going. There should be 6 or 7 people in total. There are many powerful demons in the northern region. It's not just limited to our small world. There will definitely be a lot of people. Even the Little Pink King and the others from the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory are coming. You can imagine how lively the Jade Lake Grand Meeting will be. Speaking of which, the Little Pink King is obviously going for the 2 divine bodies and the Yaoguang Saint. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering battle it will be. After everyone talked about this, they could not help but look at Yifan. The sacred body of the ancients was shocking to be able to defeat the Little Pink King, who was at the same level. The Little Pink King can probably suppress the divine bodies. He might not be on par with the great emperor when he was young, but he's close. Is the sacred body really that terrifying? Many people had strange expressions. According to ancient records, only geniuses who have the potential to become great emperor can suppress the sacred body of the ancients at the same level. The demon girl Jin Yen scoffed. Unfortunately, the sacred body of the ancients can only go beyond the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. No one talked about this in depth. Most people understood that no matter how strong one's physique was, one could only be regarded as useless if they were trapped in a secret realm and could never move forward. Jin Yan continued, actually, the Little Pink King's most powerful talent can only be used after entering the 4-level secret realm. His last defeat was too unjust. That's true. The rock race becomes more terrifying as they get to the later stages. Once the dragon-slaying skill is used, the world will be invincible. Isn't there such a legend in the past? There is indeed such a legend. The supreme rock-slaying skill is said to be able to kill a real dragon. Once this skill is used, all other spells will pale in comparison. If they were to fight in the 4-level secret realm, the Little Pink King should be able to fight against the sacred body of the ancients. Yifan and Tu Fei clinked glasses. He did not feel much about such comments. He would not be able to get rid of the title of a useless body if he did not enter the 4 secret realms. Damn it, these birdmen. Tu Fei cursed in a low voice. I really want to see what kind of competence you have in the 4 extreme secret domains. Can you provide me with 5 million kilograms of source energy? Yifan picked up some food and was not affected by it as he enjoyed the delicacy. With so many origin stones, we can only rob the Holy Lands or enter the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Tu Fei shook his head. I really hope that you can enter the 4 extreme secret domains to subdue those saint sons and saintesses. The Holy Maiden will stay and build a huge harem, Yifan said with a smile. I can't believe you can still smile. Tu Fei shook his wine pot and said, anyway, it's lucky that you can't cultivate. Otherwise, you would have been killed by some holy lands. Is there any difference now? The Ji clan is chasing me all over the world. What are your plans for the future? Yifan smiled and said, I have some confidence in my original technique. After a while, I plan to go to the holy city to gamble on stones. I will visit the gambling houses of the great sage's land. The big black dog was drunk. He squinted at him and stuck out his tongue. I know you are a disaster. When the time comes, you will win a saintess for me to be my pet. Go away. Woof. The dog's bark scared people. Then, the big black dog fell on the ground, drunk. In the small world, the young experts of the monster clan talked about everything. At this moment, Bai Feng stood up and said, Jin Yu, Ku Zhu, and I went out and found a vestige. We dug out some ancient artifacts, but we don't know their origins. I want to ask for your advice. He clapped his hands, and some small monsters carried in a big iron box. It was so heavy that the jade slabs on the ground cracked. After the big iron box was opened, a rotten smell wafted out. There were dozens of bronze artifacts, all of which were damaged. There were broken copper bells, broken gourds, rusty cauldrons. There was a large pile of artifacts, all of which were damaged. None of them were intact. They could not be used at all. Everyone gathered around, holding them in their hands and looking at them. They discussed spiritedly. Could it be the treasure vault of some small ancient sect? Unfortunately, it's all damaged. Something is wrong. These artifacts are very heavy, and the remnant Dao patterns are complicated and hard to understand. They probably have some origins. Could it be an artifact left behind by some ancient sect? Yan Ryu and Qing Yi also came forward. They were both looking at these artifacts, but they could not come to any conclusion. Yi Fan woke the Black Emperor up and also came forward to look at them. The big black dog instantly became excited. At this moment, Yi Fan also discovered that there were 2 or 3 artifacts that had the mark of a ghost face. It was the same mark that had been on the copper pot during the day. Although the people present also noticed the ghost face mark, they had never seen or heard of it, so they could not guess anything. Where were these artifacts dug out from? Qing Yi asked. They were discovered in the Chu province, Bai Feng replied. As expected. The big black dog took a deep breath. His nose shone slightly, and then he silently retreated. Yi Fan was slightly speechless. A dog's nose was the most sensitive, and this guy had become a spirit. This damn dog knew that they were dug out in the Chu province, so he would definitely be able to find them in the future. Bai Feng asked Yi Fan, but he could not give her any results. In the end, no one knew the origins of these artifacts, so they could not obtain any valuable information. The big iron box was carried away. In the palace, there were richly ornamented beams and painted rafters, and it was a dazzling sight. Many young demonic race cultivators had gathered, and they were all toasting each other. It was a very lively scene. A group of beautiful young maidens danced in the middle of the palace. They were all bewitching and enchanting, and every frown and smile was enough to steal one's soul. Every young bewitching spirit had a devilish figure. Their slender jade-like bodies were faintly discernible under their silk dresses. Their necks were as white as a swan's, and their beautiful black hair formed a strong contrast between black and white. Their jade-like faces were so supple that they could be blown apart by the wind, and they were extremely charming. Tu Fei raised his head and drank a cup of fine wine, saying, "What's the use of cultivation? In the end, it's just a pile of dirt. I've never seen anyone become a celestial, so it's better to fall into the seductive mortal world. If you don't cultivate, do you have the right to sit here?" Yi Fan poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. His goal of cultivation was to survive, and then he would cross the void and return to the other side of the galaxy. Now, it seemed like the road ahead was very long. The big black dog squinted his eyes, and with an aloof expression, he said, "You all don't understand the true meaning of cultivation." "We don't understand, but do you?" Tu Fei glanced at him. Ever since he had been bitten by the Black Emperor, he did not have a good impression of the big black dog. From the ancient times until now, millions of people have cultivated, but only 3 to 5 have achieved the Tao. For me, this is a path full of hope, and I'm on it. Tu Fei sneered, "So what if you've achieved the Tao? You can become an ancient sage and live thousands of years longer than others. In the end, you'll still become the dust of history. The owner of this small world is the best example." What kind of Tao did he achieve? The big black dog swallowed a roasted leg of lamb, speaking vaguely. "You have a high vision. Are you talking about the ancient emperors?" Yi Fan asked. "Of course, I'm talking about them," the big black dog said proudly. "From the ancient times until now, how many people like them are there?" Tu Fei poured himself a cup of wine, drank it up, and then said, "The Void Emperor, the Eternal Universe Emperor, and the Queen Mother of the West have achieved the Tao, and their lifespans are much longer than ordinary people. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The big black dog wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't refute. He began to ponder. Behind a white jade table, a young man sat cross-legged. He had a fair complexion and was clad in golden Taoist robes, exuding a dazzling radiance. He also sighed, "The ancient emperors are truly hard to look up to." Even the various saint lords could only helplessly hang their heads, feeling that they are as insignificant as ants. Qin Yao sat not far away. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "Brother Jinyu, have you forgotten? Our Princess Yen is a descendant of the demon monarch. She must have some understanding of the ancient emperors." Jinyu, who was wearing a golden Taoist robe, smiled warmly, and raised his cup to Qin Yao. At this moment, the surrounding people were also attracted by this topic, and they began to discuss it. Bai Feng, who was wearing a snow-white robe, asked Yen Ruyu, who was sitting in the center of the hall, "Your Highness, can you tell us about the past of the ancient emperors? What realm did he reach?" Yen Ruyu lived up to her name. She was like a warm jade with intelligence. Her charm was unparalleled, and she was perfect and flawless. Her pearly white teeth sparkled, and her red lips moved slightly as she said, "After our ancestor became the ancient emperors, no one could look up to his cultivation level. We couldn't even speculate about it. Even those closest to him didn't know exactly how powerful he was. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the people around them couldn't estimate his cultivation level, let alone others. The ancient emperors were like an unsurpassable monument. The demon monarch was the last ancient emperors of the Eastern Barren Territory. Even in the recent past, they couldn't understand him, let alone those few ancient emperors from the desolate antiquity era." The young man named Jinyu, who was wearing a golden Taoist robe, asked, "How powerful was the ancient emperors when they were young?" "It was too long ago. Our ancestor has already passed away for tens of thousands of years, and many things are already unclear." Yen Ruyu's hair was black and shiny, and her skin was white and soft. She thought for a while and said, "He was a genius. After he was born, he was unrivaled among his peers. After a few years, he created some supreme divine arts." Off in the distance was a young man in a green robe whose name was Embittered Bamboo. "I heard that the Grand Emperor is a genius," he said. "After reading the ancient texts, you were able to come up with some magical techniques that you theorized about. Is that true?" Yen Ruyu smiled and nodded. "Yes, the first half of the Demon Monarch ancient scripture was created by the ancient emperor this way. Unfortunately, time is merciless. Everything has become the water of the East, and the waves wash away all heroes." A demon sighed drunkenly. "No matter what, the Green Lotus Emperor is one of the most powerful people in history. Only a handful of people can stand shoulder to shoulder with him," another demon said. There were too many topics about the ancient emperor. Everyone was looking forward to it, and they were all discussing it. Ku Zhu continued to ask, "Many ancient books have mentioned that the ancient emperor wanted to build the monster clan's ancient heaven 10,000 years ago. I wonder if it's true." Jinyu nodded. "Yeah, there are many rumors. The records of the human clan and our monster clan all mentioned this. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it." Yen Ruyu shook her head. The Black Emperor mumbled, "Holy *T, this monster emperor is really intimidating. The monster clan's ancient heaven." Although Yi Fan had heard about it, he was still astounded when he heard the others talk about it. The party lasted until late at night before dispersing. Many people were already drunk. Even the demon girl named Jean Yen was a drunken mess, dancing drunkenly there. There were a few drunken demonic beasts who were swaying and discussing how to eat the black dog's meat. The drunken black dog cursed, and finally disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Bai Feng, Jinyu, and Ku Zhu came to support Qin Yao. However, she smiled and pushed them away. Tu Fei and the female monster supported each other. They walked to Yan Ruyu and Qin Yi, saying, "You too. Goodbye. We will leave tomorrow." In fact, the original plan was to leave the day after tomorrow. However, Tu Fei thought that it would be dangerous for Yi Fan to stay here, so he said goodbye. Yi Fan also clasped his hands and said, "I'm sorry for troubling you this time." In the end, the group of people only dispersed very late at night. In the dim light of the night, the clear spring water flowed in the pine forest, which added some liveliness to the tranquil mountain peak. Tu Fei didn't come back. He went with the female monster. No one knew where the black dog had gone. The palace on the mountain peak was very quiet. You came and left suddenly. Did you do something evil? At this moment, Qin Yao's graceful body swayed as she walked into the palace. She was a little drunk. Her body was hot like a snake beauty. She was tall and slender, with a round butt and a small waist. Her jade-like arms were half naked. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were like water. How could you think that way? It's not true. I left because some members of the monster clan wanted my mysterious yellow original root. Yi Fan was just like her. He was also a little drunk. Don't try to hide it. There's something wrong. Qin Yao was like a willow in the wind. Her soft body swayed gracefully. She was a little drunk as she giggled. Princess guessed that you came here for Pang Bo. If you want to leave now, I'm afraid you've done something bad. She's heading to the immortal hole. She asked me to watch you. Kid, you can't run away. Yi Fan was startled. He sobered up a little. Yan Ruyu was really sharp. If Pang Bo hadn't stayed in the immortal hall, he would have been in danger this time. Soon, he relaxed again. He believed that Pang Bo wouldn't give himself away. No matter how smart Yan Ruyu was, she wouldn't be able to detect anything. Beauty, did you come to watch me? It's very dangerous for a man and a woman to be together in the middle of the night. Yi Fan teased her drunkenly. Qin Yao smiled charmingly and said, "You're a prisoner now. Don't try to escape. If you really went to the immortal hall, you might lose your life." Yi Fan's heart trembled. Fortunately, he didn't leave any loopholes. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to get away. Beauty Qin, is this how you watch over a prisoner? You're tempting me to commit a crime. Yi Fan said indifferently after he relaxed. What do you know, kid? You might be a sacred body of the ancients at the second heaven of the Dao Palace, but you can't escape from my palm. You can't run away. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him. You won't really kill me if I run away, will you? Of course I will. We're old lovers. I can't believe you're so cruel. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile and said, I don't believe you. Qin Yao's curves rose and fell. Her gauze skirt outlined her devilish figure in all the right places. She was exquisite and extremely seductive. Her smile was very seductive. She pinched Yi Fan's cheek and said, if you really dare to run away, I'll really dare to make a move. You can try if you don't believe me. Beauty Qin, you're teasing me. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Fan slapped her hand away and lifted her jade-like chin. Qin Yao's breath smelled like orchids. She licked her rosy lips and moved closer. You can't. Her warm breath brushed against Yi Fan's ear, making his cheeks warm up. He smiled drunkenly and said, if I can't, then who can? Qin Yao laughed tenderly. She placed one hand on his shoulder, and her delicate body leaned close to him. Her other hand lightly stroked his chest as she teased, little wimp, you're too young. After saying this, she pinched Yi Fan's cheek and said with a smile, your skin is very smooth and soft. You're worthy of being a little brat. Yifan did not hold back and pinched her tender cheek as well. He said, a beauty who plays with fire. I'm a normal man. Qin Yao exhaled a fragrant breath. She was drunk and said with a sweet smile, if I say you're young, then you're young. Don't interrupt me and don't try to run away. If something happens to the immortal palace, will you really kill me? Yifan felt a bit uncomfortable. It seems like you really entered the immortal palace. Qin Yao's eyes were very bright as she stared at him. Her hand that was placed on his chest surged with divine power. Please, I'm just a little cultivator from the Dao Palace's secret realm. How could I enter that kind of place? I'm sure you guys laid down powerful restrictions. That's good. Be a little more obedient. Qin Yao once again revealed a bewitching smile. Her eyelashes were very long, and her eyes were very misty. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her skin was snow-white and exquisite. Beauty, can you not get so close? I'm afraid I might accidentally eat you. If that happens, it will be troublesome if you come after me with your life on the line. Yifan lifted her chin and teased. You think you can eat me? Qin Yao laughed like a flower. Her curvaceous body swayed within her dress. It was extremely alluring. Yifan said with a smile, since that's the case, I don't have any misgivings. I'll just go on a killing spree. Little brat, you still want to tease me. Qin Yao struggled free. Then, she reached out to caress his cheek and said, it's more like I'm teasing you. At this point, she boldly planted a kiss on Yifan's face. Then, she retreated with a smile. She shook her slender fingers and said, don't even think about escaping. Wait for the princess to return, or else I will really kill you. I won't escape. Yifan came from the other side of the universe, so it was impossible for him to be conservative. Naturally, he would not remain indifferent after being teased by Qin Yao. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Qin Yao's slender and round waist. Then, he pulled her closer and planted his lips on her alluring face. Qin Yao giggled, her half-naked jade-like arm brushing past his ear and then his neck. She said, I'm the one teasing you, not the other way around. Yifan stopped being polite when he heard that. He lowered his head and sealed her bright red lips. Qin Yao's slender and soft body struggled like a water snake. However, Yifan's arms were as hard as steel. Given how strong the sacred body of the ancients was, it was impossible for her to break free. Qin Yao stopped struggling and responded passionately. Her hair was in a mess, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. She was pink like jade and her hair was in a mess. The two fell onto the red sandalwood bed. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as they breathed heavily. Get up, little brat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Yao began to struggle again and threatened him. Come on, pretty lady. If you kick me off the bed now, isn't that equivalent to killing me? My blood will burn until it dries up. Get up. Qin Yao's slender body twisted like a snake as she tried to push Yifan away. If I really leave like this, you'll definitely say I'm worse than a beast. Yifan wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling her smooth skin. Get up. I'm not getting up. Get up. I'm not getting up. In the battle of words and bodies, the two's clothes were slowly reduced. Piece by piece, they fluttered in the air and fell to the ground. Panting sounds could be heard. Yifan helplessly realized that Qin Yao was on top of him and had pinned him down. I say, pretty lady Qin, you seem to be flipping. He gently turned around and took the initiative, pressing Qin Yao under him. Chapter 276. There were no stars or moon outside the window, only the gurgling of a clear spring and the occasional chirping of birds. Inside the room, candlelight flickered as a different kind of battle was taking place. Let go. Why did you bite me? Yi Fan shouted. A row of teeth marks appeared on his arm, almost causing him to fall off the bed from the pain. Qin Yao's hair was disheveled. Her sparkling teeth shone brightly as she said, "I was biting you." At this moment, the candlelight flickered as the two exchanged blows on the red sandalwood bed. Grappling techniques and reverse grappling techniques were used repeatedly. Their palms and fingers collided, creating loud banging sounds. However, their states were too enchanting. The two were completely naked, their postures bewitching. Their bodies were glowing as they fought at close range. There were many deep teeth marks on Yi Fan's arm, forming a row. He retreated slightly to put some distance between himself and Qin Yao. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes were misty. Her body was sparkling as if it was carved out of warm jade. Her snow-white, curvaceous body flickered with an alluring luster, resembling a snake bell. At this moment, her hair danced in the wind as she attacked unceasingly. Yi Fan was forced to face her attacks head-on. This was not a life-and-death battle, but they couldn't afford to be distracted. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could lead to the other side taking them down. This was a half-real, half-fake battle. It could turn into a real battle, or it could end here. However, this scene was a bit too erotic. After all, they were on the bed and the two were facing each other. This was especially true for Qin Yao. Her soft and fragrant body caused one's heart to sway. Her devilish figure was sparkling and dazzling. Qin Yao's smooth arms were like fine jade, white and delicate. She moved gracefully, constantly brushing at Yi Fan's vitals. Afterimages were left in the air above the red sandalwood bed. They were like white lightning or dancing fairies under the moonlight. Although they were fighting, there was a certain beauty to it. Yi Fan naturally didn't want to be restrained. His palms and fingers were like iron swords, blocking horizontally and vertically like two spinning windmills. The two exchanged blows in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Qin Yao flipped her hair, revealing her snow-white neck. Her beautiful black hair rolled like a waterfall. Yi Fan couldn't dodge and was immediately entangled. "Beauty Qin, don't force me." Yi Fan struggled, but he felt that the entanglement was getting tighter and tighter. He stopped resisting and moved forward instead. There was limited space on the bed, so there was naturally no way to dodge. Thus, Yi Fan and Qin Yao were right in front of Qin Yao. This time, he opened his mouth and bit down. That translucent pink ear appeared beside his lips. He bit down on it neither lightly nor heavily, not letting go no matter what, letting the hair wrap around his body. "You! Let go!" Qin Yao waved her hands, trying to cut off Yi Fan's meridians, wanting to make him lose the ability to move. Yi Fan's spirit sense was rather sharp, so it was naturally impossible for her to hit him. Although he did not raise his head, his hands moved quickly and nimbly like the wind, colliding with her hands continuously. Qin Yao's black hair danced in the wind, and her jade-like body swayed like a snake. Her skin shimmered with light. Her attacks were very forceful. If it were not for the sacred body of the ancients, Yi Fan might not have been able to withstand them. Bang! Yi Fan used the Battle Saint technique. Although it was not a fatal move, it was still very complicated to use small tricks to display this secret. After more than 100 exchanges, Yi Fan managed to lock down her jade-like hands, making it hard for her to loosen her grip and make it impossible for her to attack again. Yi Fan let out a muffled groan as his shoulder was bitten again. As soon as he made a sound, he naturally loosened his mouth and that sparkling ear quickly moved away. "Don't tell me you want to bite off a piece of my flesh." Yi Fan snorted. Qin Yao didn't reply. Her jade-like teeth gleamed as she bit down hard on his shoulder, refusing to let go. At the same time, she struggled with her hands, wanting to counterattack. Bang! Ignoring the bite on his shoulder, Yi Fan exerted force with both hands, wanting to turn Qin Yao around and suppress her. Swoosh! Light flashed, and Qi Niao's soft body was like a slippery water snake. She broke free and slid agilely to the side. This was a secret art of the Yao race. Bang! She counterattacked, her hands grabbing onto Yifan's wrists in an attempt to counterattack. Her 10 transparent fingers spat out rays of light that wrapped around his wrists. The rays of light were like threads, each extremely dense. They wove together and formed a light net that bound Yifan's arms. At this time, Yifan's body flashed with light. He shook slightly. Although he didn't shatter the rays of light, he forced Qi Niao to loosen her grip. Her red lips and white teeth left a bite mark on his shoulder. Yifan's physique was special. He channeled his Shen power and immediately freed his arms. He moved forward to fight Qi Niao. Bang, bang, Qi Niao's jade-like hands danced like butterflies. They made contact with Yifan's palms and fingers and gave off muffled sounds. At first, the two were using all kinds of secret arts to fight in this narrow space. However, the space on the red sandalwood bed was limited. Soon, they were stuck together, their bodies entangled. This fight had completely changed its flavor. Qi Niao's body was pink as if the clouds were covering her body. Now, this fight had changed to another method. Qi Niao's hair was disheveled. Her slender body seemed to be carved out of pink crystals. She moved like a willow tree. You took advantage of me today. Qi Niao gritted her teeth. Her jade-like hand moved and attacked Yifan on top of her. Yifan countered with a hand. The relationship between the two was very strange. They were fighting in this intimate state. They didn't look like a couple in passion. Bang! Their palms and fingers collided. Their bodies shook violently. However, everything continued. You really are a beast. Qi Niao gritted her teeth and cursed. It's better than being worse than a beast. Yifan used his powerful palm to block Qi Niao's jade-like fingers that were aimed at his chest. Qi Niao's hair danced in the wind. Her whole body was pink. She was a bit angry and attacked again. Please, Beauty Qin, what do we look like right now? What kind of situation are we in? Yet you keep ruining the atmosphere and fighting with me. The two fought from beginning to end. It was unknown how much time had passed before the room finally quieted down. Beast! Qi Niao clenched her teeth tightly. At least I didn't get scolded for being worse than a beast. Yifan's eyes were clear as he looked at that soft body. The latter half of the night was especially quiet. Only the sound of the spring in the pine forest could be heard, giving people a tranquil and peaceful feeling. Swoosh! Without a sound, a figure appeared in the room. The candlelight flickered, illuminating her beautiful face. Her face was like jade. Her white clothes danced in the wind, outlining her beautiful body. Her black hair hung down to her waist. Her perfect face was flawless. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately felt that something was wrong. When she swept her gaze over the large bed, her face flushed red. You guys, Qi Niao lowered her head, feeling too ashamed to show her face. She was sent to watch over Yifan, but she didn't expect things to develop to this point. Yifan was also a bit embarrassed at first, but he quickly calmed down and replied calmly, we were talking about our dreams. Qi Niao had the urge to bite him. She snatched the blanket from Yifan and covered her body. She said hatefully, I'm not done with you. Yan Ruyu hurriedly closed her eyes and turned around. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. With a flash of light, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yifan hurriedly covered his strong body with his clothes and said, all right, I also hope it's not over. You took advantage of me and still dare to say such words. Qi Niao attacked again. Pang, pang, the battle between the two started again. This time, it was much fiercer. In the end, Qin Yao couldn't take it anymore. She got off the bed, packed her clothes, and turned to leave. Tomorrow, the princess will kill you. I didn't go to the Immortal Hall, so she has no reason to attack. As for us, she already saw it, but she didn't say anything. I also explained that we were talking about our dreams. You are too much of a scoundrel. Qin Yao turned around angrily. Her lotus arm lightly moved, releasing sparkling light, striking towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan passively defended. In the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm, almost no one could suppress him in close combat. In the end, Qin Yao didn't walk out of her room that night. Only when the sky was bright did a violent sound come from the palace in the pine forest. Beast! Qin Yao turned around and left. She smashed the entire palace with a palm, and Yi Fan was buried inside. In the distance, the Black Emperor was flustered and exasperated. He cried out in pain and crawled out from the pile of rubble. He raised his bald tail and jumped up high, cursing. Damn it, who did this emperor offend? Even when I was sleeping, I was smashed black and blue, buried alive by the collapsed palace. The dog's face was long, and his face was black. He looked around for someone. After a long time, Yi Fan coughed and walked out of the ruins filled with smoke and dust. Damn it! Brat, what kind of atrocious thing have you done to make this empress suffer? The big black dog looked at Qin Yao, who was about to disappear into the horizon, and then stared at Yi Fan with an unfriendly expression. Last night, he was drunk, so he didn't know what had happened. Of course it was an earthquake. Didn't you see that I was buried alive? Yi Fan said as he came to the stream to wash his body. Nonsense. Your family's earthquake only shakes this mountain? Aren't the palaces on the other mountains all fine? The big black dog said with a dark face. You're right. This is the earthquake unique to my family. Tu Fei didn't return to the mountain until the sun was high up in the sky. Seeing the collapsed palaces in the pine forest, he was dumbfounded. What happened? Did you fight with someone here? I was fighting with someone and accidentally collapsed this place, answered Yi Fan. Tu Fei wore an odd countenance as he looked behind Yi Fan. Is he here to exchange pointers with Fairy Qin? I was fighting with her and accidentally collapsed this place, answered Yi Fan absent-mindedly. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Yao's voice arose. She was wearing white clothes. Descending from the sky, her dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her mesmerizing curves. Her devilish body was slender and graceful. I didn't say anything. Yi Fan hurried to explain. Tu Fei showed his big mouth again. Why didn't you say anything? Didn't you just say that you fought with Fairy Qin Yao here for a whole night? Damn it. Yi Fan couldn't help but want to punch him. You guys continue your fight. I won't disturb you. Tu Fei kicked the big black dog, turned around, and ran away. Damn it. Woof. The big black dog chased him angrily. Qin Yao's voluptuous and alluring figure trembled in anger. Then, she swayed her body and walked over. She said flirtatiously, "Did you really say that?" Chapter 277. Qin Yao's figure could be said to be soul-stirring. Her beautiful body was curvaceous in all the right places, as if she was a beauty that was meticulously sculpted by the heavens. She walked over gracefully, like a gentle willow swaying in the wind. Her smile was enchanting. Her hair was black and shiny. Her skin was as white as jade, smooth and tender. Her eyes were mesmerizing. Her red lips were so sexy that she could enchant all living things. However, Yi Fan felt something was wrong. He felt a murderous aura. He hurried to explain, "Don't listen to him. He's a big mouth." Tu Fei was chased by the black dog. He had run far away, but he still tried to explain. You said it yourself. Yi Fan was enraged. Tu Fei, you deserve a beating. You deserve to be chased and bitten by a dog. Why do I deserve a beating? I'm telling the truth, Tu Fei refuted. Damn it. Kid, you're insulting me. What do you mean chased and bitten by a dog? The black dog was enraged. I have nothing to say to you. Yi Fan turned around angrily, talking to Qin Yao embarrassedly. He's an unreliable man. He talks big. You can just ignore him. Qin Yao's gauze dress trailed on the ground, which couldn't cover her sexy body. She walked to him and put her hand on his shoulder. Her red lips parted. What do you mean by exchanging pointers? Her voice was soft. Her pink face looked like it was about to drip water. Her eyes were mesmerizing. However, people could feel a storm brewing under the calm surface. No. That man is just groundless. He's just talking nonsense. Why would he talk nonsense for no reason? Qin Yao gritted her teeth. She put more strength into her jade-like arms and grabbed his shoulder. Far from them, Tu Fei had leaped up into the sky. The large black dog stepped onto the jade boat and chased after them relentlessly. Thump. Suddenly, one person and one dog stopped. They heard a loud sound coming from behind them. That mountain peak trembled. Yi Fan rushed into the sky, quickly fleeing. Qin Yao's black hair fluttered about, her white clothes fluttering about as she chased after him relentlessly. Little Yi, what happened? Why did you run away? Asked Tu Fei. It's all because of you. Yi Fan wanted to give him a slap, but he resisted the urge and said, hurry up and leave this small world. As he finished speaking, he transformed into a wisp of shadow, moving as fast as lightning towards the exit of this small world. Behind him, Qin Yao's beautiful eyes were like lightning, somewhat sharp, following him like a shadow. Wait a minute. Don't run that fast, Tu Fei screamed. This brat must have stirred up some serious trouble. I've never seen him flee in such a sorry state before, the large black dog concluded. Crazy Ole's footwork was marvelous, as fast as a bird. Yi Fan exerted it to the maximum and soon reached the exit of the small world. Unfortunately, those demons did not let him pass. They blocked him like he was a thief. Although they did not attack him, they did not let him leave. Sister Qin Yao, what happened? Not far away, a golden figure rushed over. The monster race girl, Jin Yen, fluttered like a butterfly. She wore a golden feather robe as she approached. It's nothing. Qin Yao replied calmly. Clearly, she didn't want to blow up the matter. What did you do? The monster girl was hostile to Yi Fan. Of course, Yi Fan didn't want to be entangled with her. Nothing. I've been a guest here for a long time. I want to leave. Fairy Qin is here to see me off. You really want to leave? Jin Yan wanted him to leave as soon as possible. Hearing him, she immediately said to the people not far from them, let him pass. We don't keep idlers here. Qin Yao's face was calm. No, he can't leave yet. Why? Jin Yan didn't understand. I know why. The big-mouthed Tu Fei arrived. Fairy Qin was fighting with Little Yi. They destroyed the entire palace. She suffered some losses. She wants to find him to settle the debt. Can you not talk? No one thinks you're mute. Yi Fan wanted to strangle him. At this moment, Qin Yao's black hair danced in the wind. Her face was blushing, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. She had the urge to kill someone. She gritted her teeth as she couldn't stay calm anymore. Jin Yan didn't believe him at all. She scolded Tu Fei, what nonsense are you talking about? Sister Qin Yao has one foot in the 4 ultimate secret realms. How could she not defeat him? I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. That palace is now in ruins. That dog was buried alive. He almost suffocated to death, Tu-Fei answered. Woof! The big black dog pounced on him. How could it be? Sister Qingyao, is this true? How could you defeat someone at the second sky of the Palace of the Doctrine? Jin Yan was confused. She looked incredulous. Of course. They fought for a whole night, and the sacred body of the ancients won in the end. Tu-Fei obviously felt something was wrong, so he joined in. Sister Qingyao, you should fight with him again. I don't believe you can't defeat him, Jin Yan said. Little Yi Fan, a man should be generous. You should have tender feelings for the fairer sex. It's just a loss, Tu-Fei expressed his support. Yi Fan was speechless. Qinyao's face blushed. She couldn't help but freak out. Her jade-like fingers turned white. How about we just let it go? Goddess Qin, you're a generous man. It's just a loss. Next time, you can fight with little Yi Fan again. It's time for us to leave. Tu-Fei wanted to be the peacemaker. No, you can't leave now. Qingyao shouted. Yeah, we can't leave. Let's fight again. Jin Yan really wanted to see Yi Fan defeated. Yi Fan said in a low voice, Goddess Qin, let's fight next time. I really have to leave. Next time we fight, you can die. Qingyao finally couldn't stand it anymore. When the word fight was mentioned, she couldn't help but think of the charming knight. She waved her hand and released a 5-colored light curtain, covering Yi Fan. What's going on? Tu-Fei shouted. If you didn't talk nonsense, how could this happen? Yi Fan pushed Tu-Fei away and soared into the sky. Qingyao was a 5th-level Dao Palace cultivator. She was strong and had amazing skills. Yi Fan was only at the 2nd-level Dao Palace. If he didn't risk his life, he wouldn't be able to stop her. There was no suspense. However, he couldn't fight to the death with Qingyao. He had to fly away. Stop. Don't go. Jin Yan shouted. Qingyao didn't say anything. She chased after him. Her long dress fluttered, making her look like a fairy. Goddess Qin, tell the others to leave. We need to find a place to fight. Yi Fan wanted to explain to her alone. However, his words had a different meaning in Qinyao's ears. She gritted her teeth and said, You little thief, you got the advantage and you're still pretending to be innocent. Today, I will skin you alive. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't say anything. That blabbermouth made a wild guess, replied Yi Fan. He didn't want the other to misunderstand him more. Jin Yan's feather robe was glowing with multicolored light. She revealed a suspicious expression and asked, Sister Qingyao, could it be that there are other secrets? No. Qingyao flew like a fairy butterfly. Her posture was graceful as she chased after him. Little Yi, why don't you go and fight with Goddess Qingyao? Let her vent her anger. Then, we can go, said Tu-Fei. Can you shut your mouth? Yi Fan couldn't help but curse him. I at #YenDSR%. Little Yi Fan, I'm doing this for your own good. Qingyao was so angry that her soft body shivered. She sped up. If she couldn't catch up with Yi Fan, she would vent her anger on Tu-Fei. However, Yi Fan disappeared into the depths of the small world with his absolute speed. He had gotten rid of the people chasing him. Half a day later, the big black dog found him with his nose. He brought Tu-Fei with him. Big mouth too, I want to beat you up. Yi Fan didn't look friendly. I don't like him either. I'd better bury him alive. The big black dog bared his teeth. Don't be so angry. What did you do to offend God? Asked Tu Fei. Nothing happened. It's all because of your nonsense, said Yi Fan through his gritted teeth. What's wrong with what I said? Tu Fei pondered for a while and then screamed strangely. Is it because of the darkness? You. Gosh, you're a beast. Two people and a dog moved stealthily. They wanted to sneak out. However, the entrance of the small world was heavily guarded. They didn't dare to force their way in. They don't want to attack us. I think you should go to Qin Yao's place and let her vent her anger, suggested Tu Fei. This small world was picturesque. The mountains rose and fell like dragons. The lakes were decorated with pearls. The grass was fresh and the spiritual qi was thick. Yi Fan's team landed on a mountain. This was the place where Jin Yan, the monster clan girl, cultivated. They wanted to leave this small world through her. It's you. How dare you come to my place? Jin Yan sneered. Little girl, don't be so angry. Didn't you want me to leave soon? The chance is right in front of you. Take me out. Jin Yan sneered, mocking him. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Now that you've failed, you want to leave with your tail between your legs. Yi Fan didn't want to argue with her. If you don't want me to stay here, take me out. I've changed my mind. Sister Qin Yao wants to deal with you. I think we should capture you and take you to her place. Some gold lights shot up to the sky, flying to the mountain in the distance. She sent her message. Shortly after, 3 flows of monster aura shot up from the beautiful mountain in the distance. Bai Feng held a feather fan and silk scarf. His clothes were white as snow. He looked very refined and otherworldly. Jin Yu wore a golden robe. He shone brilliantly, and his aura was oppressive. His eyes flashed like lightning. Ku Zhu wore a green robe. He exuded a natural aura, looking fresh and elegant. Brother Bai Feng, Brother Jin Yu, Brother Ku Zhu, capture this primordial trash. He has offended Sister Qin Yao. Jin Yan said, if you capture him and send him over, Sister Qin Yao will be very happy. These 3 were geniuses at the 5th level of the Holy Ji Palace. They could enter the 4 extreme secret realm at any time. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't make a move. But Yi Fan was different. He had the source root of all life. Although they didn't show anything, they had been eyeing him covetously. Now that they had such an excuse to make a move, they naturally wouldn't be so arrogant. Moreover, they were indeed interested in Qin Yao. It could be said that they were killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Little brother Yi, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, we'll hurt our friendship. Brother Yi, don't worry. We will be careful. We won't harm your life. The 3 of them didn't reveal their murderous intent, but if they really made a move, it would be a different scene. If Yi Fan was hit, his soul would be destroyed. Tu Fei and the big black dog wanted to help, but Yi Fan turned and left. This was the territory of the demon race. If they really fought, they would be at a great disadvantage. I'll go find Qingyi. Tu Fei said. No need. I'll go find Qin Yao. Yi Fan shook his head. He flew directly to Qin Yao's cultivation area. Behind him, Jin Yan, Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu chased after him. Their murderous intent filled the air. This was a beautiful place. Exotic flowers and grasses were everywhere. Bees and butterflies danced. Stone-arched bridges lay across the ground, and trickles of water curled around. It was already evening. The great fire pearl was sinking in the west. The sunset dyed the mountain peak red, making this place even more beautiful. Qin Yao was startled. She flew out like a goddess with her impressive figure. Looking at Yi Fan, she said, "You dare to come to my place, that's right. I want to talk to you." Yi Fan walked directly into the palace. At this time, Jin Yan and the others landed and also arrived. "You guys should go back. It's not a big deal. I can handle it myself." Qin Yao glanced at them. Then, okay. Bai Feng nodded. Ku Zhu and Jin Yu didn't say anything else. Only Jin Yan was unwilling, but she couldn't force her way in, so she left discontentedly. They won't fight, will they? Tu Fei said to himself. It's okay. That brat's skin is thick. He can't be killed. The big black dog didn't care. Not long after, the sounds of fighting came from the palace. It lasted for a long time before it stopped. However, Tu Fei waited outside, but he didn't see Yi Fan come out. He was a bit anxious. Did they really fight to the death? At this time, Yi Fan said, "You guys go back first. I will find you later." Okay. We will wait for you at the exit of the small world. Tu Fei and the big black dog flew away. However, they waited for a long time, but Yi Fan still didn't show up. Damn it. Why hasn't that brat come back yet? The Black Emperor was very discontented. The sky was completely dark. They obviously couldn't leave today. That beast. Tu Fei cursed. They waited for a whole night, but Yi Fan didn't show up. On the second day, the sky was bright, and the fire bead rose from the east. Did something happen to that brat? This is the demon clan's territory. He has the source root of all beings. Many people want to kill him, the Black Emperor said. Let's go and see. Tu Fei also felt that something was wrong. When they arrived at Qin Yao's residence, they heard a big explosion. The palace collapsed. The unlucky dog was buried alive as soon as he got in. Damn it. I'm not drunk today. It's not an earthquake. The big black dog cursed, struggling to get out of the rubble. Tu Fei was also covered in dirt. He cursed and crawled out of the rubble. At this moment, the big fireball was rising. Yi Fan stood in the sunlight, which had a brilliant halo on him. He said, "Let's go. We should leave quickly." This time, they left the small world smoothly. Even after they had gone a long distance, Tu Fei was still cursing, "You beast, your thoughts are filthy." There's no such thing. It's just your imagination, Yi Fan retorted. You beast. Don't go to the Jade Lake with me. I'm afraid you'll cause trouble, big mouth too, don't slander me. Yi Fan scolded him. Chapter 278. Cloud Lake Prefecture was just like its name. There was a spring every 100 steps and a river every 10 miles. Big swamps were everywhere with thick mist. Yi Fan and the others left the small ancient world and came to the outside world. They once again experienced the water of this oasis. Someone is following us. The Black Emperor's spiritual consciousness was sharp. He could feel someone following them. All of a sudden, the clouds in the sky scattered. Monster chi surged torrentially as if a giant monster was chasing after them. Woo woo. The bugle horn sounded long and deep, crossing the sky and reaching them. A purple figure that was like a purple cloud quickly rushed over. It was extremely heavy and enormous, about the size of a small mountain. After it pierced through the clouds, they could see a massive battleship with a purple metallic halo. It looked heavy and sturdy. It's the purple copper battleship of the Monster Clan. Tu Fei darkened his face. He felt that something was wrong. This was the battleship that the Monster Clan used to kill the enemy. Three of them. Tu Fei was startled one more time. There were 3 purple copper battleships. They scattered the clouds and turned into 3 beams of purple light. They dashed forward rapidly with a heavy pressure. What level does the warrior need to control these battleships? Asked Yifan. Apparently, they were coming for them. It's hard to say. All the members of the monster clan with a strong background can have them, answered Tu Fei. We don't need to guess. Turns out it's them. Yifan looked at the horizon. A man in white clothes stood on the first purple copper battleship. He looked otherworldly. He was the young expert of the monster clan, Bai Feng. He brought a lot of helpers. There were many members of the monster clan on the battleship. Apparently, they weren't weak warriors. Monster chi shot up into the sky. There were around 70 or 80 of them. Woo woo. The second bronze battleship dashed forward. The figure standing on the bow of the ship appeared in their sight. His gold robe fluttered. It was Jin Yu. He also brought a lot of helpers. Woo woo. Ku Zhu's green robe fluttered as he stood still on the third purple copper battleship. A large number of hotshots stood behind him. Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu, the three geniuses from the small world of the monster clan, were chasing after them. Apparently, their target was Yifan. What do you mean? Tu Fei shouted. His grandfather was the seventh great bandit. His identity wasn't ordinary, so he wasn't afraid of the monster clan. We have no ill intentions towards young Master Tuesday. We just have something to say to little brother Yi, Bai Feng transmitted her voice. Yifan calmly asked, what do you want to say? When you left, our demon clan lost a secret treasure. That's why we want to capture you and bring you back, Bai Feng replied. So, am I also a suspect? Asked Tu Fei. It has nothing to do with young Master Tuesday. We only sensed the aura of a secret treasure on his body. Jin Yu stood at the bow of the ship, his Daoist robe sparkling. What a joke. What secret treasures did you lose? You're just trying to get your hands on the myriad chi on me, said Yifan with a sneer. Ku Zhu, wearing a green robe, said calmly, you have the aura of our monster clan's secret treasure. We will give you justice. We will take you back to Old Su to deal with you. Yifan's heart clenched as he thought of those old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans. He quickly said, you can't even tell me what kind of artifact it is, yet you still have the face to slander me. You have the great overarching star disk. We must take you back today, shouted Bai Feng. You're too presumptuous in our monster clan's pure land. You destroyed the palace that Princess Yen had given you. You smashed Fairy Qin Yao's cave mansion. Before you left, you stole a secret treasure. We have to capture you, said Jin Yu coldly. It's no use talking. Attack! Capture him, shouted Ku Zhu. Beams of colorful light shot out from the three warships, interweaving into an inescapable net that enveloped Yifan. You want to kill him and steal his treasure. You want to take the source chi of all things, but you still say it in such a dignified way. Don't you three feel ashamed? Tu Fei shouted. A huge net made of interweaving spiritual energy descended. Yifan turned into a phantom and passed through it by a hair's breadth. He wasn't restricted at all. Let's just take these three battleships. The Black Emperor had many big flags with profound patterns carved on them. They had trapped the old monsters in the Immortal Palace. Let's go quickly. Yifan transmitted his voice and said, it's very likely that those old monsters who are at the end of their lifespans are instructing them to attack. He could tell from Ku Zhu's words that he wanted to take him back to Old Su to deal with him. This wasn't a good sign. Whoosh! The large black dog didn't have any sense of loyalty. He took the jade boat and ran away. He didn't even look back. He was afraid that there were old monsters on the battleship. Too big mouth, you should go too. What about you? They can't catch up to me, Yifan said and ran in another direction. Tu-Fei didn't dare to stay. He used all his strength to run and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although his grandfather was the seventh great rebel, it wasn't enough to scare the entire North region. If an old monster appeared and killed him here, it would be too late. Obviously, Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu didn't want to fight with Tu-Fei. They didn't want to chase after the large black dog either. They all ran in one direction and locked onto Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you can't escape. Even if your footwork is amazing and can be compared to the Sky Rock, you can't get rid of the purple copper battleship. Bai Feng's murderous intent was endless. She didn't hide it anymore. Jin Yu and Ku Zhu also ordered people to drive the battleship. They chased after him. The three huge ships broke through the clouds and followed Yi Fan closely. Yi Fan's speed was unparalleled in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, but he couldn't get rid of the purple copper battleship. The distance between them couldn't be widened. You've really mobilized so many people just to kill me and take my treasure, Yi Fan mocked. Remember, we didn't come for your source chi. You stole our treasure first, so we had no choice but to capture you, Bai Feng replied. Why are you so fake? There are no outsiders here. Aren't you tired of wearing masks and talking? Yi Fan scoffed. Jin Yu said coldly, if that's how you interpret it, we won't say anything. We're going to capture you today. You three, remember this. If you want to kill me and take my treasure today, I'll pay you back someday, Yi Fan said coldly. What future do you have? You'll be stuck in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace for the rest of your life. Besides, do you think you can escape today? Ku Zhu said calmly. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He took out the cauldron. It grew to 1 meter tall and hung above his head. Streaks of heaven and earth chi poured down to protect his body. Along the way, he didn't feel the aura of those old monsters. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Things weren't as bad as he thought they would be. Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu saw the source chi with their own eyes. They were excited. They had indeed come for the cauldron. You stole our clan's treasure, so you won't be able to escape death. Your cauldron, we'll take care of it for you, Bai Feng said. You're such a hypocrite. You're already in such a situation, and yet you're still speaking so righteously. Yi Fan mocked. In comparison, Jin Yu was much more direct. He revealed his murderous intent and said coldly, I don't want to talk to a dead man. Give me your cauldron. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. It was like a bolt of golden lightning tearing through the sky. It was extremely fast. Whoosh! Yi Fan dodged to the side. The golden light hit the void. He didn't want to take it head-on. After all, his opponent was at the 5th heaven of the Holy Ji Palace, which was 3 levels higher than him. He began to activate the 9 secrets without batting an eyelid. Of course, he didn't want to fight his opponent. He wanted to increase his speed by 10 times. The little Pen King is too arrogant. He wants to fight you at the same level. What a joke, Ku Zhu said calmly. We won't do that. He's just a piece of trash. We'll just kill him. This also means that you will never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the little Pen King. You can only shamelessly team up to kill me. As Yi Fan said this, he successfully activated the secret of all of the 9 secrets. His speed increased by 10 times in an instant. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat. The 3 purple copper warships were moving side by side. They were very close to each other. If one of them was overturned, the other 2 would probably suffer as well. He rushed back out of curiosity. The leaf fire divine cauldron appeared in his hand. He opened the lid and black flames burned. His speed was already terrifying. Even a flying treasure like the purple copper warship would find it difficult to catch up. Now that his speed was increased by 10 times, he reached a level that shocked the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. Bai Feng, Jin Yu, Ku Zhu, and the others on the 3 warships all attacked, wanting to crush him. However, Yi Fan was too fast. He dodged all the attacks and took out the Leaf Fire Divine Cauldron. Black flames surged down. The people on the warships could retreat, but the 3 warships could not change their direction immediately. The one in the middle was engulfed by the fire. The flames taken from Fallen Sun Ridge were scorching hot. Even the treasures could not withstand it. So far, only the 9 slashes of the Demon Monarch could destroy it. Boom! The purple copper warship in the middle was smashed. Such a large treasure suffered a destructive attack. The energy that exploded was frightening. Blinding light and tsunami-like waves of energy swept in all directions, engulfing the sky. Bang! Bang! The other 2 warships were severely affected. While they did not explode, the intense energy pierced through their hulls. There were many large holes. The 2 purple copper warships were almost disintegrated. They fell from the sky and could not fly anymore. They were almost destroyed. Yi Fan did not expect such a terrifying result. It was a risky attack, but all 3 purple copper warships were destroyed. Most importantly, the 60 to 70 demon cultivators on the warship in the middle were all smashed to pieces. Only Bai Feng escaped, but she was also heavily injured and coughed up blood. Some of the cultivators on the other 2 warships were also injured. Ku Zhu's arm was broken, and he could no longer keep his cool. Of the 3 cultivators, only Jin Yu was unharmed. He led the remaining 90 or so cultivators to attack Yi Fan. Bai Feng gritted her teeth and shouted, "Surround him. Don't let him escape." Ku Zhu's face was pale. He had just said that he could easily kill the primordial derelict body. He did not expect to lose an arm in the blink of an eye. The destruction of 3 valuable warships caused the demon clan cultivators to be enraged. Roaring, they charged forward to kill. Yi Fan used the myriad source chi to protect himself and quickly broke out. He did not want to stop and fight because the black flames in the Leaf Fire Divine Cauldron had dried up. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed, "You want to kill me, but you have to sacrifice 3 warships first. You've also broken your bones and tendons." What a joke. The 3 cultivators led so many people in pursuit, but because of one ambush, 3 warships were destroyed. This made their expressions very ugly. Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu were silent. They chased after him with ashen faces, but Yi Fan was too fast. Without a warship, they could not catch up. "Yi Fan, do you dare to fight? You have the nerve to say such things. It's like me asking you, do you dare to kill yourself by smashing your head against a hen?" Yi Fan's words were not very polite. The 3 were so angry that they wanted to tear him apart, but unfortunately, they could not catch up. Yi Fan could not stop. It was very dangerous to be in Yun's estate. This place was not very far from the Green Serpent King's small world. If an old demon jumped out, there would be no suspense. He could not delay at all. He had to leave Yun's estate as soon as possible. "Thank you, geniuses. You have sent me 1,000 miles, but we have to part ways eventually. Please go back. Don't forget to bring a few bigger warships next time. I like to see the dazzling brilliance of fireworks." Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu's faces were as gloomy as water, but they could only watch as Yi Fan disappeared. 6 days later, Yi Fan arrived at Lizhou. This state was like its name. The scenery was picturesque. It was very different from the desolate scenery of the other parts of the northern region. Lizhou was not very far from the holy city of the northern region. If he flew at top speed, he could reach it in about half a month. This oasis had a circumference of 5 to 6,000 miles. The city in the center was called Licheng. It was very beautiful and was rather famous in the northern region. There were many gardens in the city, and it was very beautiful. Not long after Yifan entered Licheng, his heart skipped a beat. This was because he saw a familiar figure, Ji Ziyue. Chapter 279. In Li City, both sides of the street were filled with blue god trees. Their branches were luxuriant and their leaves were sky blue. It was a very dreamy color. Even the tree trunk was shining like a blue crystal. In front, there was a young girl in purple clothes on the ancient street. She was only 17 or 18 years old. Her eyebrows were curved and her eyes were full of spirit. She was extremely beautiful like a fairy under the night sky. Ji Ziyue. Yifan stood in the distance and did not go over. Because he also saw Ji Haoyue, the famous Eastern Wasteland divine physique and one of the strongest of the young generation. The enmity between him and the Ji family was too deep. He had burned their grand elder to death in the southern domain. Not long ago, he had killed 4 young disciples of the Ji family in the Chu province. This had a great impact on the Ji family. If Ji Haoyue found him, he would definitely attack him mercilessly. Look at him walking like a dragon and full of vigor. The hidden injury from being chased by the eldest disciple of the Peacock King should be completely healed. Yifan cultivated the heaven and earth transformation law and could change his appearance and temperament. However, he was still afraid. The connection between the divine and saint physiques was very strong. Back at the Taishan sect, they had involuntarily fought against each other. What are they doing in Li City? He knew that the two of them had come to the northern region to participate in the Jade Lake meeting. However, he did not know why they stopped at Li City. At this moment, Yifan had already changed his appearance. He wore a Daoist robe and became a little Daoist again. Of course, his face was different from the previous Daoist. Now, my cultivation has greatly improved and I am many times stronger than before. I should be able to control my body better. Maybe there will be no reaction between me and the divine body. Yifan wanted to give it a try. Because he was going to participate in the Jade Lake meeting, he could not avoid meeting Ji Haoyue. He might even see the divine body of the Jiang clan. If there was a reaction between them, the consequences would be very bad. Yifan restrained his aura and suppressed his cultivation, making himself look like an ordinary person. He then walked forward along the ancient street. As he got closer and closer, he used the heaven and earth transformation law recorded in the heavenly book of origin to suppress his true origin. Finally, he gradually approached Ji Haoyue. His body did not have any special reaction, and the other did not notice anything either. The streets were bustling with activity. Yifan lightly brushed past them and didn't stop. He calmly left into the distance. He felt that Ji Haoyue had become even more terrifying. His divine body was unfathomable like a hidden god that could explode with earth-shattering battle strength at any time. As for Ji Ziyue, she became even more beautiful. When she smiled, her dimples appeared and her canine teeth sparkled, making her look mischievous and clever. Ziyu, what are you looking at? Ji Haoyue asked. His eyes were filled with doting love. He really doted on his little sister. The little Daoist just now is a little special. Ji Ziyue was. Of Daoist, of God, he Daoist, Ji, and Dao, and Daoist. Dao, in of in. God Chin God. In. Of Dao God of old. Suddenly, Yifan yin in. Of, Yifan, of. And he, of dragon of. All of a sudden, Yifan was startled. He saw someone he knew, Wu Zhongtian. He was tall, with a leopard head and round eyes. His face was covered with a full beard, and his figure was like a lion. He was extremely tall and sturdy. He was the grandson of the fifth bandit, Wu Dao. He was the sworn brother of Tu Fei, Li Heishui, Jiang Huiren, and Lu Kou. Why is he here? Did something big happen in Li City? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Wu Zhongtian was a top young expert. Tu Fei and the others couldn't defeat the Yaoguang Saint's son, so they wanted to ask him to help them. Although he said that he wasn't the Yaoguang Saint's son's opponent, he was still strong. Swoosh! Wu Zhongtian flashed and disappeared. On the other side of the street, a beautiful figure appeared. It was Yao Shi. She was like a blossoming divine lotus. She swayed and walked towards them. Her figure was slender and enchanting. She was like a peerless enchantress. Her charm was moving, and her aura was holy. Her skin was crystalline, and she had an otherworldly charm that could not be profaned. She was extremely beautiful. No, something must have happened. Otherwise, why would they appear in the same city? Yi Fan avoided her. Then, he stopped the passers-by and asked them if something big had happened. Everyone shook their heads, not knowing what had happened. At this time, it was almost noon. He found a place to eat, filling his stomach as he listened to the conversations of the people. Unfortunately, he learned nothing. This place seemed very peaceful. Nothing special had happened. Finally, Yi Fan ate and drank to his heart's content. He wandered around the city and discovered that the Holy Land and a clan of the remote antiquity had opened stone gambling houses in this ancient city. I might as well go to the stone gambling houses and try my luck. Maybe I can get some news. Now, he only had 2,500 kilograms of source with him. If he wanted to break into the third sky of the Dao Palace, he would need 10,000 kilograms. Source was what he needed the most. He had been studying the original heavenly book. Once he had a good grasp of it, he would enter the holy city of the northern region. Cultivation is a huge problem. Every time he thought of the massive amount of source he needed, he felt a headache coming on. He had obtained a divine technique that allowed him to cultivate a single mystic realm from the remains of an ancient sage. He had been trying it out these days, but his cultivation speed was far too slow. Originally, he wasn't that eager to pursue source, but after seeing this result, he had no choice but to reconsider. Perhaps he needed to work on both fronts. He had to cultivate a single mystic realm, but he also had to fight for source. If he could break into the 4 extreme mystic realms, perhaps there would be a better choice. A single mystic realm isn't easy to cultivate and the effects are slow. But, I am in urgent need of strength. It looks like I need to find a way to gather source and enter the third sky of the Dao Palace first. Yi Fan looked around and finally entered the wondrous stone shop that the Wavering Light Holy Land had opened. This was a garden that occupied an extremely large area. It was filled with divine blue trees, ancient vines, and lush flowers. The scenery was beautiful and the piles of stones became a part of the garden. It didn't seem monotonous at all. It didn't look like a place for cutting stones, but more like a garden. Yi Fan decided to keep a low profile. He didn't want to gamble with others here, so he directly bought the stones and then took them back to cut himself to avoid trouble. The wondrous stone shop of the Wavering Light Holy Land was truly large. There were 18 courtyards and the garden style made for a pleasant scenery. Many people were gambling on stones here, but after they were dispersed to the various courtyards, it didn't seem crowded anymore. On the contrary, it made this place very tranquil. Strolling through the beautiful scenery was a form of enjoyment. Yi Fan was flabbergasted. After entering, he circled around and discovered that there were indeed no commoners here. Those who dared to enter the Holy Land Stone Gambling Hall all had a certain level of status. It didn't take long before he met some so-called elders, sons of the faction master, and so on. The holy city was an extremely attractive place. The Central Plains royal family and the Northern Plains mighty figures often appeared there, so it was only natural that the stone gambling halls below would attract the surrounding cultivators. Yifan remained silent as he moved his hands again and again. In the blink of an eye, he had entered 7 courtyards. He spent 250 genes of source and collected the hill-like stones into a pristine jade bottle. Buying the stones like this without cutting them on the spot naturally attracted some people's attention. Some people even treated him as a fat sheep and came over to request to gamble on stones. Sure, no problem. However, I don't bet on small stones. If I want to bet, it must be at least 500 genes. Yifan replied. 500 genes of source was the entire wealth of the lowest small sects. Even though there were many people from medium-sized sects here, they didn't dare to bet 500 genes at once. If they bet like this, the final outcome might be decided by 10,000 genes. After all, this wasn't the holy city and there was almost no such extravagance. Without being disturbed, Yifan continued to choose materials. He bought another 2,000 genes of stone and collected them into the pristine jade bottle. He then entered the 13th floor courtyard. This floor was covered in vines and many stones were buried underneath. It was very quiet and there weren't many people choosing materials. Yifan chose dozens of stones and then his eyes lit up. He saw a stone that was as black as ink. It was full of bumps and hollows as if it had been eaten by worms. It was very similar to black jade and could sometimes produce extremely precious strange sources. He quickly walked over, but at this moment, another figure appeared and swept it away with divine light with a wave of his hand. Why did you steal my stones? Yifan was somewhat angry. This person was in his 30s and looked very fat. His face was rosy and he wore a Daoist robe with a beaming smile on his face. After seeing this person's appearance clearly, Yifan was dumbfounded. It was the wicked Daoist Duanda. He was quite astonished. He had never thought that he would meet him here. He was even more certain that something must have happened here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that so many people had rushed here. This was especially the case for that damned fatty. He was extremely mysterious. Wherever he appeared, there would definitely be a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to appear here. Damned fatty, don't you know the rule of first come, first served? Why did you steal my stones? Yifan gritted his teeth. Thinking of the past, he really wanted to imprint his shoe print on this damned fatty's face. I was the one who took it first. Duanda replied with a smile, looking harmless. Although Yifan wanted to kick him a few times, he could only endure. This fatty was too extraordinary. He had once dug up the ancestral grave of the 5th bandit Wu Dao in the northern region and was still alive and kicking. Then, he crossed the void to the southern region and was thrown into the Demon Emperor's Yin tomb by a few important figures. In the end, he entered and came out 9 times and still didn't die. Now, he crossed the void and returned to the northern region. Looking at his appearance, he was glossy and very well nourished. Clearly, he was living very comfortably. Little brother, didn't you say that you wouldn't bet unless it was 1,000 kilograms of source? How about I bet with you? Duanda said with a smile. Yifan got angry just looking at him. No matter how he looked at him, he looked like he deserved a beating. Okay, I'll bet with you. He couldn't have asked for more. He really wanted to win all of this fatty's underwear. I don't have 1,000 kilograms of source, but... Duanda said. But what? If you don't have 1,000 kilograms of source, what are you betting with me for? If I lose, I'll sell you a piece of information worth 5,000 kilograms of source. Duanda said and recited his Taoist name, looking like an enlightened expert. Damned fatty, I've never seen someone as greedy as you. If you lose, you still want to ask for 10,000 kilograms of source from me. Bullsh *T information. You must be lying. Yi Fan wanted to slap him. This heartless Taoist was too wicked. A monk doesn't lie. Duanda said solemnly, those with a keen sense of smell all come to Li City because there are priceless treasures here. What is it? Yi Fan asked unconcernedly. One of the 9 secrets. It's very likely that we can find it here. I know an important clue about it. The heartless Taoist said and smiled, do you want to bet? Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't believe that the damned fatty would give him valuable clues, but it was very possible that there really was one of the 9 secrets here. Otherwise, why would Ji Haoyue, Ji Ziyue, Wu Zhongtian, Ao Shi, and Duanda all appear together? Maybe the others would arrive too. You are. At this moment, Yao Shi appeared. Her grace was unparalleled, like a shining pearl. She walked into the courtyard and stared at the heartless Taoist. You're Taoist Duan. Yao Shi was slightly shocked but quickly regained her composure. This was the wondrous stones workshop of the Yaoguang Holy Land. It was normal for her to appear here. Yi Fan wasn't surprised. Boundless celestial being greets the saintess. Sister Yao Shi. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. In another courtyard, Ji Ziyue was like a purple-clothed elf. She walked over with a smile, and beside her was Ji Haoyue who had the physique of a god. Chapter 280. Ji Ziyue floated over like a purple cloud. Her hair reached her waist, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her smile was very cute, and her eyes were almost curved into crescent moons. Her dimples appeared, and she had a hint of mischievousness and slyness. Ji Haoyue was just like his name. He was like a divine moon, and there was a faint radiance overflowing from his body. The divine king physique and his life had a special aura that made people feel like they were facing a god. Sister Ziyue. Yao Shi also had a very moving smile. Her slim body was like a piece of divine jade, and there were specks of divine light. She went over and held Ji Ziyue's hand. Sister Yao Shi, long time no see. Ji Ziyue smiled very sweetly. Ji Haoyue also nodded in greeting. I didn't expect Fairy Yao to come to Li City. I just came to take a look. Brother Haoyue, I'm afraid you came here to get it, right? Yao Shi's eyes wandered. As the Alcade Saintess, she was also very flirtatious. She said, your arrival will most likely make many people nervous. Once the Divine King physique appears, many experts will have to retreat. Ji Haoyue shook his head, everything depends on fate. Everyone wants a priceless treasure, but I'm afraid most people will be disappointed. I don't have too much hope either. This is. Ji Ziyue was a little surprised to see Yi Fan again. She always felt that this little Daoist was a little special, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Yao Shi smiled, this is the famous Daoist Duan. I don't know this little Daoist. This humble Daoist is Xingde. Yi Fan answered. Duanda glanced at him and said, so, we're both from the degeneration. Duanda, you can't be that heartless Daoist, right? Ji Ziyue's small mouth formed an O shape, and her long eyelashes trembled. This humble Daoist is Duanda, people call me the righteous Daoist. Duanda recited his Daoist name. He looked solemn, and he looked like an otherworldly expert. Yao Shi pursed her lips and smiled. Her pretty face was bright, and she said, no matter what title he has, he must be the person you think he is. All right, so it's you. Ji Ziyue looked at him angrily. Ji Haoyue's expression darkened as well. Daoist Duanda, you've been to Jishui several times and spied on my family's ancestor cemetery. What's the meaning of this? Yi Fan was somewhat dumbfounded. This fat Daoist was truly audacious to the extreme. He even set his sights on Ji family's ancestral grave. Was he not afraid of being slapped to death? Limitless celestial being, Ji family's future godly king, you can't wrong me. Duanda said righteously, G water has been flowing for hundreds of thousands of years. Although it's a famous G, it doesn't belong to your G family. I passed by occasionally but was beaten up by your G family. Life is really helpless. We don't object to you passing by G Shui, so why do you keep looking at our G family's mausoleum? Ji Ziyue asked. This Daoist saw many mausoleums and grand auras, so I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Thinking back to ancient times, the Void Monarch was immortal and invincible. He wanted to compete with the heavens. This Daoist was filled with respect. Yi Fan's heart shook. The Demon Monarch's mausoleum had left a deep impression on him. Ji family also had a great monarch in the past. Could there be a great monarch's mausoleum as well? The remains of ancient sages could be refined into supreme weapons. When the great monarch was young, he could suppress all opponents of the same realm. Didn't this mean that the remains were even stronger? They were definitely treasures for sacrificial weapons. My elder saw you with his own eyes. You wanted to target our Ji family's deceased godly king's mausoleum. Ji Ziyue stared at the heartless Daoist. No, I just took a few glances out of curiosity. In the end, I was chased by those old men for 3,000 miles. I almost lost my life. I won't look sideways again. Although Ji Ziyue's expression was unfriendly, he didn't plan to have a conflict with him. He didn't want to make a big enemy at this critical moment. He knew that this Daoist wasn't simple. Little Daoist, are you together with the fat Daoist? Ji Ziyue glanced at Yi Fan again. He wants to bet with me. He said that he has information about the 9 secrets. Yi Fan said directly. He didn't believe that the heartless Daoist would give him valuable information. It seems like Daoist Duan knows a very important clue. Yao Shi smiled and asked. Could it be that the tomb robber is Daoist Duan? Ji Ziyue teased. Duanda said confidently, this Daoist's knowledge is limited. However, I do know a thing or two. That's why I bet with Daoist Jingde. Ji Ziyue reminded him with good intentions, little Daoist, don't bet with him. He is a famous heartless Daoist. He always cheats and never makes a losing deal. Little princess of Ji family, you can't slander me. This Daoist has always been righteous. Duanda boasted shamelessly. TSK. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at him and then turned to Yi Fan, little Daoist, I'll tell you the information for free. Don't listen to him. This Daoist thanks Miss Ji. Yi Fan nodded in thanks. In Li City, there was indeed news about the 9 secrets. It was all because of a tomb robber. Not long ago, in an ancient weapon shop in the North region, they bought a broken copper bell. They found the words 9 secrets on it and it caused a commotion. They carefully restored the ancient bell. From the hundreds of ancient words on it, they deduced that it was a funerary object. It was something unearthed from the grave of an ancient cultivator. There weren't many words on the broken copper bell and the records were very vague. It roughly recorded some of the deeds of the tomb owner. The last sentence simply mentioned that their family had passed down one of the 9 secrets. 9 secrets. Every secret had unbelievable effects. It was a supreme divine art that everyone dreamed of. It shook the past and present. It was because they were too powerful that they were split up in the distant past and lost in different parts of the world, never to be gathered again. The appearance of the copper bell was like a tsunami that struck people's minds, shocking them. That was because there were only 3 or 4 of the 9 secrets that were passed down in the world. The rest were almost all lost. If one of them appeared because of this, any sect would go crazy. It was definitely a priceless divine art. In that case, a tomb robber dug up a broken copper bell and triggered the news of the 9 secrets appearing. Yi Fan was surprised. Ji Ziyue nodded and said, unfortunately, when we found the tomb robber, he had already died mysteriously. Killed to keep his mouth shut? No, he seemed to have been cursed. Ancient cultivator tombs often have this kind of evil art. Ziyue answered. The ancient weapon shop couldn't keep this secret. The news spread quickly. Many people deduced the approximate location from the vague records on the copper bell. It should be in Li City. Yifan stared at Duanda with an unfriendly expression and said, "This news will spread very soon. Aren't you embarrassed to sell it to me for 10,000 kilograms of origin source?" Duanda's face was flushed and he said, "When the news spreads, it will lose its value. Now, it's all about the word early. The earlier we know, the better. In my opinion, it's worth 10,000 kilograms of origin source." You really know how to talk nonsense. Yifan didn't want to say anything more to him. The 9 secrets were a type of lost inheritance. It was very likely to be found here and reappear in the world. Yifan was very tempted. He had grasped 2 of them. No one knew better than him how terrifying these divine arts were. He was willing to exchange ancient scriptures for them. Daoist Duan, your footprints are all over the world. I wonder if there are any other clues we can find. How about we cooperate? Yao Shi said with a smile. I'm afraid we'll be killed by your holy land at the last moment. Duanda chuckled. How can that be? I'm just talking about the few of us. The forces behind us haven't arrived yet. Yao Shi smiled like a flower. I have some clues in my heart. I do need some helpers. Duanda's fat face showed that he was tempted. Brother Haoyue, what do you think? Yao Shi asked Ji Haoyue. The future divine king of Ji family didn't like Duanda very much. However, he knew that this fat Daoist was very mysterious and had some special methods. He wouldn't lose out if he cooperated with him. All right. Ji Haoyue nodded. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said, Daoist Duan, what clues do you have? I know. A long time ago, an unparalleled character came to Li City to search for the 9 secrets. I know a thing or two about the route he took. You even know the whereabouts of an unparalleled character? Ji Ziyue didn't believe it. This is a record I found in an ancient book. Of course I know. In that case, it should be something very long ago. Yao Shi was surprised. Duanda nodded and said, yes, very long ago. This proves that Li City definitely has one of the 9 secrets. Unfortunately, it's been lost for countless years. It's very likely buried underground. Even that unparalleled character didn't find the 9 secrets. So what if you know his clues? Yifan asked. He didn't leave empty-handed. He left behind some extremely valuable clues. Duanda chuckled and answered. Who is this unparalleled character you're talking about? Ji Haoyue frowned. The future divine king of Ji family. You always don't believe me. Alright, I'll tell you. He's Gai Jiuyo from 8,000 years ago. What? Gai Jiuyo from Middle Prefecture, everyone was shocked. This name was too famous. 8,000 years ago, Gai Jiuyo's name shook Middle Prefecture and even spread to East Baron. He was invincible. Some people even thought that he might become a great emperor. In his later years, he came to East Baron. I think he was most likely buried here, Duanda answered. They all stared at Duanda with strange expressions. Duanda's hair stood on end. Why are you staring at me like that? Taoist Duan, did you dig up Gai Jiuyo's tomb? We thought too badly of me. Am I that kind of person? Why would I dig up someone's tomb for no reason? Besides, no one knows where Gai Jiuyo died. It's useless to talk about this. Let's find the 9 secrets, Ji Haoyue said in a deep voice. According to the record that Duanda had found, Gai Jiuyo had indeed been here and left behind valuable clues. 15,000 years ago, there used to be an ancient family in Lizho. They were very mysterious and kept a low profile. They were suspected to have cultivated the 9 secrets. As time passed, this ancient family had already disappeared in history. There are many ancient tombs outside Lee City. We don't need to dig them up one by one. We just need to find the tomb of that ancient family. Maybe we'll find something amazing. When they left Lee City, they saw many cultivators coming to Lee City. Yi Fan first saw Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huairen, the bandits, and Li Heishui. Then, he saw the little Peng King. This guy is here too. Don't tell me he's here to kill Yao Guang and Ji Haoyue. He knew how terrifying the little Peng King was. In the suburbs of Lee City, there were many people in the tombs. Yao Shi immediately frowned. Duanda said, "It's okay. In the past 15,000 years, Lee City has changed its location several times. There are many places in the tombs that they can't find." Chapter 281. Many cultivators were roaming about in the desolate outskirts of Lee City. They were all here for the 9 secrets. Once the 9 secrets were revealed, the entire northern region was shaken. All the sects could not remain calm, and even the clan of the Huanggu clearly wanted to fight for it. Caw! The old crows cried out miserably, making people's hair stand on end. This was a desolate graveyard. There were only a few withered trees and old vines. The rest of the place was bare and filled with broken tombstones. These people are too much. They won't even let the tombstones go. I really don't know what to say. Ji Ziyue was fuming. She had a somewhat pure temperament. They didn't know how many tombs they had seen, but they had all been turned over. Each tomb was cracked open, and some bones had even been dug out. Duanda said, "It's all because of a bronze bell. It revealed the heavenly secrets of the 9 secrets, so the cultivators of the northern region rushed over." Caw, caw, caw. In the desolate graveyard, a few old crows flapped their wings and lingered among the skeletons, transmitting an ominous feeling. They've already been dug up, so why are we still wasting our energy? Ji Ziyue was dissatisfied. Who do you think I am? I know 5,000 years in the past and 500 years in the future. Just listen to me. Duanda boasted shamelessly. Although his body was bloated, he was very agile. He walked back and forth in this ancient tomb as if he was measuring something. Daoist, are you sure you want to dig again here? Yao Shi's pretty face was full of confusion. What I want you to dig is not the surface, but the deeper underground cemetery. More than 10,000 years have passed, the real ancient tombs are buried deep underground, the mausoleum above is nothing. Duanda acted as if he had everything under control. Yi Fan had already expected this. These people sent him here most likely to use him as a laborer. His cultivation was not high and could not compare to the people before him. As expected, the task of digging up the tombs fell to him. He didn't mind since it was nothing for the 9 secrets. Unfortunately, their luck was not very good. They did dig up an ancient tomb, but it had nothing to do with the ancient clans from 15,000 years ago. There were no 9 secrets. At this moment, it was already nighttime, and the world was pitch black. Boom! Suddenly, the horizon lit up. Someone was fighting. 2 figures tore through the night sky like 2 small suns. They fought until the sky trembled. The battle was incredibly intense. It's Alcade Saint Child. Who is the other person? He's actually strong enough to contend against him. Ji Ziyue was astonished. At this moment, Ji Haoyue's godly monarch physique shone brightly as his battle-intent soared. He looked at the night sky and mumbled to himself, golden hair, unparalleled battle prowess, could it be the little Peng King of the demon race? Yi Fan had a profound look in his eyes. He didn't expect that the little Peng King would meet with the Alcade Saint Child so soon. The two of them were like two deities as they fought and shook the heaven and earth. Then, they disappeared into the horizon. Ji Haoyue was about to soar into the sky, but Ji Ziyue grabbed his arm and said, "Don't go." She was worried for her older brother. She knew that those two were both heaven-warping geniuses, comparable to the divine king body. She didn't want him to participate. Duanda said, "Fairy Yao, aren't you worried for the Alcade Saint Child?" Yao Shi smiled sweetly and said, "You're asking why I didn't go over to help, right? If I helped, he would definitely refuse. In a sense, the Great Emperor qualification battle has begun. He won't need my help." Great Emperor qualification battle. Ji Haoyue's eyes became even more resplendent. The divine light on the surface of his body burned like a raging fire. "My blood is also boiling. Unfortunately, my talent is average and I can't compete." Duanda shook his head. "Little Daoist, why are you silent?" Ji Ziyue asked. "The Great Emperor qualification battle is too far away from me. It's useless to think about it now." Yi Fan shook his head. In the next few days, Duanda led the others to dig up hundreds of ancient tombs, but they still found nothing. There were no clues about the 9 secrets. Only now did they understand why Duanda cooperated with them. It was a worthwhile trade to find a godly monarch saint child and an Alcade saint child to do hard labor. "Duanda, you've been instructing us to dig up tombs everywhere these past few days. We're almost going to turn over these ancient tombs. Are you confident?" Ji Haoyue asked in a low voice. He couldn't stand the future divine king doing this all day. He felt that Duanda was tricking them. "Don't you have an important clue left behind by Guy Juyo?" Yao Shi was also a little dissatisfied. "Don't worry, I can definitely find it. The clue left behind by Guy Juyo is very precious. I'm currently searching along this line. Otherwise, do you think that we can still find the ruins of Li City after 15,000 years?" 5 days later, Duanda revealed an excited expression and said, "I found it." "Did you find the tomb of that ancient family?" Ji Ziyue asked. "No, I found the ruins of Li City from 15,000 years ago." Duanda answered. It was a desolate plain with nothing but rubble everywhere. It was more than 200 kilometers away from the current Li City. "What's the use of finding the ruins of Li City? It's not the tomb of that ancient family." Duanda's face was flushed and said, "We can use this city to determine their tomb area. It shouldn't be too far away. The range is much more accurate. The world is so big. Don't tell me you want us to turn the surrounding area upside down." The few of them revealed murderous gazes at him. "Don't worry. The ancients were very particular about tombs and wouldn't bury people randomly. I have some experience in this field and can determine a few main locations." On this day, Duanda determined 54 places with good feng shui around the old Li City. However, on this day, other people rushed over from this area. "We met an expert. Someone made the same judgment as me." Duanda cried out in alarm. The number of people multiplied on the second day. This area was filled with figures and cultivators. "Oh no, the 9 secrets is indeed world-shocking. Many eccentric people who know about tombs have been invited. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find this place." Duanda frowned. "So, Taoist priest, you are also an eccentric person?" Yao Shi smiled. "To put it bluntly, I am indeed an expert in the field of tombs. You guys should know that even the demon emperor's Yin tomb didn't trap me." The few of them knew that he wasn't lying. In these 2 days, they dug up 18 selected places with good feng shui. In the end, they were either empty or the tombs of other ancient people. "Oh no, we chose 54 places and 27 were dug up by others. As expected, we met an expert." Duanda's expression was uncertain. There were only 9 burial areas left and 9 tombs to be dug up. If there were no accidents, the mausoleum of the ancient aristocratic family would very likely see the light of day again. Let's hurry up and get ahead of them. Otherwise, others will get there before us. Duanda was anxious. He determined that an expert had arrived. On this day, more and more people came. Almost all the cultivators smelled the scent and rushed to this old site. Suddenly, Duanda wiped some dust on his face and used the bone shrinking technique to change his appearance. Changing his appearance like this couldn't change the source of things like the secret technique recorded in the Book of Origin, but it was enough to confuse ordinary people. Only now did Yifan discover that Wu Zhongtian had appeared not far away. He, Li Heishui, Lu Kou, and Jiang Huiran had arrived at this area. Duanda had dug up someone's ancestral tomb before and naturally felt guilty. If he was discovered, Wu Zhongtian would definitely come and fight him to the death. Little Pengqing. Ji Haoyue's eyes were like lightning as he looked toward the horizon. A golden light streaked across the sky and the little Pengqing landed in the distance. Brother, don't fight him today. Ji Ziyue hurriedly pulled him back. Could it be that Yaoguang lost? Yifan was puzzled. They probably didn't have a true life and death battle that night. Yao Shi looked into the distance because he sensed Yaoguang's aura. His divine power was still as vigorous as the raging fire in a divine furnace. The people of the Jiang family are here too. Wild beasts roared in the horizon as hundreds of strange beasts rushed over. Powerful knights sat on top of them and their iron clothes flickered. The sky dome rumbled from the trampling of the wild beasts. The divine body of the Ji family is here, I can sense his aura. Ji Haoyue's body was dazzling like a divine rainbow. A bright moon hung high above his head. In the sky, the hundreds of knights rushed over and landed on the horizon in the distance. Everyone felt a pair of blazing eyes sweep over them as if they could penetrate into their bones. It was definitely the divine body of the Jiang family. The top experts of the younger generation could sense each other. Once a battle started, it would definitely be earth-shattering. They all had the qualifications to walk the path of the great emperor. Melodious music, mist, and flower petals danced in the air. A group of white-clothed girls appeared in this world like fairies. I didn't expect the people of the Jade Lake to come too. Yao Shi's beautiful eyes emitted a strange luster. Ji Ziyue was astonished and said, the Jade Lake has always stood aloof from worldly affairs and almost never participated in disputes. This time, they actually sent people for the 9 secrets. The saintess of the Jade Lake personally came. Oh no, I feel that something is wrong. I don't want to stay here any longer. Duanda wanted to retreat. What do you mean, Daoist? Yao Shi asked. Duanda said to Yifan, let's run. They are all people with powerful backgrounds. We are poor second generations. Even if we get something here, we can only help others. Daoist, you worry too much. We are allies. How could we harm you? Yao Shi smiled. Forget it. The younger generation has appeared. Those old guys must be here too. They are watching in the dark and will jump out at the crucial moment. Duanda's expression was very ugly. There are only 9 big tombs left. Daoist, are you going to give up just like that? Ji Haoyue said, don't worry. With me here, your life will be safe. It was almost certain that one of the 9 big tombs belonged to that ancient family. Duanda was hesitant. Boom! It was as if there were thousands of horses galloping. Dozens of ancient chariots rolled across the sky, rumbling and causing the sky to tremble. Another holy land, and they are all young experts. Woo! The horn was deafening. The clouds in the sky were scattered. A huge golden battleship flew over. It was hundreds of meters long and dazzling with golden light. Duanda sighed, will all the lands of the great sage come? Yifan also spoke, saying, why are they all from the younger generation? This is probably arranged by all sides. They want the younger generation to have a real battle to see who is stronger and who is weaker, Yao Shi analyzed. Yes, it's not that the old people didn't come. They just didn't show up. I'm afraid the battle for the 9 secrets will start among the younger generation first. Duan cursed his bad luck. Brother, is that so? Ji Ziyue asked worriedly. Ji Haoyue's fighting spirit was high. Divine power surged all over his body. A divine moon rose up and intimidated all directions. He nodded, yes, it seems like today is the day to decide who is stronger. Let's see who will be invincible in the eastern wilderness in the future. At the same time, many cultivators of the Jiang family also erupted with fighting spirit. The Jiang family's divine physique had finally come into being. On the other side, the Yaoguang saint was like a sun god. He stood alone and shone with tens of thousands of rays of light. In the distance, the little Peng King let out a long cry. His golden hair danced in the wind. His tall and sturdy body had an incomparable demonic nature. Terrifying waves shook out, and he looked like he was the only one in the world. Chapter 282. The Li city that had existed for 15,000 years was now only a pile of rubble, submerged under the dust and sand. Almost nothing was left. A large number of cultivators appeared in the ruins. The little Peng, Jiang clan's divine body, Alcade Saint Child, and Ji Haoyue stood in 4 directions. They were full of battle intent and looked down on the world like 4 deities. In the horizon, giant divine ships moved across the sky. War chariots arrived one after another, this region of the heavens continuously shaking. The Holy Land of Great Yen and the Holy Land of All Beginnings. Yao Shi's eyes shot out divine light. 2 pairs of incomparably sharp eyes shot out from the divine ship and the ancient chariot respectively. It was as if their gazes could pierce into one's bones. They were so powerful that it caused people to tremble. The successors of these 2 holy lands were truly frightening. The Holy Land of Great Yen and the Holy Land of All Beginnings had great origins. The words, Great Yen and Holy Land of All Beginnings, had extraordinary meanings. They were both the oldest holy lands of the eastern wasteland. Suddenly, boundless purple energy came from the east. It was indescribably noble and holy as it enveloped the east. Purple energy came from the east. It was ethereal and majestic. Since ancient times, it had always been called an auspicious and holy omen. A floating immortal palace appeared, riding on the purple energy. It was hazy and the surroundings were filled with purple splendor. The entire heaven and earth were dyed in a layer of immortal intent. The Purple Mansion Holy Land has sent people. Duan squinted his eyes. They didn't ride chariots or divine ships. They directly used a purple immortal palace to travel through the air. It was a shocking sight. The Purple Mansion was said to be the residence of immortals. A sect that dared to name itself this way was naturally powerful. Without a sound, a Daoist temple appeared in the sky. It was boundless as if it had been standing here since ancient times. Many people didn't notice when it appeared. It wasn't grand and didn't have any pearls or jade decorations. It was completely made of ordinary bluestone. It was simple and unadorned, but it gave people the feeling that the great Tao was boundless. The Tao Yixing also sent people. Ji Ziyue's mouth was wide open. She was very surprised. The purple immortal palace floated in the sky. The ancient Daoist temple didn't move at all. The 2 great sages sent many young disciples. They were all wearing Daoist robes. Many of them were female Daoists. However, the strongest among them didn't release any powerful divine power. They all stood quietly in the sky without any expression. It was obvious that they had no intention of fighting at this moment. At the old site of Li City, other than the Jiang family, the Ji family, the Alcade, and the Jade Pool, the other holy lands were also rushing over. The 9 secrets shocked the whole world. This masterless divine technique made everyone unable to sit still. The roars of the wild beasts shook the heavens and earth. In the distant sky, other than Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, and Jiang Huairen, a few more youths arrived, overlapping with them. The descendants of the 13 great bandits of the northern region had all arrived. Boom! A sinister-looking ancient ship that was 1,000 zhang in length appeared. It was like a primordial vicious beast, its dragon head held high, riding the wind and breaking the waves. The fiend race had sent out experts. Behind the 1,000 zhang ancient ship, there were dozens of battleships, protecting the surroundings. Yan Ryu stood on the ancient ship, hovering in the air, observing everything. Beside her, there were 3 young demonic cultivators standing side by side with her. The 9 secrets shocked the world. More and more people arrived. Other than the Holy Lands, all the major powers also sent people over. No one would miss this opportunity. The 9 secrets had no master, whoever obtained them could have them. Duanda smiled, future divine king of the Ji family, didn't you want to fight? The great sage has appeared one after another. Although you have a divine body and can fight one person, you definitely won't be able to defeat so many people. Plus, some of them might not be weaker than you. Fat Daoist, don't provoke my brother. Ji Ziyue grinned at Duanda. The 9 secrets haven't appeared yet, so I don't think anyone will attack. Ji Haoyue was very calm. All of his battle intent was restrained, and his divine power also calmed down like water. As a divine king, he could clearly feel the strong murderous intent and the true threat. Once the 9 secrets appeared, the great battle would begin. It would be the first great emperor battle. After a while, everyone restrained their murderous intents. This area was actually very calm. As expected, Eastern Baron is welcoming a golden age. Geniuses are appearing at the same time. If none of them die, there will be hundreds of flowers contending for supremacy. Duan sighed. I'm afraid many people won't have the same thoughts as you. Yaoshi smiled like a spring breeze, beautiful to the extreme. Heaven-warping geniuses, 1 or 2 is enough. If there are 5 or 6 or more, then I'm afraid that it will be a type of disaster and tragedy. It's hard to imagine how desperate the future clashes will be. She seemed to be uninvolved and didn't want to participate. However, Yi Fan knew that Yaoshi wasn't simple. If they really fought, her strength would be terrifying. She had an incomparably strong divine sense that wasn't weaker than his. This was a terrifying trump card that others didn't know about. Duanda cursed, these bastards are so cunning. Just now, they purposely released their murderous intent to suppress everyone. Now, they are secretly sending people to snatch the last 9. He had a total of 54 tombs and they were all around the Li City ruins. Now, everyone was moving and 45 of them had been excavated. There were only 9 left. Let's go, we need to act quickly or others will beat us to it. Yi Fan felt that everything else was meaningless. He didn't care if they fought to their deaths. The most important thing now was to find the 9 secrets. Finally, the remaining 9 tombs were almost all occupied. Yi Fan's group rushed over and didn't cause a huge battle. They successfully occupied a region. This was all because of Ji Haoyue. Now, he was one of the 2 God King physiques in the Eastern Baron. Almost no one dared to fight against him. Even those who could stand on equal footing with him didn't want to fight a life and death battle now. Other than the Holy Lands and the demon race, the people from the other sects naturally avoided at the first moment. The God King physique was evident. His invincible immortal might was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Daoist, do you have confidence in choosing this place? Yaoshi asked. Duanda's expression was calm. I am proficient in the study of tombs and have some experience. I feel that out of the 9 tombs, this place has the highest chance of finding the 9 secrets. Do you have any proof? Yi Fan asked. Look, the terrain here is very special. Duanda pointed at the boundless tombs. This place was in the shape of a staircase, rising gradually as if one was going to reach the sky. In the distance, there was a dragon-like river that surged and roared. Standing here and looking into the distance, it did indeed make one feel comfortable. The terrain is like ascending to the sky step by step, and there is a silver dragon sweeping past. This is the famous silver dragon sweeps the sky land. Hearing this, the few of them looked over. It was indeed similar to what he said. It really looked like a silver dragon sweeping the sky. Ordinary people definitely can't be buried in such a place. Those who can enter this tomb are mostly people with great backgrounds. In the past, the ancient family that cultivated the 9 secrets was the most noble in Li City. That's why I feel that this place is worth digging. Digging graves with proof. Daoist, you really know a lot. You must have robbed many tombs to practice, right? Ji Ziyue gritted her teeth and asked. Rumble. A loud sound came from the ground. The few of them forcefully opened a path underground, penetrating into the depths of the earth. However, they did not encounter an ancient tomb even after going more than 100 meters underground. It was all rocks and dead soil. It did not look like a place where people were buried. Daoist, you've got the wrong place. There is no ancient tomb here. It's just an empty space. The few of them were very disappointed. No, there must be something down there. More than 10,000 years have passed. It's impossible that no one has been buried in this treasured land. Duande insisted on digging. After digging another 300 meters, there was finally a loud rumble. It was extremely hollow. They had dug deep underground. Duanda was right. There was an ancient tomb in the depths of the earth, and it was very large. A wave of Yin Qi rushed up immediately. Retreat. The few of them flew back and rushed to the surface. The filthy Qi sealed underground was fine for thousands of years, but if it was more than 10,000 years, it might even turn a cultivator's life into nothingness. How is it? What did I say? Everything is as expected. Duanda's face was flushed. At this moment, it was already dusk. The last trace of the setting sun was about to disappear. The few old crows were not afraid of people and cawed non-stop on the dead wood. Daoist, can we go in now? Yao Shi asked. Wait a little longer. We'll go in after the sun sets, Duanda replied. Why? Ji Ziyue did not understand. I'm afraid there's something down there. Let's not go in yet and let it come out. He was calm and collected, looking very experienced. Looks like Daoist has entered many tombs. The few of them did not know what to say. Rumble. The sound of thousands of horses galloping came from the depths of the earth. It was extremely loud and terrifying. It was like a deafening tsunami. Then, a cold and gloomy aura rushed up to the sky. It was as if winter had come. Even as a cultivator, they could not help but shiver. Oh no, this big curtain is not simple. There's something extremely vicious inside. I'm afraid it's very terrifying. Boom! Roiling in energy rushed up to the sky and dyed the sky black. It was as if endless dark clouds had surged over and covered the sky. It's even more terrifying than I imagined. There are great monsters down there that have turned into demons, and there are many of them. There will most likely be existences that we cannot deal with. Duanda's expression was uncertain. Such a huge commotion naturally alerted everyone, and many cultivators rushed over. Even Ji Haoyue with the godly monarch physique could not intimidate them. The little Peng, Alcade Saint, and the others had also arrived. The top young experts of the Dian, Wanchu, Dawi, Jiang family, Zifu, and other great sages' lands all rushed over. Then, the leading figures of the monster race appeared one after another. The various sects and the descendants of the 13 great bandits swarmed over, surrounding the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Boom! Just as the sun set and night fell, a hair-raising sound came from the depths of the earth. It was hard to describe what was inside. Then, roiling energy rushed up to the sky like endless dark clouds and sealed the sky. Rumble, 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 a magnificent army galloped forward. The great earth trembled violently. In the next quarter of an hour, troops of soldiers rushed out one after another, killing intent soaring into the heavens. These people were all riding on all types of savage beasts. They held spears in their hands and wore ancient iron clothes that flickered with cold light. Powerful shady people and horses, how can there be so many of them? Many people cried out in alarm. In just a short period of time, there were already several thousand shady people and horses that rushed out, shaking heaven and earth. The Yin energy was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Moreover, these people were still continuously rushing out from the surface. There are too many of them. Moreover, these shady people are all extremely powerful. How are we going to deal with them? Everyone's expressions changed. Just how large is the underground ancient tomb? So many shady people and horses actually rushed out at once. It is hard to imagine how many more there are below. What exactly is controlling them? Chapter 283. The curtain of night fell, and Yin energy rushed into the heavens. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it pitch black like ink. Old crows cried out mournfully, creating a miserable and terrifying scene. Thousands of Yin soldiers cried out and horses neighed. Their iron clothes flickered, and killing intent rushed into the heavens like a flood. The great earth trembled and rumbled with noise. This type of scene was extremely shocking. Thousands of savage beasts galloped, forming a dark mass that stretched across the horizon. They turned into a torrent of steel that destroyed everything in its path. Wherever the iron spears went, everything was turned into fine powder. Chilly winds whistled about. All types of towering ancient trees were uprooted and shattered in the sky. Wood shavings and leaves fluttered about chaotically. This was a powerful wave of killing intent. It engulfed everything. Trees and ancient vines were uprooted and rushed into the sky. Even large rocks that were tens of meters in length were immediately shattered. There was nothing that could stop these Yin soldiers and horses. Wherever their spears went, anything that had a form would be destroyed. There are treasures in the depths of the earth, world-shocking divine treasures. Many cultivators couldn't hold themselves back anymore. They were incomparably excited as they rushed forward. Now, there was no need for anyone to say anything. Everyone knew that there was a great secret beneath this great earth. Even if it wasn't the ninth secret, it would still be extraordinary. In just a short period of time, thousands of Yin soldiers and horses rushed out. This type of large scale was rarely seen, and it was difficult to imagine what was underground. Under the night sky, light flickered. Many people brought out their magical treasures and struck towards the Yin soldiers and horses that were like a flood. Paw! Ah! Something shocking happened. The dozens of cultivators at the very front had their magical treasures shattered and their bodies hacked apart. They met with misfortune the moment they made contact. Blood surged and heads fell. The thousands of soldiers rushed over and trampled the dozens of corpses into meat paste. They couldn't stop their advance at all. The powerful Yin soldiers and terrifying Yin horses. Wherever the iron spears went, many cultivators couldn't contend against them. Roar! The thousands of Yin soldiers roared. Black Yin energy surged and surged upwards, turning the great earth pitch black. Dark clouds were about to descend onto the ground. Everyone retreated. There were so many soldiers, and every single one of them was terrifying. When they gathered together, it made people tremble in fear. If they fought alone, they would undoubtedly die. Roar! The thousands of soldiers and horses roared. Death aura rushed into the sky, causing a few cultivators to fall from the sky. The result was tragic. The horses trampled over them and turned them into a bloody paste. Thump, 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 in the depths of the ancient tomb, the sound of drums actually transmitted out. It was oppressive and sorrowful, making people frightened. The nether soldiers and horses on the ground leaped into the air at the first instant. The horses galloped through the void and charged into the sky. Energy engulfed the heavens. Thousands of men and horses covered the sky, forming a pitch-black expanse. They brandished their iron spears and charged at the cultivators. Everyone was shocked. These soldiers were far more powerful than they had imagined. All of them could fly in the air, and they were a terrifying force. Moreover, their speed was extremely fast, like a black tide surging over. There were too many cultivators in the sky. It was impossible for everyone to escape. Many of them did not have time to escape and were forced to fight. Chong, dang, shin, black mist surged, iron robes flickered, and all kinds of weapons clashed. It was a life and death battle. The soldiers were powerful, and hundreds of cultivators fell into the encirclement, unable to resist. Wherever the iron spears passed, weapons were shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. The soldiers charged through, and hundreds of people were turned into meat paste, dying a violent death. Of course, there were also many soldiers killed in the process, turning into black mist and dissipating in the sky. Boundless celestial being, the compassionate Taoist chant echoed in the sky like the sonorous voice of the Grand Tao. The simple and unadorned ancient Taoist temple made entirely of limestone appeared in the sky above the tomb. Boundless celestial being, these 4 words rang out continuously like a tsunami, grand and righteous. The people of the Tao One Holy Land made their move, using their supreme Grand Tao to suppress these ferocious soldiers. The voice of a young Taoist priest was in the lead. It was like the sound of nature, extremely pleasant and melodious. This kind of saintly voice was everywhere in the world. Ripples spread out from the ancient Taoist temple, and the sound waves flowed in all directions like water. Many people quieted down. As for the thousands of soldiers, they started to fade under the sound of the young Taoist priest's heavenly voice. They charged towards the ground in fear, wanting to escape back to the underground palace. Boundless celestial being. The young Taoist priest's heavenly voice was very clear, like pearls falling to the ground. The soldiers had nowhere to hide, so they quickly turned into mist. In just a moment, more than half of the thousands of troops had disappeared. The heavenly voice was like water, cleansing all directions. When the moving voice disappeared, all the soldiers were gone, and even the void was purified. Everything was peaceful, and the stars and moon flickered. Many people gasped, then couldn't help but admire the people of the Tao One Holy Land. That young Taoist priest purified thousands of soldiers with her heavenly voice, shocking everyone. Duanda nodded. The little Taoist nun from the Tao One Holy Land is indeed extraordinary, the future divine king of the Ji family. You were born at the wrong time. You should be invincible in the Eastern Baron, but now there are so many people who can fight against you. Bad Taoist, don't fan the flames. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at him. Taoist, should we retreat or stay? Yi Fan asked. Duanda answered, we're poor second generations, we can't compare to these disciples from the Holy Lands. We should retreat, but the situation is different now. Yi Fan nodded, so many people from the Holy Lands are here, and the tomb is no small matter. Can we fish in troubled waters? That's right, there's no rush to leave. Duanda agreed. Yao Shi, Ji Ziyue, and Ji Haoyue were speechless. These two didn't even talk behind their backs. Of course, these two had their own ulterior motives, so they weren't really discussing. Thump, 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 in the depths of the earth, the muffled drum sounds rang out again. Energy surged out like billowing smoke, covering the moon and stars in an instant. It was as dark as the ocean. Obviously, the soldiers were about to attack again. The expressions of the cultivators on the surface changed. The tomb was very ferocious, and the spirits were endless. Purple energy came from the east, illuminating the sky. A faintly discernible celestial palace flew above the tomb. Purple light sprinkled down like stars, rushing into the tomb. Celestial music played. The palace above was like a pavilion in the celestial realm, distant and illusory. It seemed unreal. Purple energy fluttered, incomparably auspicious and auspicious. It was the best way to suppress the energy. The water-like purple light annihilated the smoke-like energy. Someone from the Z mansion has made a move. Is it one person or many young disciples purifying it? Yi Fan asked. Duanda looked up at the celestial palace. If it's one person, it really won't be simple, but it's very likely. The purple energy disappeared and the tomb calmed down. Clearly, the rulers below knew that the people above weren't easy to deal with, so they didn't send more people. This is bad. I have a premonition that there's something undefeatable below. Duanda frowned. At this time, a golden ship hundreds of meters long flew over. It was dazzling, and a sword light slashed down, causing the ground to crack. The people from the Super Yen Holy Land had made their move. Clang! 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 The sword energy was like a dragon, as thick as a mountain. It pierced through the heavens and earth with a biting cold killing intent. Many people couldn't help but tremble. The powerful sword intent destroyed everything and split the earth. Nothing could stop it. Many people couldn't endure it even though they were watching from afar. It was as if the heavens had released their killing intent. The stars moved, and the coldness seeped into their bones. Facing this kind of sword light, they wanted to kneel down. The Super Yen Holy Sword is indeed heaven-defying. When it reaches its peak, it can cut through everything and create a small world, Yashi said to herself. It's powerful and shocking. Ji Haoyue with the Divine King physique nodded. Not long after, the earth was cut open, and the earth was cut hundreds of meters high. The mysterious tomb was about to be revealed to the world. Clang! 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 The sword light that was like a true dragon caused the earth to shake violently. The sword light encountered an obstruction. The golden battleship flew away, and the people from the Super Yen Holy Land stopped. This was a great rift valley. An ancient tomb had appeared, and below it was a massive underground palace. This wasn't a tomb in the normal sense, but rather an ancient city that revealed a corner of its magnificent city gates to the world. The underground palace from over 10,000 years ago was indestructible and intact. Without a doubt, there were mystical Tao patterns carved into it that allowed it to survive to this day. The ancient city gates were originally half open, with wisps of black fog emitting from them. But at this moment, they suddenly slammed shut, isolating it from the outside world. Humanity's 9 secrets, let me see just what is so special about them that they can shock the world. The golden-winged little ping cried out. He was the first to move. He turned into a beam of golden light and landed in the Great Rift Valley, standing in front of the underground palace's stone gates. Bang! In his hand, a pitch-black weapon appeared. It was as heavy as a mountain, causing the void to collapse. As he swung it, the void began to hum and tremble. Dang! The golden-winged little ping grasped the great desolate halberd. He struck the underground palace's gates with a heaven-shaking sound. The seemingly indestructible city gates actually began to crack. Dang! Even the immortal underground palace couldn't withstand such an impact. More cracks appeared on the city gates. Up above, everyone was left dumbfounded. This Sky Rock Race Little King's supernatural strength was shocking. The great Yen Saint sword hadn't been able to forcefully cut him, but he had actually smashed it apart. Dang! The golden-winged little Peng swung the great desolate halberd a third time. The black halberd pressed down on the void, causing the void to shake. The massive city gates were smashed apart by him. His courage was unparalleled. It was hard to imagine just how formidable his combat strength was. It could be said that he had the strength to pick up mountains, and his aura was unrivaled. Suddenly, the sound of a monstrous flood filled the air. Countless spectral soldiers rushed out from the underground palace, rushing towards the golden-winged little Peng. You think you can kill me with just your abilities? He stood alone in front of the city gates, grasping the black great desolate halberd. He shouted out, 108,000 swords. At this moment, tens of thousands of golden lights shot out. Tens of thousands of golden swords shook the heavens and earth. This was an indiscriminate attack, destroying all that stood in its way. Zheng, 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 the 108,000 swords moved in unison. All of the spectral soldiers that rushed over were cut down. Only he stood alone in the center of the battlefield. The golden-winged little Peng's figure was tall and strong. His golden hair fluttered without any wind, dancing in the air like a golden sun. His eyes were extremely sharp, like heavenly swords being unsheathed. The light that shot out from his eyes caused one's heart to race. I'll take a look at the human race's 9 secrets first. He shouted and rushed into the underground palace. Not good, we absolutely cannot let the monster race obtain it. The cultivators above shouted. They all moved into action and rushed into the underground palace. The spectral soldiers were endless. If they wanted to enter the city, they could only kill their way through. There was no other way. The powerhouses opened up a path and killed their way to the front. The Jiang family's divine body left behind an afterimage. It flashed and disappeared into the city gates. The wavering light Saint Child shone with a dazzling holy light. He was impervious to all techniques. He was like a divine furnace that overflowed with divine flames as he slaughtered his way into the city. Then, the superfluous evolution Holy Land, the All Beginnings Holy Land, the Purple Mansion Holy Land, and the Tao One Holy Land all sent people. They flashed and disappeared into the underground palace. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Experts from all directions and many great sects' disciples all rushed forward. They weren't willing to fall behind as they fought a great battle against the spectral soldiers. No one knew what was going on in the depths of the underground palace or how terrifying it was. However, everyone was striving to be the first to kill their way in. The mist was hazy. Even the Jade Lake Saintess moved. She was no longer indifferent as she entered the ancient city. Then, Beauty Jade bloomed like a divine lotus. She was bathed in multicolored light and also disappeared with a flash. Purple Moon, wait here. Don't follow me. A terrifying battle will erupt inside. I'm going in. After the Ji family's future divine king finished speaking, she disappeared in an instant, only leaving behind a divine moon image. Yaoshi laughed softly and also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Big brother. Little Purple Moon called out, but she didn't receive any reply. A good opportunity to fish in troubled waters has come. Zheng de brat, let's also make some preparations. The heartless Daoist chuckled. Yi Fan nodded and said, we only came for the 9 secrets. Everything else is empty. The 9 secrets might be difficult to obtain. There are most likely things inside that we can't deal with. Duanda paced back and forth. He didn't immediately take action. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. There were cultivators and spectral soldiers everywhere outside the underground palace. Chapter 284. Inside the canyon, the tomb was like an abyss. Only a corner of the city gate was exposed. As for how grand and vast it was still impossible to estimate. Large numbers of Nether soldiers rushed out, unable to kill them all. A few of the great sage's disciples had already entered. Many sects and other forces' disciples followed closely behind, killing the Nether soldiers and forcing their way in. Thump, thump, thump. The war drums were like thunder, resounding in the depths of the underground palace. The Nether soldiers were like a black tide, surging out continuously. Many cultivators died. However, for the 9 secrets, many forces could not retreat. Large numbers of cultivators killed their way in, brandishing their weapons to fight against the Nether soldiers and Nether horses. Then, someone shot out leaf fire, burning a large area, turning the Nether spirits into nothingness. Kill! Battle cries resounded everywhere. Corpses littered the ground in front of the underground palace. The Nether soldiers were very brave, but many people were trampled into a bloody pulp. 2 hours later, the battle cries gradually weakened. No one knew how many people had died. The area in front of the city gate was scarlet. Flesh and blood mixed with the soil, forming a muddy area. The bloody puddles were red and unbearable to look at. The city gate finally quieted down. The number of Nether soldiers decreased sharply and could no longer be seen, no longer charging out. Most of the surviving cultivators had killed their way in. Everyone, are we still going in? A cultivator's face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. There were over 100 people in front of the city gate, and all of them had ugly expressions. Some female cultivators were vomiting. They were not strong enough, so they had been watching from afar. Only now did they approach. There are not many Nether soldiers left. It is most likely safe now. We can go in. Another cultivator spoke with a pale face. This ancient tomb is too terrifying. It is not a place we can enter freely. There will most likely be even stronger Nether spirits in the depths. Someone objected. In the end, a small number of people entered. Most of them were more rational and rushed out of the canyon, returning to the surface. 3 figures descended from the sky and arrived in front of the underground palace. Dao leader Duan, are you going in? Ji Ziyue asked. Wait a while more. Duanda was very calm and not in a hurry at all. Yi Fan smiled. Aren't you afraid that the 9 secrets will be obtained by others? Aren't you in no hurry? Good things can't be rushed. Even if they go in first, they might not be able to get it. Duanda was very calm. Buzz. Suddenly, the underground palace shook violently, and the yin qi inside became even denser. Many cultivators cried out in alarm, followed by battle cries. Duanda's expression changed as he said, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The truly powerful things have just appeared. Muffled roars and intense fighting ensued. The depths of the underground palace were in chaos, and miserable cries could be heard everywhere. Are you sure that this is the mausoleum of that ancient family? Why do I feel that something is off? Yi Fan asked. Something is very wrong. There are too many yin spirits. These things need a very long time to be born. Duanda frowned. Another hour passed, and the depths of the underground palace finally quieted down. The roars disappeared, and not long after, someone staggered out. Their hair was disheveled, their faces pale, and they were all heavily injured. Many of them had terrifying claw marks on their bodies, and some of them even had their arms torn off. How was it inside? What did you guys encounter? Duanda moved forward with a simple and honest look, and asked with concern. Damn it, don't mention it. It's a ghost's nest with malicious spirits everywhere. The deeper we go, the more powerful the things we encounter. I don't know which bastard discovered this great tomb and dug out the yellow springs water. What bullshit 9 secrets, I lost an arm because of you. A large man continuously cursed as he staggered away. Duanda rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. In just a short quarter of an hour, many people rushed out of the underground palace. They were all people who wanted to retreat and didn't want to take any more risks. Alright, it's time for us to go in. If we don't go in, there won't be anything left. Duanda decided to move. Yifan said, this poor Daoist doesn't want to go in. This place isn't good, and there probably won't be any 9 secrets. Ji Ziyue also stopped in her tracks. If her brother couldn't deal with the things inside, it was useless for her to go in. She felt that it was more appropriate to ask the elders for help. In that case, this poor Daoist will get the 9 secrets alone. Duanda flashed and disappeared into the city gate. Little Daoist, you should leave this place as soon as possible. Ji Ziyue thought for a moment, then flew out of the canyon and rushed into the distance. This place was too dangerous. Even if he wanted to fish in troubled waters, he probably wouldn't be able to get anything. The Yin spirits were endless, so Yifan didn't act rashly and continued to wait outside. Suddenly, the figure of a big dog entered his eyes. The Black Emperor was like a lone wolf as it scuttled down the steep terrain from the canyon. Not only had Yifan changed his appearance, but even his origin had changed. For example, his smell. Even if it was a dog spirit, it wouldn't be able to tell that it was him by smell. Black Emperor. Over here. Hearing the call, the big black head was shocked and bared its teeth as it looked over. It's me. Don't make a sound. Use your spiritual will to transmit your voice. Yifan didn't expect that it would come here. His originally peaceful mind became active again. This guy could even break the restriction of a great expert. If he entered the underground palace with it, he would most likely have a certain chance of success. The big black dog's face darkened, and he said, I was just about to look for you. I accompanied you to the immortal palace to save people, but in the end, I didn't even get anything. I worked hard for you for nothing. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? F***ck. The big black dog was so angry that he almost couldn't pounce over. Yifan transmitted his voice, don't be angry. That old demon was clearly sealed in your divine bell. How could you not get the ancient scripture? That disaster has temporarily merged with my divine bell. I can't refine it, so I can't get the ancient scripture at all. The big black dog was very depressed. Yifan smiled and said, that's easy. When Pang Bo comes out in the future, I'll ask him to take you in as the mountain guardian divine beast and teach you the supreme ancient scripture. The big black dog's expression was unfriendly, and he said, Brat, do you believe that if I shout that the source root of all things is here, a group of people will rush over and tear you to pieces? Forget it, we're 2 grasshoppers on the same rope. Let's not fight over anything. Let's enter the underground palace together and see what benefits we can get. You want me to help you break the restriction, right? The big black dog looked as if he had seen through him. Yifan's expression was calm, and he said, this is a ghost nest. I'm letting you in because I want you to get some benefits. There are most likely no restrictions that can be broken. If you want me to help, just say it. Don't make it seem like I need to thank you. The big black dog bared his teeth. I want to ask you, can you carve a Tao pattern that can allow you to travel through space? Yifan looked at him seriously. The big black dog said proudly, who am I? I'm number 1 in this world, and there is no Tao pattern that I can't carve. As long as you can provide me with the origin, I can even send you to the middle state. Really? Yifan was tempted. Of course it's real. Yifan's eyes lit up, and he urged, then let's not waste time talking. Hurry up and carve it now. I don't need it to be able to travel millions of miles. As long as it can travel 1,000 miles, we can use it as a path of retreat later. Carving this kind of thing requires special materials. Do you have a profound jade platform? The big black dog asked, rolling his eyes. I've collected some. Yifan tossed out a large piece that was several meters long. It was black and translucent, and shone with a sparkling and translucent luster. There was another reason why he didn't enter the underground palace. The great sage was determined to obtain the 9 secrets, so those grand elders had definitely come. They were most likely guarding outside and sealing off this place. Now that the Black Emperor was here, if he could carve a Tao pattern that could allow him to travel through space, it would be equivalent to helping him resolve this hidden worry. A quarter of an hour later, Yifan and the big black dog entered the underground palace. Of course, they didn't walk together. They walked one after the other, and the big black dog transformed into a 2-foot-long dog to avoid being recognized. This underground world was extremely vast. The deep underground palace connected together, and it was unknown where it led to. It didn't seem like a great tomb, but more like a large underground castle. Along the way, they saw many corpses. Occasionally, 1 or 2 ghost soldiers would charge out, but this couldn't stop Yifan. After all, it wasn't a charge of thousands of soldiers. When we go in later, pay more attention to a fat Taoist priest. No, he changed his appearance, it's like this. Yifan transmitted his voice to the big black dog. You mean, you want me to bite him at the crucial moment and snatch the treasure? The big black dog looked at him sideways, and said, You still have the nerve to ask me to do such a stupid thing. Actually, if possible, I'm willing to bite him myself, but my teeth aren't sharp, so I can't compare to you. That bastard will definitely find the treasure. As long as you keep an eye on him, I guarantee you'll return with great rewards. This ancient tomb was magnificent, like an underground palace. The stone pillars were coiled with dragons, and the tomb walls were carved with phoenixes. It was very exquisite, and the underground palace was connected one after another. Meow. Suddenly, a mournful cat's cry sounded out. A black light rushed out from a stone hall, pouncing towards Yifan, as fast as black lightning. This was a giant creature, 5 or 6 meters long, and its sharp claws were more than a foot long. It looked like a big black cat, but its body was covered with scales. It was strong and powerful, and its teeth were like daggers, shining with a cold light. Yifan punched out, and the big black cat was shattered. Apart from turning into a thick yin chi, there was also a pool of dirty blood left behind. The Black Emperor revealed a dignified expression and said, The yin body produced blood. This place is really fierce. I'm afraid it has been sealed for 10,000 to 20,000 years. After going several miles deeper into the underground palace, Yifan became more and more startled. He saw a giant spectral soldier that was over a dozen meters tall. It had transformed into flesh and blood, but half of its body had been cut off, as if it had been wounded by the great desolate halberd. Moments later, Qinyi saw dozens of Yin soldiers with scales all over their bodies, and there were many shattered Dao Palace-grade weapons lying around them. They looked as if they had been burned, and half of their bodies were missing. This was very similar to the Alcade Saint Sun Saint Light technique. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yellow waters surged. A great river passed through the underground palace, rushing forwards. The yellow water made one's heart palpitate, and a rancid smell filled the air. Before long, Yifan saw many golden-clothed spectral soldiers. They shined with a brilliant light and their complexions were ruddy, as if they had a life of their own. However, they had already been killed. Then, they saw several massive piles of bones. Giant snakes moved in and out of them, all of them fierce and vicious. Then, they saw a lake of blood. There were also life forms swimming in it, but they seemed to be afraid of the people in front of them and didn't rush over. After advancing for a total of over a dozen miles, they finally arrived at the end of the underground palace. The scenery here had completely changed. The Yin aura had been swept away, and the area ahead was brightly lit. It was incomparably bright. There was a jade palace that was located at the end of the underground palace. It was extremely holy, and rays of auspicious colors bloomed, and rays of multicolored light shot out in all directions. The surroundings were lush green, and there were actually many strange flowers and plants growing in this underground world. This is really strange. I thought it was a ghost nest, but in the end, it's a palace that's blooming with holy light. Yi Fan was slightly surprised. These buildings were golden in color, but they were almost translucent. They were like gold and spirit jade, and they were extremely magnificent. When the large black dog saw this scene, he was given a huge fright, and said, F***CK, could this emperor have seen wrongly? Such holy power, could it be that they want to become a martial emperor through corpses? Ji Haoyue, the little golden-winged Ping King, the Jiang clan divine body, and the people from the various holy lands have all entered. I wonder what they will discover. There was a divine light in Yi Fan's eyes. Chapter 285. The Black Emperor was bewildered. It hesitated, worried that someone wanted to use a corpse to become a martial emperor. Yi Fan shook his head. It's impossible for a corpse emperor to appear. There are sounds of a great battle inside. If there really is such an existence, then even if all the cultivators of the eastern wasteland were to come, they would all perish. This building was made from gold and jade. It sparkled with a brilliant yellow light, as clear as crystal, seeming both real and illusory. They walked up the stairs. The jade steps beneath their feet flowed with auspicious light. There wasn't a hint of yin energy, but rather the fragrance of flowers. The jade buildings were surrounded by flowers and plants. As they walked into the first jade palace, a rich spiritual energy rushed towards them. Everything was sparkling and sparkling, all of the objects were carved from spirit jade. Let's split up so we don't attract attention. Yi Fan took the lead and walked forwards. The Black Emperor shrunk his body to a mere foot long. He was like a cat as he strode forwards, stealthily moving forwards. Within the first palace, the ground was covered in blood. Many cultivators had died violent deaths, their corpses nearly torn to pieces. There were also several ghost soldiers, no, perhaps they should be called ghost generals. Although they had been hacked to death, they were still vivid and lifelike. They had a pair of 2-meter-long black wings on their backs. As he tapped them with his fingers, they emitted a clanging sound. They were indestructible. It looks peaceful, but there are still such things guarding this place. This really isn't a good place. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment and then walked forwards. The second palace left him shocked. If he stepped on the ground, blood would submerge his feet. Besides the corpses of cultivators, there was also an 8-headed snake. The snake's corpse lay on the ground, its blood flowing all over the place. The entire palace was submerged, and the stench was incomparably foul. For yin energy to give birth to such a powerful flesh and blood, it really is terrifying. I didn't think it would be killed in the end. The Black Emperor was flabbergasted from afar. Yi Fan found a cut on the great desolate halberd. It had been hacked to death by the little golden-winged rock. This future king of the monster race was truly brave. Thud, 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 in the quiet palace, the sound of Yi Fan's own footsteps echoed out. As he entered the third palace, a silver light rushed towards him, accompanied by an evil wind. He was startled and formed a hand seal. With a loud, dang sound, the creature was shaken away. This was actually a flying yikshaw that flickered with silver radiance. Its appearance was sinister, and it had a pair of silver wings. It was robust and powerful, and with a low roar, it threw itself murderously at him again. This was the first time Yi Fan had seen something like this. Legend had it that it was at least as strong as the 4 extreme hidden realms. It was extremely powerful and hard to deal with. But he was not afraid, because although this silver-winged yikshaw was frightening, it was already at its last gasp. Half of its body had already been smashed by someone, and now it did not have much strength left. He swung out his golden palm, and it seemed like an enormous seal that could overturn the heavens as it fiercely chopped down, shattering the winged yiksha with a bang. There were over a dozen silver-winged yikshas' corpses on this floor. They were equivalent to cultivators of the 4 extreme secret realms, but they were all killed by the disciples of the various sacred grounds. The strength of the younger generation of the Holy Land successors was evident. Similarly, there were also corpses of human cultivators in the main hall. The casualties were heavy, and the scarlet blood was more than the silver blood. The ground was red. Not long after, Yi Fan entered the 4th floor of the main hall. There were even more corpses of human cultivators. The entire floor was strewn in disorder, and a bloody mist lingered around. There were 6 special corpses in this floor. They were not human, but 6 Yuhua Daoists. All of them were skin and bones, and they wore Daoist robes. Their skin and flesh were shiny and dry, wrapped around their bones. There were some short feathers growing on the surface of their bodies. When one touched them, their bodies felt as heavy as 10,000 caddies, and the feathers made clanking noises. These were not formed from Yin energy, but were refined by someone after a true cultivator passed away. With a Yin spirit as their master, these powerful ancient corpses possessed unimaginable battle prowess that surpassed the 4 extreme secret realms. 6 Yuhua Daoists have been killed. Their powerful golden bodies have been broken. These Holy Land descendants are indeed terrifying. Although Yi Fan was surprised, he wasn't too surprised. Ji Haoyue and the Jiang clan's divine physique could fight across secret realms after revealing their phenomena. They could even kill experts of the older generation, let alone these 6 Daoists. This tomb is really unusual. There are even Daoists here. I wonder what else will jump out. I'm starting to wonder if there's really someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, who wants to become a monarch with a corpse. The Black Emperor muttered to himself. There were even more corpses on the 5th floor. There was no place to stand, and the ground was covered in bloody mud. Occasionally, white bone fragments would splatter out and stick to the translucent jade walls. What happened here? Don't tell me everyone died here. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, Yi Fan sensed the remnant power of the extreme path. At the same time, he found 3 special broken bones in the bloody mud. They had a jade-like luster. The Black Emperor was shocked. These are 3 jade bone corpses. They must have been almighty when they were alive. After their deaths, they were refined and possessed by a Yin spirit. Although they can't compare to almighty beings, they are still extremely terrifying. They can even find the corpses of almighty beings. Yi Fan was quite shocked. It was obvious that Yen Ryu had used an extreme weapon to shatter the 3 jade bone corpses. There were still traces of extreme divine might left. Yi Fan listened carefully. After a while, he heard the sounds of intense fighting. The battle had started again and it was very far from here. He didn't stop and walked towards the 6th floor. This was a rather long journey, at least 5 kilometers away. In front of him, there was only one bright palace left. It shone brightly in the pitch-black underground world. The depths of the earth had been hollowed out. The 6th palace was especially far away, as if it was floating in the air. It looked even more ethereal. The last hall, all the secrets are there. Yi Fan was excited. There might be 9 secrets, or there might be others, but it was definitely an extraordinary place. He quickly rushed forward. In the pitch-black underground, the Black Emperor walked like a cat, extremely agile. He opened up a distance and followed closely behind. When he arrived at the last hall, Yi Fan felt the immortal might of the extreme path, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Extreme weapon. The Black Emperor's eyes flickered, he wanted nothing more than to snatch it over. Right in this last light palace, there was clearly a great battle going on. Even after using the extreme path weapon, it was still so intense. One could imagine how powerful the opponent was. He did not immediately enter. He stopped in the distance with the Black Emperor and waited quietly. Boom! The entire underground world was shaking, but the sixth floor of the palace was dazzling and did not collapse. It was still standing tall, and it was obvious that there were extraordinary Tao patterns engraved on it. In this hall, there was a board with 4 words engraved on it, Light Palace. Boom! The ground trembled again and again, all of them erupting from the Light Palace, but it remained motionless and did not collapse. Why do I feel that this Light Palace is a little familiar? The Black Emperor was bewildered. Just at this moment, Yi Fan was shocked. They had reached the end of the Jade Palace, but there were still 3 huge objects in the pitch-black area behind them. They were sitting in the darkness and did not emit any light. That's 3 coffins. His heart trembled. 3 coffins, the smallest one was as big as a palace, and the 3 coffins were taller than the other, standing tall in the darkness. 6 ancient halls, 3 large coffins, combined together, it is 9 words, the number that the ancients paid the most attention to. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Boom! The Light Palace suddenly shook, and then quietened down. The extreme path immortal might decreased sharply, and slowly returned to normal. Is it over? Yi Fan was ready to move. Suddenly, the Light Palace was in chaos, as though they were fighting over something. As expected, it's over. Forget about those 3 coffins, let's enter the Light Palace to take a look. Yi Fan flew over. When he was about to get close, the Black Emperor's body shook, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. It's him, what did you see? Yi Fan hurriedly stopped, and turned around to look at him. How is this the Light Palace? This is clearly the Emperor's former sleeping palace. Which bastard brought it here and changed its name? The large black dog cursed in a low voice. What? Yi Fan's heart trembled. No matter how he asked, the Black Emperor did not say anything else, and only responded with silence. Yi Fan had no choice but to stride toward the Emperor's sleeping palace. This Light Palace was very deep, and the extreme path immortal might was still overflowing, but many human cultivators were almost about to start fighting each other. In the center of the grand and spacious palace, there was a divine altar floating in the air. It was completely black, but streaks of auspicious light shot out from it, and it was very mysterious. What attracted people the most was that there was an ancient beast hide scroll on the divine altar. It looked very ordinary, but it instantly caused everyone to become excited. Everyone wanted to rush over, snatch it, and make it their own, because it was very likely that it was the 9 secrets. The strongest descendants of the Dian, Wan Chu, Jiang clan, Zifu, Dao Yi, Ji clan, Yao Light, and other great sage clans were all unscathed. In the palace, Ji Haoyue, the Yao Light saint, Yao Shi, the Jiang clan divine body, the Jade Lake holy maiden, and the others were all on guard. They all wanted to make a move and snatch the ancient beast hide scroll on the black divine altar. Yi Fan felt that only one important person was missing, and that was Yen Ryu. She had an extreme path weapon, so how could she have disappeared? There, he discovered that there was an ancient pagoda in the palace. At first, he thought it was just a decoration, but now he realized that it was an extremely terrifying weapon. The ancient pagoda was translucent, and he could vaguely see that Yen Ryu was being suppressed on the 5th floor. Light flickered in her hand, and she was using the extreme path weapon to resist. This pagoda had a total of 7 floors, and on the highest floor sat a hazy figure. It was him who was controlling the ancient pagoda and suppressing Yen Ryu. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was definitely incomparably powerful. Although this ancient pagoda was a great weapon, how could it be compared to the extreme path weapon? The difference was too great. This person had used his absolute strength to seal the demon race princess who had the extreme path weapon. He was the protector of the 6th floor. Yi Fan's heart went cold. Many of the saint children present didn't make a move to help. They all had their own thoughts while Yen Ryu was resisting the terrifying expert. The black divine altar that was floating in the center of the palace emitted streaks of auspicious light. It made people feel incomparably comfortable. That beast-hide scroll was very close at hand, and many of the Holy Land's descendants were ready to fight at any time. However, no one dared to be the first to snatch it. What exactly is that black stone platform? How can it float in the air on its own? Yi Fan transmitted his divine sense. The Black Emperor seemed very excited as he said, "That's AF** King Treasure, a primal chaos stone. It's the bed that the great emperor used to sleep on." Chapter 286. Dian, 10,000 Beginnings, Purple Mansion, Jiang Family, Purple Mansion, Ji Family, Alcade, Dao Yi, and Jade Lake Holy Lands had existed together with the world. Their inheritances had lasted for tens of thousands of years, and they had endured countless tribulations. At this moment, these heaven-gifted Holy Land descendants all felt fear in their hearts. No one dared to be the first to attack, otherwise they would become everyone's target. "Since you are so modest, you might as well give it to me." The little Pen King strode in and thrust the great desolate halberd into the ground. With a loud bang, the entire temple shook. It was unknown just where he had been hiding, but now he appeared. He swept his eyes over everyone present, possessing a wild nature. The descendants of the Holy Lands were all stunning characters, so no one feared him. But the atmosphere was still tense, because a chaotic battle was about to erupt. Wang! The little Pen King moved. He swung the great desolate halberd and the entire radiant temple dimmed. The void twisted and deformed. The future king of the Sky Rock race turned into a beam of golden light, rushing towards the Chaos Stone. He stretched out his hand to snatch the ancient beast-hide scroll. "You dare!" Everyone present attacked together, preventing him from touching the floating Chaos Stone. Saint swords, heavenly melody, ancient pagodas, and others all rushed over. 108,000 swords. The little Pen King shouted. His entire body bloomed with golden light. Tens of thousands of swords clanged as they rushed in all directions. This was an indiscriminate attack. The radiant temple was immediately thrown into chaos. The delicate balance had been broken. Many saint sons had no choice but to attack. Killing intent filled the air. This was the little Pen King's goal. He did not want to fight so many powerhouses alone, but to break the calm and have everyone fight for it. He had the advantage of being the fastest under the heavens, so he did not fear a chaotic battle. The more chaotic it was, the better it was for him. He instantly retreated, breaking away from everyone's encirclement and rushing out of the temple. Now, there was no way to stop. The calm had been broken. Everyone only had a single goal, and that was to rush towards the Black Divine Altar to fight for the ancient beast-hide scroll. The Jiang family's divine body was decisive. He summoned a crimson divine furnace. It was impossible to see its shape, but it was surrounded by divine phoenixes as it flew towards the Chaos Stone. Yaoguang Holy Child was also quite straightforward. He brought out a cauldron that was covered densely in dragon patterns. It was filled with the aura of the Great Tao and released a heaven-devouring power to suck the black divine platform into the cauldron. Not only did the two of them want to snatch the ancient scroll, but they also didn't want to let go of the chaos gems. The others naturally didn't want to fall behind. They each took out their weapons and forcefully collected the black spiritual platforms. The Light Palace was the former resting palace of the Great Emperor. Otherwise, it would have been smashed into powder by the top experts of the younger generation. Even so, it still shook for a while. But even with so many saints attacking, they couldn't move the Chaos Stone in the slightest. It was like the root of heaven and earth, the pillar of the universe, unshakable. Return! Wavering light Saint-Child shouted softly. The cauldron covered in dragon patterns floated up and down, swallowing and spitting out holy light. It released a shocking fluctuation, but it still couldn't take away the primal Chaos Stone. Rise! A divine moon appeared above the head of the future divine king of the G family, forcing the people around him back. The moonlight sprinkled on the black divine altar. Even though the divine body was shocking, it couldn't move the black stone at this moment. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the palace. Qingyi and 3 other young top experts of the demon race appeared and entered the Light Palace. Apart from them, Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Lu Kou, Jiang Huiren, and the other descendants of the great bandits also entered in a line. Some of them had some light injuries. Damned coffins, we can't open them at all. It was very obvious that this group of people had gone to the back. There were 3 ancient coffins there, and each one was as big as a palace. Unfortunately, they couldn't open them. They came back here empty-handed. Attack! These people all attacked, rushing towards the primal Chaos Stone at the center. The black divine altar released streaks of auspicious light. It was mysterious and heavy. It didn't move in the slightest and quietly hung there. Why is it so heavy? It wasn't that no one wanted to directly grab the ancient scroll, but they couldn't walk over at all. They felt a huge pressure when they were still several dozen zhang away. Let's go all out. Now, there was no need to be afraid of anything. It was time to truly snatch the treasure. The premise was that they had to rush over. Only then would they have the qualifications to do so. Clang, clang, clang. The descendant of the Super Yen Holy Land used the divine sword to open the way. The sword radiance was like a dragon, piercing forward. He walked with difficulty, approaching the primal Chaos Stone bit by bit. On the other side, the Alcade Saint was like a celestial king descending to the world. He displayed the Alcade's peerless secret art. Once the sacred light technique was used, it was known to be invincible. His body was dazzling and bathed in holy light. Even his hair had been dyed gold. It was also very difficult for him to approach the black stone platform step by step. At this juncture, no one could hold back. Whoever could get the ancient scroll first would pretty much be the one to get it. This was because the masters of the great sage wouldn't fight for it. Otherwise, the entire eastern wasteland would be plunged into misery and suffering. They could only rely on the younger generation to fight for it. This was a kind of test for them. It was also the first great clash between the weak and the strong. Who would become the king of the eastern wasteland in the future would gradually be revealed. Yaoshi's forehead emitted strands of sparkling light that wrapped around her body. She was slim and graceful as she walked forward. She was like a bright pearl in the raging sea, like a lightning fairy moving in the dark clouds. She swayed back and forth, fluttering about. The future divine king of the Jiang family was extremely mysterious. Even now, he still hadn't revealed his true appearance. He was covered in iron clothes, and even his head was like this. He was wrapped in a thick divine armor. There was no need to doubt the strength of his divine body. His steps were firm as he advanced in a perfectly straight line. He was determined to obtain the ancient scroll. Divine splendor overflowed, and he indeed had the bearing of a divine king. A divine path appeared beneath his feet, leading to the primal Chaos Stone. He was truly like a divine king patrolling the heavens, sweeping his eyes in all directions. The top experts of the demon race were also unwilling to fall behind. They began to approach the primal Chaos Stone. Not to mention whether or not they could cultivate the ancient scroll, just this black stone was priceless. If they really couldn't move it away, it would be worth it to get a piece. The descendants of the 13 great bandits also began to move, rushing forward. In addition, there were people from various great sections. There were no less than 100 people. Many of them were heavily injured, but now they also took action. Many young experts from the Radiant Palace took action, but they couldn't immediately approach. They could only watch helplessly as they got closer bit by bit. How can the bed of the great emperor of the past be so easily approached? The Black Emperor sneered. Yi Fan frowned. Could this really be the resting place of a great emperor? However, no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. He asked the Black Emperor. Of course not. Yi Fan also felt that if it was the tomb of the great emperor, it would definitely be much more terrifying than this. In the past, the demon emperor Yin Yang twin tombs had caused the various great sects of the eastern wasteland to fight for 2 years, suffering heavy losses. The Black Emperor said, only this palace belonged to the great emperor. I don't know who changed it into the Radiant Palace. However, there might really be a terrifying existence here. The 3 coffins behind make me feel uneasy. Is there any way to take away the Primal Chaos Stone? Yi Fan asked. This sect's treasure is indeed attractive, but it's too heavy. You definitely won't be able to take it away. Actually, this emperor also wants to take it away and sleep for a few years. Unfortunately, there's really no way. The Black Emperor was extremely unwilling. What a pity. Yi Fan was very regretful. The Primal Chaos Stone contains a holy object that was taken out by the Great Emperor to refine weapons. However, the Black Stone is also priceless. If one were to cultivate on it, their speed would increase by several times. It is a type of treasure. Other than extreme weapons, it is very difficult for ordinary weapons to shatter it. This is a natural Primal Chaos Seal. If it falls into the hands of a supreme expert, it will be invincible and can smash anything. The big black dog drooled. Which great emperor are you talking about? Yi Fan felt that this damn dog was too mysterious to know so much about the matters of this great emperor. The big black dog felt that he had said too much, so he immediately shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. In the end, he was forced into a corner and opened his mouth to bite Yi Fan. Fine, you can't say it. Tell me, can I obtain that ancient scroll? Boom. The golden-winged little Peking returned, looking around disdainfully, and said, this time, no one is specifically targeting me. Let's fight for the treasure with what we have learned. Get lost, don't block my way. He was expressionless, and coldly rebuked Yi Fan, treating him like an ant. The golden-winged little Peking strode forward. Some people who didn't go up to fight for the treasure all made way for him, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Suddenly, he turned back. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp, and he turned to face Yi Fan, and said, you actually dare to have killing intent towards me. People like you from the mystery realm of the Doctrine Palace, I can crush 56 of you with one hand. Chi! Suddenly, the void trembled slightly. The future divine king of the Ji clan used the Great Void technique, passing through space and closing in on the Primal Chaos Stone. The golden-winged little Peking was shocked. Fearing that he would fall behind, he turned into a beam of golden light and rushed forward. He charged with the extreme speed of a heavenly peng, wanting to break through the seal. Boom! The divine light palace shook, and the Primal Chaos Stone shot out brilliant rays of light. Streak after streak of auspicious light descended, causing the space to distort, forming a unique force field. In this instant, everyone who had rushed forward was frozen, and it was almost impossible for them to move. Many holy sons were also bound. Ji Haoyue was forced out of the void, and was frozen 15 meters away from the Primal Chaos Stone. The golden-winged little Peking's extreme speed was also useless, and it was as if he had sunk into a swamp. The bed of the great emperor has been stained with his aura, and not just anyone can touch it, the Black Emperor said to himself. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The ancient great emperor was unimaginable, and the primal chaos stone was already so terrifying after being stained with his aura. It was really shocking. Is there really no way? He asked with his divine sense. F***ck, brat, you really deserve to be struck by lightning. The large black dog was extremely furious. Hearing this, Yi Fan knew that there was a chance. This guy was so indignant, which meant that he most likely could pass through. They have all been frozen, so you indeed have a chance now. Don't you have the source root of source chi of all things? The primal chaos stone is unable to freeze this sacred treasure of the sect. Fine, then I will reveal my true form today, and snatch the food from the mouths of these holy sons and holy daughters in front of everyone. As long as he drew out his cauldron, he would definitely be recognized. Rather than that, he might as well directly reveal his true form. Yi Fan walked out of the main hall, and arrived at a place where there was no one around. He revealed his true form, and then changed into another set of clothes. I am going to enter your cauldron, and see if I can take the primal chaos stone away later. The large black dog bared his teeth. That damned wicked Taoist priest has not appeared yet, so I have to be more careful later, Yi Fan said to himself. Isn't he just a lousy Taoist priest? How dare he snatch food from my mouth? I will bite him to death. I might as well just kill the golden-winged little Peking and all these holy sons and be done with it. Yi Fan strode back. His voice was very calm, but if others knew about it, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Chapter 287. Yi Fan strode towards the Light Palace. A 1-meter-tall cauldron hung above his head. Wisps of source chi fell from it. The Black Emperor was hidden in the cauldron as a hidden weapon, waiting to strike at the critical moment. As soon as Yi Fan entered the palace, everyone gasped. His cauldron was too eye-catching, and people could not help but pay attention to it. The source chi of all creation source chi was something that could not be found in the entire Eastern Barren territory. His entire cauldron was made of this thing, and there were no other impurities. This could be said to be the prototype of an ultimate weapon. It was something that could drive people crazy, and it was the dream treasure of the descendants of the land of the great sage. Immediately, everyone present was excited. Even though many people had not seen Yi Fan before, they could guess that he had arrived. Because in the world, he was the only one who had such a sacred item. A disciple of a large sect jumped out and said, a sacred item like the source chi of all creation source chi is something that even the land of the great sage can only dream of. You are just a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace secret territory. What right do you have to have it? What kind of person do you think can have it? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Not everyone dashed towards the chaos stones and was fixed there. Many people with weaker cultivation levels and felt that they could not compete for the chaos stones stood in the hall and did not fly into midair. The sacred item should be held in the hands of the large sections. Only then can it carry the will of the world and not let the sacred item be covered in dust. He looked aloof. Come, tell me which sect you are from. Let me wash my ears and listen carefully. Yi Fan looked at him. Don't play dumb. You have the guts to come here. Don't think about leaving today. Leave the cauldron behind. The disciple revealed his murderous intent. You think you can get it? Yi Fan laughed and glanced at him. This person was only at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace. Although it was not bad for his age, it depended on who he was compared to. Today, many sons of saints had gathered. The so-called geniuses of the Holy Ji Palace secret territory were really not enough. Ignoring the saints, even the weakest of the people who were frozen had a cultivation level at the fourth firmament of the Tao Palace. I'm from the North Region's Disillusionment Palace. Even if you hand over the cauldron today, you won't be able to keep your life. He turned around and said to the others, Senior brothers, Junior brothers, what are you waiting for? Capture him, kill him, and take the cauldron. The powerful sons of saints were all imprisoned, and the geniuses of the various sects were also frozen in the air. The strongest person on the ground was only at the third heaven of the Holy Ji Palace secret plane. In a sense, this was their chance, and there were no top cultivators of the younger generation fighting for it. If he could snatch the source root of myriad chi, it would be much better than any primal chaos stone. This was a sacred item exclusive to a great emperor. Its value was immeasurable. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. I've heard of the Disillusionment Palace, a great sect of the Northern Domain. But aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your reputation by robbing me so openly? If there are still so many people who are going to die, let's kill him. This disciple was the first to charge forward. Whoosh! There was a flash of light, and he disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the other three closed in. They appeared and disappeared like ghosts, flickering in and out of existence. It was impossible to capture their trajectories. This was their trump card. The name of their sect was Disillusionment, referring to their movement techniques. They were like ghosts, making it difficult for others to capture them. In addition, 3 of them were at the same level as Yi Fan. They were all at the second heaven of the Holy Ji Palace, so they had nothing to fear. Hand over the cauldron and we'll give you a quick death. The disciple at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace did not dare to step forward. He cooperated with his senior and junior brothers to attack. You want to kill me just because I handed over the cauldron? We'll give you a quick death. Our Disillusionment Palace is never one to drag things out. We'll definitely kill you in one strike, one of them mocked. These people had heard of Yi Fan's name before, but they had never taken him seriously. As disciples of a great sect of the Northern Domain, these disciples were all proud and arrogant. In their eyes, outside of their holy land, there was no one who could be their match. What shameless boasting! If that's the case, why don't I send you on your way together? Yi Fan looked calm. Chi! A disciple of the Disillusionment Palace made his move. A large sky-blue net descended. It was like the stars in the sky, sparkling brilliantly. Shwa! The blue net enveloped him. The few of them laughed and were about to refine it when their expressions changed. It was an afterimage, not the true body. It was obvious how fast Yi Fan's speed was. Crazy Ole's footwork reached the extreme as he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Paw! 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 Deep and powerful sounds rang out together like a single sound. The 3 experts of Disillusionment Palace seemed to be struck by lightning as they were all struck by a palm. Pfft! The 3 of them were torn apart almost at the same time, disappearing from where they stood and turning into a mist of blood. You! The remaining disciple at the first heaven of the Holy Ji Palace looked horrified. Is this the great sect of the Northern Domain, Disillusionment Palace? Yi Fan said with a smile. My Disillusionment Palace's outstanding disciples are locked up there. If not, you would have long been dead. This disciple was stubborn and did not beg for mercy. Oh, who are they? Point them out to me. Yi Fan looked into the sky. Many people were locked in place by the Chaos Stones. Senior brothers, avenge me in the future. The disciple shouted loudly. Unfortunately, you used your stubbornness in the wrong place. In a while, I'll test how strong your senior brothers are. Yi Fan shook his head and suddenly attacked, killing him. You really don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. You actually dare to come here. A person slowly walked out from the crowd. He was very calm, as though he was staring at a dead person. He looked at Yi Fan and said, There's nothing to say. Leave this cauldron behind and kneel to the side to await punishment. This tone infuriated Black Emperor, who was hiding in the cauldron. He nearly leaped out and attacked. However, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This person was at the 4th firmament of the Tao Palace and was much stronger than the people around him. He originally believed that the fourth firmament Dao Palace cultivators had flown into the sky and were locked in place by the Chaos Stones. He never expected that there would be someone hiding in the crowd. And who are you? Song Tianfeng, a disciple of the Northern Domain's great sect, Five Elements Hall. He walked forward in a very calm and composed manner. Yi Fan had crossed realms to kill immortals and had killed some third firmament Dao Palace cultivators. However, he had never truly fought a fourth firmament Dao Palace cultivator before. He found it very dangerous. Did you not hear what I said? Song Tianfeng held his hands behind his back and said with a calm expression, "Leave this cauldron behind and kneel to the side to await punishment." Yi Fan smiled brilliantly. His snow-white teeth shimmered with a crystalline luster. His delicate face looked very young and even had a tinge of innocence. Is it funny? Are you waiting for me to break your legs before you are willing to kneel? Song Tianfeng was still slowly walking forward. I'm laughing at the fact that you really don't understand me at all. Yi Fan wiped away his brilliant smile and shook his head. There is a need for me to understand a dead person. Song Tianfeng pressed forward step by step. He reached out a pitch-black hand that was as large as a house. It came pressing down fiercely as he shouted, "Kneel." Duo. Yi Fan lightly shouted as a golden sword beam shot out from his glabella. His powerful perception manifested and rushed forward. The other party did not know that he had such a trump card. He had actually walked so close to him. It was a suicidal act. Ah! Song Tianfeng screamed as he held his glabella and staggered backward. But it was all too late. He had walked too close to the front and it was impossible for him to avoid this calamity. His perception was severely injured and with a thud, he knelt on one knee. You! Just as he spat out a word, an inch-long golden sword rushed over and pierced through his forehead with a pu sound. Bang! Song Tianfeng grunted as his corpse fell to the ground. Many people did not know that Yi Fan killed with his perception. They were all shocked. It was not until one of them exclaimed that the others understood. Yi Fan, you really have the guts of an immortal. You dare to interfere in this situation. Several people came out one after another. The lowest cultivation level was at the second level of the Dao Palace, and there were 2 people at the 4th level. People of the Ji family. Yi Fan's face darkened. He had a great grudge with this family. On the other side, a few more people came out of the crowd. They were disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land, and there were also experts at the 4th level of the Dao Palace. The Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land moved. The others also gathered together, including the great sage. Although they did not make a move, they all aimed at Yi Fan's cauldron. It was obvious that they wanted to seize it. At the same time, everyone took out a weapon and held it in front of their foreheads, afraid that he would attack with his perception. Ha ha ha. Seeing them like this, Yi Fan could not help but laugh. Today, Yi Fan's name was destined to spread, making the disciples of the great sage's land so afraid. In fact, after today, many people would change their expressions when talking about Yi Fan. The first thing they would think of when facing him was defense. Whoosh! Yi Fan leaped up. He did not want to waste any more time in case something unexpected happened. The ancient cauldron was only a meter tall. Above his head, a black and yellow aura fell. It was like silk ribbons, strand after strand. It was very thick, and it protected him tightly. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head was unobstructed. The auspicious colors shot out by the chaos gems were all easily dissolved by the myriad source chi. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. This holy item was too heaven-defying. It was indeed an immortal material that even the great emperor dreamed of. Even the extremely rare chaos gems couldn't stop him. Facing the myriad source chi, they were powerless. Everyone wanted to take it for themselves. This was definitely the rough embryo of an extreme Tao weapon. In the future, once it produced Tao and reason, it would definitely be able to rule the eastern wasteland and suppress the world. The wicked Taoist didn't appear. Yi Fan muttered to himself, but he did not dare to lower his guard. He was ready to cross the void at any time. With a few steps, he arrived in front of the strange black stone. Chi! With a flash of light, he grabbed the ancient scroll in his hand. Only then did he relax. Then, he tried to put away the chaos gems, but he felt that his divine power was not enough. It was difficult to succeed. This black stone was too heavy. If it was not refined, it was almost impossible to take it away. Put down the beast-hide ancient scroll. The people below were really anxious. They had worked so hard, and if it was taken away by someone else, they would not be willing. Are you all scolding me? Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I might accidentally kill your saint and saintess. Yi Fan looked down. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The most outstanding disciples of the Holy Lands and sects were all frozen in midair. Only Yi Fan was not affected. If he went crazy, it would be really bad. Thinking of this, everyone felt a wave of fear. Swoosh! With the cauldron on his head, Yi Fan walked forward and arrived not far away from the little Pink King. His right hand was like a golden millstone, and it swung out. Bang! The little Pink King was immediately sent flying, but he was quickly frozen again. The force field formed by the chaos gems restrained everything, and it was very difficult to struggle. Brat, you can't kill me. The little Pink King's eyes flashed with a wild light. After being frozen in midair, he only spoke now. Bang! Yi Fan punched out again. His golden fist was heavy and powerful. It hit the little Pink King into the chaos gems, and the hall shook. In the surroundings, the expressions of the saints changed, but no one said anything. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Yi Fan walked forward while looking around. Ji Haoyue, the All-Cade Saint, Yao Shi, the Jade Lake Saintess, everyone's expression changed. Under Yi Fan's gaze, the saints and saintesses of Dian, Jiang Clan, Wan Chu, Zifu, Dao Yi, and the others felt uneasy. They were afraid that he would kill them. Chapter 288. The people on the ground were very nervous. They were afraid that Yi Fan would make a crazy decision and kill their saint children and saintess. That would cause great chaos. However, it was clear that they were worrying too much. Although the saint children were uneasy, they were not afraid. Everyone had their own methods to protect themselves. Yi Fan quickly frowned. It was indeed very difficult for him to kill these people. The force field of the primal chaos stone was too strong. Most of the divine power he used would be neutralized. He had the cauldron made from the chi of all things, but he could not use it to get close to these people. Otherwise, they would also break free. The force field formed by the primal chaos stone was all-pervasive and filled every inch of space. The divine power he used was infinitely weakened. He could not even use his cauldron to suppress others. If he did that, the other party would immediately obtain freedom due to the chi of all things. Yi Fan walked in the air. When he passed by Ji Haoyue, he stopped. This made the people of the Ji clan extremely nervous. Their hearts were in their throats. You can't kill me. Ji Haoyue said calmly. A divine moon shone and protected his body. You know that my holy physique can restrain your phenomenon. Even if I can't kill you, I can beat you half to death. Then try. The divine moon was like lightning and merged with Ji Haoyue. His entire body overflowed with lustrous light. For Purple Moon's sake, I'll deal with you later. Yi Fan walked away with large steps. He arrived in front of the primal chaos stone and slashed with his golden hand again. Bang! The little Peng King was sent flying 3 meters away. He was fixed there by the powerful force field and could not move anymore. Very good, I like this cauldron. You have to keep it for me. In the future, I will find you to take it. The little Peng King's words were cold. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan did not say anything and continued to attack. He hit the little Peng King here and there, but his strength was just right. He was afraid that he would accidentally fly out of the force field. He really did want to kill the future king of the Tianping race, but just as he had expected, the primal chaos force field affected everything, and the divine power he unleashed was reduced by more than half. Yi Fan had lost track of how many punches he had thrown out. He could feel his arms aching. However, the primal chaos field was simply too powerful. He was simply incapable of killing his opponent. Ha ha ha. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the little Peng King's mouth, but he was laughing crazily. Chee! Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out from between Yi Fan's eyebrows. Buzz! The space trembled, and a light flashed inside the little Peng King's body. A small silver pagoda rushed out, and entered the center of his forehead. Ding! A sweet-sounding sound rang out. The small silver pagoda trembled slightly, but it was not destroyed. With a flash of silver light, it entered the space between his brows. At the same time, the little Peng King let out a loud roar. His entire body shone brightly, and a lifelike heavenly pink cast from gold rushed out, pouncing towards Yi Fan. The roar of a dragon shook the heavens. Following closely behind the heavenly Peng, a terrifying true dragon leaped out and danced in the air. It tore apart the restriction and rushed towards Yi Fan. Supreme Peng seizing dragon technique. The little Peng King had been patiently waiting and did not use this divine technique to protect his body. Only now did he suddenly attack, wanting to kill Yi Fan in one move. This divine technique was peerless and extremely powerful. Only after reaching the 4 extreme secret realms could one use it. Last time, when he fought against Yi Fan, he could not use this technique and was full of regret. At this moment, a golden supreme Peng and a green true dragon rushed out, causing many people to tremble. He can even use this technique in the primal chaos force field. The little Peng King is too powerful. How terrifying is his battle prowess? This is truly shocking. It's too inconceivable. Many people were tongue-tied and incomparably shocked. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Yi Fan used the old lunatic's footwork and flashed past the Peng and true dragon with a swoosh. Even someone as powerful as the little Peng King could not move freely in the primal chaos force field. The golden Peng and the green true dragon quickly dimmed. Buzz! The void trembled. A Peng and a dragon, vivid and lifelike, filled with a divine sense of power, appeared beside him and coiled around him. Having failed to kill Yi Fan in one move, he knew he had no more chances. The dragon wrestling technique turned into the dragon wrestling diagram and protected his body. It stuck to the surface of his body so that it would not be cancelled out by the primal chaos force field. Yi Fan attacked fiercely. Even though he could not kill the little Peng King, he still wanted to beat him up. He kicked with his feet and hacked with a golden palm. Hee, why bother? You can't kill me at all. There was a trace of blood at the corner of the little Peng King's mouth. He sneered and said, "Be careful, don't break my cauldron." Yi Fan did not reply. He took out the leaf fire divine furnace and stored it inside. Then, he used the fire-urging art and began to refine him. Even if I can't refine you, I will still peel off a layer of skin. Since he could not use the cauldron, he could only take out the furnace to torture the other party. Brat, this little bit of temperature is far from enough. You still have a long way to go if you want to refine me. It's so warm and comfortable here. Put in more strength. The little Pen King's wild voice came out. Buzz. The primal chaos stone actually trembled slightly. Rays of auspicious light shot out and entered the furnace, making it incomparably bright like a burning sun. On the leaf fire divine furnace, the blurry divine birds disappeared instantly and entered the body of the furnace, making it extremely hot. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. The leaf fire divine furnace could actually draw upon the power of the primal chaos stone for its own use. Behind him, the others all revealed strange expressions, especially the future divine king of the Jiang family. His body trembled, and 2 beams of divine radiance rushed out from his eyes. He seemed to be extremely shocked. At first, the little Pen King was still mocking him, but soon, he became silent. Then, he let out a low roar. This shocked everyone. What kind of furnace was this? Could it be that it could even refine the little Pen King? It could actually draw upon the power of the primal chaos stone. This was somewhat inconceivable. Dong, Dang, Chang, the little Pen King struggled violently and began to move in the primal chaos field. One could imagine what kind of dangerous situation he was facing. He was definitely struggling with all his might. Then, Yi Fan opened the lid and poured out the golden wing. He wanted to see how he was doing. In the end, everyone's expression changed. The magnificent future king of the Tianping race was burned until his entire body was pitch black. It was as if he had fallen into a pit of coal. Brat. However, his eyes were still sharp, shooting out like 2 beams of lightning. Very well, even if I can't refine you today, I will burn all your feathers. Yi Fan slashed him in with a backhand. He closed the lid and placed the leaf fire divine furnace on the primal chaos stone. This. Everyone's heart went cold. If this continued, the little Pen King would definitely be refined to death. It was only at this moment that many of the sons truly felt a trace of fear. Being killed by a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace was really not worth it. At the moment when Yi Fan turned around, many of the sons acted almost in unison. Light flashed between their eyebrows. They moved their most powerful weapons there to protect their consciousness. Yi Fan's gaze swept across everyone. This made them somewhat nervous. They might not really lose their lives, but to be burned into charcoal in front of everyone was too humiliating. This was especially so for the few women. They were peerless beauties, and if they were blasphemed like this, it would be worse than killing them. The successor of the Tao One Holy Land was a very young female Taoist nun. She had the aura of the Great Path. She stood there quietly, but there was no lingering mist or radiance. She was very ethereal, and no one could see her true appearance. Before this, she had purified thousands of nether soldiers just by chanting the 4 words, Infinite Celestial Being. The supreme wondrous sound shocked everyone. At this moment, she let out the sound of nature, like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was very pleasing to the ear. She said, Benefactor Yi, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be in danger. On the other side, the Jade Lake Saintess also said in a melodious voice, all the sects have supreme elders here. You should leave as soon as possible. If there was anyone who could still remain calm, it would definitely be Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Jiang Huiren, and the others. They were unperturbed and did not worry at all. They even secretly transmitted their voices to help Yi Fan come up with ideas. Brother Yi, we might as well go big. Put them all into the furnace and refine them into ashes. In the future, there will be no one in the entire eastern wasteland who can compete with us. That's right. These people have always been an eyesore. We'll turn them into ashes in one breath. Let the great sage go and cry. Yi Fan did not make a sound. He arrived in front of the Yaoguang Saint Child and brandished his millstone-sized golden palm, fiercely hacking down. However, the Yaoguang Saint Child was invincible. When he used the sacred light technique, it was as if a layer of golden mist covered the surface of his body. His defensive power could be said to be #1 in the world. Do we have enmity? The Yaoguang Saint Child was beaten until he was trembling, but his words were still very calm. Yi Fan did not say anything. He knew that this person was extremely terrifying and was determined to obtain his cauldron. He had gone to the Broken Cloud mountain range several times to chase after his traces. He even suspected that the person who had pretended to be an archaic creature in order to seize the Phoenix Blood Gold was not old Saber Honcho, but the Yaoguang Saint Child. Every time this thought arose, he felt that the Yaoguang Saint Child was incomparably terrifying. In order to achieve his goal, he would use any means, fair or foul. He would even kill his own people without hesitation. In particular, he could still be so calm at this moment. This state of mind was very unusual. He would definitely be a great enemy in the future. Yi Fan did not say anything more. He directly opened the furnace and threw the Yaoguang Saint Child inside. With a clang, the furnace lid was closed. It was very neat and tidy. Below, the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land turned pale with fright. They had never thought that Yi Fan would be so decisive. He directly threw their Saint Child into the divine furnace. He was planning to refine him into ashes. You offended the Ji family. Do you still want to become enemies with the Yaoguang Holy Land? The people below shouted. Every time the Ji family chased after me, you Yaoguang Holy Land's people joined in. You've been enemies with me for a long time. Yi Fan sneered. Dong, dang, quang, inside the leaf fire divine furnace, the little Ping King constantly roared. The Yaoguang Saint Child also let out muffled groans. It was obvious that he was enduring an unimaginably high temperature. In the Light Palace, some people rushed out. They wanted to attract the supreme elders of the major sects and kill Yi Fan. However, when they left the palace gate, they were suddenly surrounded by hundreds of large flags. They were lost in the middle and could not rush out at all. This was the Dao pattern restriction that Yi Fan had specially laid down when he came in. It had been used in the Immortal Palace. It could even trap the physical body of an old demon. Everyone was in chaos, but there was no way. They could not rush out at all. This place was completely isolated from the myriad realms. I want to know, where did you get this furnace? The future divine king of the Jiang family suddenly transmitted his voice. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It seemed very mysterious. Could it be related to your Jiang family's divine sun furnace? Yi Fan suddenly turned around and looked at the divine body of the Jiang family who was covered in divine iron armor. It's far from the divine sun furnace I've seen before, but it has a similar aura, the divine king of the Jiang family replied. Yi Fan did not waste any time and directly arrived in front of Yao Shi. This caused her expression to immediately change. The grudge between the two was too deep. Yao Shi had a celestial body, graceful and elegant. Her appearance was peerless and could cause the downfall of cities and countries. She had the charm of a demoness and the noble temperament of a saintess. It was very tempting. However, at this moment, she could not calm down. The situation was very bad for her. You are a beauty, but... Yi Fan formed a large golden hand and lifted Yao Shi's chin, almost teasing her. Yi Fan, you... Below, the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land were almost in an uproar. The saintess represented holiness and could not be blasphemed. Yi Fan actually did such a thing in public. The others were also nervous. Yi Fan was extremely daring. He was definitely not only targeting these people. Perhaps the inheritors of the land of the great sage were all in danger. He might even blaspheme the land of the great sage. Chapter 289. In the Eastern Barren Territory, more than half of the saints and saintesses had come. They were likely to be the next batch of saints, representing the future and hope. If Yi Fan attacked crazily and killed everyone present, he would be able to wipe out the entire younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. This would definitely lead to the decline of geniuses and the end of an era. This was an immeasurable loss. Just thinking about it sent chills down people's spine. It's you. Yao Shi was very calm. She only spat out these two words. Yes, it's me. Yi Fan created a golden hand and held her chin. His expression was calm. These words were very normal. Bystanders wouldn't notice at all. But in reality, only the saintess of Jade Lake could understand the hidden meaning between the two. Yao Shi recognized Yi Fan from the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace. He was the young Daoist. They had entered the absolute beginning forbidden zone together and had seen him take out this furnace. However, it was also because of this that the Yaoguang saint's calmness and terror were revealed. Just now, he was so calm. Before being thrown into the furnace by Yi Fan, he had only asked, "Do we have a grudge?" In reality, whether it was the young Daoist or the real Yi Fan, they didn't seem to have a grudge. Yi Fan only guessed that the immemorial creature was the Yaoguang saint in disguise. He couldn't be sure. Thus, he didn't say anything and directly threw the Yaoguang saint into the furnace. Yao Shi struggled slightly. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Don't tell me you want to throw me into the furnace too. Unfortunately, there are no more black flames inside. Otherwise, I could send you both on your way. Yi Fan shook his head. You. At this moment, Yao Shi was shocked. The golden hand created by Yi Fan had sent her flying. With a bang, she hit the Chaos Stone. If you don't die, I'll return your bra. Yi Fan smiled calmly. These words were secretly transmitted. He only had one purpose, to shut her up. Clang! The lid of the Leaf Fire Divine Furnace was opened. Yi Fan directly threw Yao Shi in without any hesitation. He was very decisive. Just at this moment, the little Peking rushed out. His whole body was pitch black, and he was almost burnt to a crisp. Alcade Saint Child followed closely behind. It was as if he had fallen into a coal mine. Bang! Yi Fan did not hold back at all. The void palm imprint smashed down on the little Peking's head, knocking both of them back into the little Peking's head. Clang! The five-colored lid flew back and covered the divine furnace once again. The raging flames inside burned fiercely, burning the entire furnace red. The primal chaos stones shot out streaks of auspicious colors, providing it with divine power. You. The light-shaking realm cultivator's expression shifted. You blasphemed the Holy Virgin and threw her into the furnace. How heartless you are. Many people in the Yaoguang Holy Land were so angry that their bodies were shaking. If someone wants to kill you, are you going to worship him? Yi Fan asked. When have I, the light-shaking realm, ever made things difficult for you? Do you know who they are? Someone gnashed their teeth. I don't need to explain anything to you. Enemies are meant to be killed. I don't care what her identity is, Yi Fan replied calmly. Many people were shocked. Even the light-shaking saintess had been thrown into the furnace. She was a peerless beauty, and the descendants of the Holy Lands were all in danger. It was obvious that Yi Fan was not afraid of anything. When he attacked, he showed no mercy. What a waste, what a waste. The light-shaking saintess is about to turn into ashes. There is one less beauty in this world. Lu Ko transmitted his voice. He was full of regret. Wu Zhongtian transmitted his voice and scolded, that's how it should be. As long as it's a great enemy, no matter who he is, even if he is a real deity descending to the mortal world, he should be refined. He should be iron-blooded and merciless. Yi Fan did not reply. Instead, he walked forward and circled around the area. He did not attack again. You should leave quickly, the Jade Lake Saintess transmitted her voice. Otherwise, you will really be in danger. Thank you for your kindness. Yi Fan smiled. Then, he thought about it and said, in the future, I might bring the pure phoenix blood gold to the Jade Lake. He glanced at the descendants of the Holy Land such as Dian, Wan Chu, Dao Yi, and Zifu. He did not attack them because he had no conflict with them. The people below heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Yi Fan would throw everyone into the furnace without saying a word. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yi Fan arrived before Ji Haoyue. A golden hand materialized, wanting to throw him into the furnace and refine him together. This made the people of the Ji clan very nervous. However, Yi Fan stopped in the end. He thought of Ji Ziyue and how she built a cenotaph for him. Never mind, I will keep your divine body. I will meet you when I enter the secret realm of 4 extremes. Yi Fan returned to the Chaos Stone and sat cross-legged on it. He used a fire spell and circulated his divine power. He had made up his mind to refine the 3 experts. Here, there was a force field emitted by the Chaos Stone that negated the divine power. It was impossible to kill them with true battle techniques. Perhaps only this strange furnace could refine them. The Chaos Stone shot out beams of auspicious light that entered the furnace. It became even hotter and redder. The sun engraved on it disappeared and also entered the furnace. This was destined to be a long time. Yi Fan was very vigilant. He was ready to take out the profound jade platform and cross the void at any time. He wanted to stay in there for a bit longer to completely refine the 3 experts. During that time, he produced the Beast Hide Scroll and began to study it carefully. At this time, he was shocked because there was a piece of silk in the scroll. There were some ancient characters and a map on it. The 9 secrets. There really was the 9 secrets. He had thought that this tomb had nothing to do with the ancient clan, but he had guessed wrong. This was the tomb of the ancient clan's ancestor. There was no 9 secrets heart art on the silk. There was only a map and some explanations. The distant ancestor of this ancient clan was very far-sighted. He frankly said that there was no such thing as an immortal dynasty, much less an eternal clan. In the long river of history, even some holy lands and ancient clans had been destroyed, let alone ordinary clans. He didn't want one of the 9 secrets to disappear because of the decline of his clan, so he left this silk behind. Back then, he had obtained this secret art from a mysterious place. The location was marked on the silk. If there was fate, one could follow the path he had walked to find it. An open-minded character with the same sentiments as Divine King Jiang Taishu. Yi Fan's expression didn't change as he put away the silk. The others didn't know that there was such a secret in the ancient scroll. Only now did he start to read the ancient scroll. There were many characters on it and a clear map. Yi Fan's expression changed as he skimmed through it. This was because he saw a familiar topographic map. There were 9 dragon veins surrounding and protecting a mountain. This was the topographic map of the Purple Mountain. It was the demon mountain suppressed by Great Emperor Wushi, and such a map had actually been passed down. Black Emperor. Yi Fan transmitted his voice with his divine sense. The large black dog hid in the cauldron. He didn't know how much divine power he had used, trying to put the chaos gem into the cauldron, but he was so tired that he was foaming at the mouth. He couldn't move it at all. I've finally realized that when I'm with you, I'm always working hard for nothing and getting unlucky. Stop complaining. Look at this map. Yi Fan put the ancient scroll into the cauldron for the large black dog to examine. Damn it, as expected, someone obtained a trace of the Great Emperor's fur and even found out the location of the Emperor Mountain. By now, Yi Fan didn't need to guess too much. This imperial palace that had been changed into the Light Temple was undoubtedly the resting palace of Great Emperor Wuxi. This chaos gem was Great Emperor Wuxi's bed in the past. After the large black dog finished cursing, he suddenly fell silent, and didn't speak for a long time. Black Emperor, what's wrong? Could it be that you've been cursed by the tomb? Brat, do you want to harm people? The Black Emperor suddenly asked. What do you mean? Yi Fan asked. Give this map to whoever you don't like, the Black Emperor replied calmly. What do you mean? If that's the case, won't others know about the Purple Mountain that's guarded by 9 dragons? That place will no longer be peaceful, and people will dig it up. Yi Fan knew that the large black dog definitely had a deep connection with the Purple Mountain. Calculating the time, more than 100,000 years have passed. Perhaps the Purple Mountain is about to surface, the large black dog said woodenly. He was a little dazed. What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid that the Purple Mountain will be destroyed by the various great sage? Yi Fan asked. Unless there are still great emperors in this world, no one can obtain anything from the Purple Mountain, the large black dog replied in an extremely certain tone. It was as if he had regained his senses, and he said, You can give this map to whoever you don't like. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he immediately thought of many things. There was most likely going to be a huge storm at the Purple Mountain. Are you sure that the various great sage lands can't obtain that Wuxi scripture? Yi Fan was most concerned about that stone scripture in the Purple Mountain. Unless there is a living great emperor, or if there is a complete jade pendant, no one can open the ancient scripture, the Black Emperor replied with certainty. This large black dog knew too much, but Yi Fan couldn't force him to answer, so he began to seriously ponder. Since these holy lands have nothing to do, I might as well let them divert their attention. He made up his mind, and began to laugh coldly. He wanted to give the ancient scroll away, but he lacked a very good excuse. Why hasn't the wicked Taoist appeared yet? Yi Fan had always been on guard against him, but now he really hoped that he would jump out and give him a hot potato. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the Temple of Light, and an extreme pressure swept out, even the chaos gems trembled. The ancient pagoda in the temple suddenly collapsed. Yen Ryu stood alone in the field, and she used an extreme weapon to turn the ancient pagoda into dust. Her opponent was turned to ashes, and she broke out of the pagoda. At the same time, many disciples of the Holy Lands quickly retreated, and the people leading them were all elites at the 4th heaven of the Tao Palace. Just now, they had all been guarding around the ancient pagoda, so there was no need to think too much about their motives. Not every Holy Land had an extreme weapon, and there were only a few in the eastern barren lands. If Yen Ryu died here, for some people, it would be a greater opportunity than any other. Unfortunately, many of the holy suns had long been frozen in midair. This was something they themselves hadn't expected. Taoist Duan, what do you mean? Yen Ryu stood elegantly in the center of the field, staring at the void in front of her. A fat figure appeared. Duan smiled awkwardly, and said, I was afraid that something would happen to Princess Yen, so I stood guard. This damned fatty. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This fellow had indeed been here for a long time. He had hidden his strength well, and his appetite was too big. He had actually set his sights on an extreme weapon. Yen Ryu's expression was calm, and her flawless face was expressionless. She didn't say anything more. Her palm glowed brightly, and the extreme immortal might became even more terrifying. Duan quickly retreated and said, Princess Yen, please don't misunderstand. How would I dare rob you? The Peacock King, Blue Flood Dragon King, and Old Rock King are all outside unless I don't want to live anymore. When these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Not only had the Grand Elders of the Holy Land come, but even the 3 demon kings had appeared at the same time. Duanda. I'm telling you, my grandfather, Wu Dao, is here too. Wu Zhongtian gritted his teeth. When Duanda heard this, he immediately shrank back. He had once plundered someone's ancestral grave. If he were to be blocked here, it would be unthinkable. Black Emperor, hand it over. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. He pulled the ancient scroll out of the cauldron and held it in his hand. Right at this moment, something that shocked everyone happened. With a broken bowl on top of Duanda's head, he actually rushed towards the primal chaos stone like a ghost. The force field couldn't stop him. Swoosh! Duanda rushed past with an inconceivable speed. He snatched the ancient scroll from Yi Fan's hand in one go. It could be said that he came and went like a ghost. He laughed heartily, and his big mouth almost cracked open to his ears. However, he wasn't satisfied. A big fat hand actually grabbed towards the cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head. Woof, 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 dog barks resounded throughout the main hall. Aw! 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 Duanda screamed and shook his right arm repeatedly. At this moment, he was bitten 17 or 18 times, from his finger to his arm. Immeasurable. Moth of *King Celestial Being. Whose dog is this?